Chapter 201. Hearing Yi Chen's icy exclamation, Wu Qiyuan's eyes shrink violently. The heart is like being smashed by people. As the head of Wu family, he has great power, and he is also a top figure in Jiangnan province. He was called to kneel down and lead to death by a young man. This is an insult to him, although he knows Yi Chen is very dangerous. But no matter how dangerous it is, you have no right to threaten him. He didn't believe it. He began to practice from childhood to adulthood. He couldn't beat a little boy. Wu Qiyuan stepped out and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you are so crazy. Your arrogance will kill you. Originally, I wanted to give you to Tang Ao. Now I've changed my mind. I'd rather give Tang Ao a corpse." "Die!" With a roar, Wu Qiyuan stepped out, and the powerful air waves swept over. The power of the master exploded. The table behind him is even more broken. Countless sawdust flying all over the sky. This one hand alone is enough to surpass any strong person Yi Chen faces. Wu Qiyuan jumped for 3 meters, and then he carried a terrible wave and smashed it hard towards Yi Chen. "I'm Wu Qiyuan. China Masters, list 192. I'd like to know what your arrogant qualifications are." The innumerable strength is like a blade coming towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen Mao's son has unprecedented serious. He didn't dare to take it lightly, although the other side is 192. But perhaps the strength has already exceeded this place. Once the enemy is underestimated, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen Meng toward the back. Wu Qiyuan's fist almost rubbed past. Bang! When Wu Qiyuan fell to ground, there was a strong vibration on the ground, extremely overbearing. The place where his feet fell actually produced a few cracks like spider web. Shocking. "You little beast, I want to see when you hide." Wu Qiyuan roared, and the lightness skill body method was surging under his feet, which quickly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. The sound of air explosion is like firecrackers. All the flowers, plants, and trees in the whole yard have been cut off by vigor. Falling leaves, extremely killing. Yi Chen didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. What he wanted to do was to feel the strength of the top powerful people in Jiangnan province. Tang Ao is stronger than Wu Qiyuan. He can roughly calculate the strength of Tang Ao from Wu Qiyuan's body. Of course, it's just a rough figure. Wu Qiyuan found that Yi Chen has been dodging. The key does not know why. He simply can't touch Yi Chen's body. This feeling made him extremely angry. "Didn't you go crazy just now? You're fighting back. What are you hiding from?" Wu Qiyuan said in a deep voice. Yu Bai, his speed is faster and faster. The fierce fighting style blocked all the retreat way of Yi Chen. "Die!" He slapped Yi Chen's heavenly cover with one hand. Yi Chen no longer dodges. The true chi condenses. One punch blows out. Bang! The two forces collided together. In an instant, a wave of devastation spread in all directions. Click! The two walls of Wu's courtyard were knocked down by the air wave. At the same time, Yi Chen and Wu Qiyuan even retreated toward the back. Wu Qiyuan stepped back 6 steps. Yi Chen retreated 3 steps. This scene shook the hearts of all the Wu family members present. Who would have thought that there was a young man in Jiangnan province who could be as good as the owner of his family? This is the motherhood began to practice it. Wu Qiyuan's right hand trembled slightly, and he could feel the damage caused him by the force of the shock just now. The fanaticism in his eyes disappeared. Instead, he became extremely serious. Only a few moves. He found that Yi Chen's speed and strength are above himself. If you want to win Yi Chen, it is not easy. At this time, a Wu family disciple thought of something. He grabbed a long knife in the hall and threw it out. "Master, the strongest skill of Wu family is knife skill." "Good." Wu Qiyuan catches the long knife from the air and firmly holds it. The extremely strong killing opportunity spreads in all directions. Momentum has more than doubled. Those who are strong in the Wu family have shown their joy of victory when they see this scene. Fight fist, Wu family is not the strongest. But knife fight, who dares to disobey the whole Jiangnan province? They look at Yi Chen's eyes and eyes become sympathetic. It is estimated that before long, the boy's hands and feet will be cut off, even if he has a head. Wu Xinlan's palms are full of sweat. She wants to rush out to stop her, but she is held down by a strong man of Wu family. Miss, don't be impulsive. The master must kill this son. Wu Xinlan bit her lips and didn't know what to say. At the moment, Wu Xiaoming on the ground tried to support himself. The pain in his waist made his whole body twitch. He looked at Yi Chun and cried out with all his strength. Mr. Yi, be careful of Wu Qiyuan's knife. His saber spirit can kill people. Before the words fall completely, Wu Qiyuan moves. The long knife directly tears the air. The huge hissing makes people tremble. Soon, the shadow of the sword was cut towards Yi Chen's shoulder. Once it falls, the consequences are unimaginable. Yi Chen did not dodge in the slightest. Instead, a lunge rushed past. Turn your right hand, brush the shadow of the knife, and buckle it directly on Wu Qiyuan's wrist. He just wanted to do it. Suddenly, another cold, killing intention swept over his back. A master appeared behind him. It's all about killing. This Wu family is really mean. Mr. Yi, be careful. Seeing the sudden figure, Wu Xiaoming changed his face and almost growled. He regretted that he could not help at all as a subordinate of Yi Chun. Yi Chun knows that there is no way to retreat. After some consideration, he can only use his 5 fingers as a sharp blade through Wu Qiyuan's wrist. In an instant, the blood shoots out. At the same time, the strong man behind him clapped on Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen's blood gas surges up, retreats at the same time, a smear of knife shadow across his chest. The dragon will swim. Although he avoided the fatal blow, his clothes had been torn. Even a bloodstain appeared on the chest. Yi Chen retreated to the corner, trembling. Inside the white T-shirt has been a trace of blood-dyed red part. The blood is dripping on the ground. In a mess. At the moment, can only use this word to describe Yi Chun. This is also the first time Yi Chen came out of Kunlun and bled for first time. The key is that he didn't expect that the owner of the Wu family would still keep a hand secretly. Moreover, the strength of that person is stronger than that of Wu Qiyuan. His eyes were fixed on the old man who suddenly appeared. Cold eyes, murderous gas boiling. Wu Qiyuan also looked at the old man beside him in surprise and said, Dad, you are not in the closed door. I will deal with this son. The old man waved his sleeve and snorted. Hum! If I don't come, you must be the ghost of this son. The whole Wu family was silent as soon as he said this. A silly lung in place. The old man asserted that Wu Qiyuan was not Yi Chen's opponent. The key old man also used the most despicable means to plot against Yi Chun. The old man took a deep look at Yi Chun and said in a cold voice, Boy, I admit that your strength is very strong, but it's not good to make trouble in my Wu family. I'll give you a chance. As long as you kneel down to the 3 corpses, count out 3 heads, and then abandon your cultivation, my Wu family is willing to let you go. The voice of the old man is very cold. Yi Chen smiled. He licked the blood of the corner of his mouth. The blood evil spirit on the body is more and more intense. He strides out step by step. That cold-eyed son is like the death god from hell. Go away! Yi Chen only spits out a word, and then let all the unexpected things happen. The old man ran at him. At the same time, a simple broken sword appeared in my hand. Cut Dragon Sword. Chapter 202. This sword was obtained by Yi Chun from Lu Hanzhuang. It's also the only spirit sword Yi Chun can see. Even if it is a broken sword, its power is still amazing. There's a trace of aura around. Yi Chen didn't intend to use a dragon sword against Wu Qiyuan from the beginning. But Wu family, this kind of under 3 abusive means, led him angry. Today, he will sacrifice the dragon sword with the blood of Wu family. The old man didn't expect such a disadvantageous situation. The boy dared to fight. He snorted coldly and clenched his fingers. The long knife on the ground directly sucked into his palm. He held it hard. Heaven has a way. You don't go. Hell has no door. You want to come? In this case, I will use your life to give the 3 Wu family a justice. As soon as the old man shook his long sword, his crisp weapon sounded. He waved it in front of him, and his saber chi overflowed. It's terrible. The old man glanced at Yi Chun and cut the long knife in his hand directly. A light radiant leaped into the sky, and the fierce saber chi chopped towards the figure. A broken sword is still a weapon. Ridiculous. The next second, a terrible momentum rushed over. The old man's smile completely solidified, because he felt a sword like destroying the heaven and the earth. It was like the tide. This kind of feeling actually let the heart produce a trace of fear. He didn't care about anything, and directly blocked it with his long knife in his hand. Sonorous. One sound. The knife in the old man's hand broke into pieces. The broken sword in Yi Chen's hand, tearing the air, with the sword meaning of destroying the withered and decaying, splits down horizontally. At this moment, the old man's back was wet through. A sense of death is spreading. The old man didn't care about everything, and he retreated directly behind him. Tear. It's too late. The sword spirit of the broken sword tore his chest clothes. Not only that, but also left a deep blood stain. And Yi Chen is like as 2 peas, even heavier. The old man stepped back more than 10 steps to stop, and even nearly fell to the ground. Wu Qiyuan wanted to help him, and was pushed away by the old man. The old man stabilized his figure, his eyes staring at the young man not far away. But the young man's eyes let him feel a trace of blood. What kind of look is that? Cool, cold. There's not a trace of human emotion. It's just like the ancient god. A moment ago, in the battle between Yi Chun and Wu Qiyuan, he found that although Yi Chen's strength was terrible, his power fist should not be able to compete with himself. But as soon as the sword was put out, the boy's power was enhanced to the extreme. I thought that the head-on confrontation, their own strength is enough to crush. But I didn't expect to fight head-on, and the other side saw intention completely crush himself. What's the origin of this boy? Just 1 year after he was closed to the outside world, this kind of monster was born in Jiangnan province? His eyes suddenly fell on the broken sword in Yi Chen's hands, and a trace of aura and evil spirit twined around the broken sword. This is the spirit sword, he almost exclaimed. He finally understood why his long knife was broken. Why can't we defeat ourselves? What is a qualification to meet with the spirit sword at this level? The old man's eyes with a trace of blazing heat obviously think it is the spirit sword that makes Yi Chen's strength rise to this point. If he gets this sword, his strength will certainly increase. At this time, Wu Qiyuan on one side also said, "Dad, this son has many secrets. He has the source of pills. If you take this son, the Wu family will surely go to the top." Wu Qiyuan even handed out a pill to the old man. The old man glanced at it, and his pupils contracted instantly. It was a fresh pill. Looking at Yi Chen again, he saw nothing but fanaticism. Only Wu family is entitled to the secret. The old man didn't care about the wound on his body. With 5 fingers grasping, a long knife appeared in his hand. He said to Yi Chen, "I'll take all the pills and spirit swords on your body." The next second, the old man's knee bent, suddenly released, like a tiger general toward Yi Chen. "Do you dare to spy on my Yi Chen's things? In that case, I'll take your life." Yi Chen's eyebrows are very calm. His fingertip, even lingering light airflow. The air current is attached to the broken sword, and there is a shadow. The eyes are cold. He just cut the sword just now. I want to try the power of this dragon sword. His strongest is not fist and strength. His real strength lies in his sword sense. The sword meaning of Kunlun Suzhong. In the blink of an eye, the old man has appeared in front of Yi Chen. The long knife in his hand falls rapidly, leaving a dead arc in the air. This knife is so fast that even the strong master can't avoid it. The old man's mouth cracked a smile. "Little thing, you can't provoke any Wudao family in Jiangnan province. I'll take your hands." At this time, the old man suddenly found something. He noticed Yi Chen, but the other side did not have the slightest fear, but showed a smile. That smile, like the devil from hell, with blood, it makes people feel cold to the extreme. "You shouldn't have offended me. Really not." Finished speaking. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. At the same time, the dragon sword in his hands burst out to the extreme. There was a flame between them. Yes, the flame. At this moment, not only the old man was confused, but all the people present were confused. They are ancient warriors. They have never seen such means. What's the origin of this boy? The flame of the broken sword burns the sky. What's the difference between Yi Chun at the moment and the god coming down to earth? At this moment, all of us feel that our hearts are burning endlessly with a flame. They can't even breathe. Wu Qiyuan bit his lips, trying to determine whether it was a dream, but the blood gushing out his mouth told him that it was not a dream. All this is true. Everyone's eyes are filled with unspeakable fear. This fear is eating them all over. The old man sensed something wrong and subconsciously wanted to run, but it was too late. He could only roar. Wu family all listen to orders. Kill this son with all one's strength. He has no choice. There's no chance of winning against a boy with the help of a magic sword. More is better than less. Wu Qiyuan and many experts of Wu family react to it and quickly plunder to Yi Chun, aiming to kill the whole Wu family. But they are not close to Yi Chun. Yi Chen's hand has condensed a sword meaning. The sword idea seems to split flame. With the power of Ling Lai in the sky, to the old man, I have a sword to cut your head off. Suddenly, a startling roar came out of Yi Chen's mouth. Locked in the old, as if to dodge. He felt a cold neck, subconsciously put out his hand to cover. Death like fireworks. Blood spray. Chapter 203. Pada! The old man's head fell directly on the ground. His pupils were ferocious, and his blood gradually stained the whole earth. At this moment, those strong Wu family stopped. They stared at the old man's head and headless body on the ground, and their breathing stops. The heart seems to burst. Master Wu is dead. The most terrible existence of Wu family is dead. In Jiangnan province, there are so many myths about Wu Laozi that he died in the hands of a young man. Sleeping trough. Wu Qiyuan saw this scene, but also subconsciously stepped back. His eyes shrink, and then look at Yi Chun, only frightened and afraid. The youth in front of me, as if standing high in the clouds, overlooking everything, is not at the same level as their Wu family. He had some regrets in his heart. Never should is to offend the boy in front of you. This person can destroy their Wu family by waving his hand. Wu Qiyuan suddenly looked at Wu Xiangming, and everything suddenly came to him. Why Wu Xiangming is willing to betray the Wu family and kill a strong man of Qin family is because of the youth behind him. Wu Xiangming has been giving Wu family a chance. If at the beginning with this layer of relationship, the Wu family successfully stood in line, no doubt on a huge ship, who could have thought that a broad road of Wu's family would be buried in his own hands like this? At this moment, Wu Qiyuan had a strong sense of regret in his heart. The five flavors are mixed. At present, even his father can't defeat this boy. What can he do? Kill Yi Chun? What did he kill with? Dream. In the distance, Wu Xianlan's beautiful eyes were startled. She covered her mouth with her hand and tried not to let her cry out, but she couldn't help it. Her legs were soft and her body was all wet. It was a fear of death. She knew this would happen. Why didn't they listen? All eyes were fixed on the young man, because this young man would decide the life and death of Wu family. Yi Chun takes back the dragon sword and carries his hand behind him. A strong breath covers the whole Wu family. Everybody in Wu family, get down on your knees. His voice turned into thunder and concussion, hitting the hearts and minds of Wu family. Plop. Yi Chun around those black strong, all kneel down. What choice can they have? What kind of fight do they take? Wu Xinlan's legs softened, and her face was pale. She also knelt down. There's only one Wu Qiyuan left on the field. The knee of the owner of Wu family represents the final dignity of Wu family. As soon as he kneels down, he represents Wu's official clothes. If I ask you to kneel, do you dare to kneel? Yi Chen's indifferent voice rings out. A little bit of pressure to cover. I can't help spitting out blood. Then the knee hit the ground hard. Kneel down, too. If he runs away, he may have a chance of survival. But seeing the old man beheaded, his deepest defense line has collapsed. Now, this scene is extremely frightening. Wu family was once regarded as the top martial arts family in Jiangnan province. Even though it declined, it was not the existence that ordinary people could contend with. But at the moment, all of them knelt down in front of a young man. incomparable submission. This is the jungle of Chinese martial arts. The rule of existence anywhere. Weak, no one pity, and the strong, all surrender. Mr. Yi, we know that we are wrong. Please spare our lives. Those strong people Wu family kowtow in order to survive. At this moment, they don't want any dignity. Just survive. Noisy. Yi Chen shot out a few wind blades in his hands, and the sharp blades directly penetrated the neck of those people. They didn't even have the right to struggle. They fell into a pool of blood directly. Wu Qiyuan's eyes shrunk. He didn't expect his son to kill so much without blinking an eye. Does he really want to destroy the whole Wu family? Yi Chen walks towards Wu Qiyuan step by step. When he comes to Wu Qiyuan, his steps stop. I once gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You shouldn't touch Wu Xiangming, let alone annoy me. Wu Qiyuan is very clear. According to young people's decisive killing, he will not survive. He's not going to beg for mercy. He raised his head and looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes and said, Yi Chen, what if you killed me? If you offend Tang Ao, you will still die. Although Tang Ao has 189 masters in China, this is the data of several years ago. As far as I know, he got a chance 2 years ago. The strength is soaring. Far from that you can resist, although you are very strong. But angry Tang Ao, you must not live 3 days. Ha ha, you talk too much. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and directly clasped Wu Qiyuan's neck. As soon as he wanted to start, a beautiful shadow came over and knelt down directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please spare my father's life. I'm willing to be a cow and a horse for you. It's Wu Xinlan. Wu Xinlan has a good figure, with an angel-like face, and some stars do not give way. The key to each other has a trace of martial spirit. To be a cow or a horse? Yi Chen Lightway. Yes, as long as Mr. Yi is willing to let go of my father, I am willing to serve Mr. Yi all my life. Wu Xinlan bit her teeth. She had no choice. She had enough confidence in her figure and appearance, hoping to save her father's life. Yi Chen glanced at Wu Xinlan and was extremely indifferent. Let go of Wu Qiyuan? No way. Click. Wu Qiyuan's neck was broken directly. Life is gone. Absolutely dead. This is Yi Chen's principle. Even if the Emperor Laozi comes, he can't let Wu Qiyuan go. Wu Xinlan saw her father's accident and sighed helplessly, but she didn't have much sorrow. All this is her father's fault. Although she hopes to save her father, it is obvious that Yi Chen is not her person. How can she listen to her opinions? Who will let go his enemy? Glancing at the body of Wu family, Yi Chen's sight falls on Wu Xinlan's body. It's cold, it's eroding. As long as he thought, the girl must die, he doesn't kill women, but he doesn't raise an enemy. Chapter 204. At this time, Wu Xiangming was afraid that even the innocent Wu Xinlan would suffer, so he quickly pleaded and said, Mr. Yi, Miss Yi is different from those Wu family members. When I had an accident, Miss Yi had been talking for me, and Miss Wu Qiyuan had been preventing Wu Qiyuan from dealing with Mr. Yi, and his subordinates implored Mr. Yi to let her die. Indeed, Wu Xinlan has been doing this, but her power is too small. Wu Qiyuan simply does not listen. You give me a reason not to kill you. Yi Chen Lightway. Wu Xinlan's beautiful eyes turned. Naturally, she wanted to live. She thought for a few seconds. She said decisively, First, my strength is not enough to kill you, and I will never kill you. Secondly, Wu family is my only force. Without Wu family, I am nothing. Third, although the Wu family has a general relationship with other families in Jiangnan province, as far as I know, there is still an umbrella in the capital. If I live, I can guarantee that you will not be threatened by the umbrella of Wu family or even the capital. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I. The hand agglomerates a drop of blood essence. You can accept this blood essence. Only in this way. I can let you go. Wu Xinlan looked at the drop of blood essence, bit her teeth, and said, Yes. The next second, blood essence shot into her eyebrow. Later, Yi Chen no longer cared about Wu Xinlan, but walked toward Wu Xiangming, who was seriously injured. When he came to Wu Xiangming, he looked at the wounded body. Yi Chen sighed. Wu Xiangming's bones were broken, and his face was swollen and twisted. He was beaten alive. It's a waste, man. Thank you for taking revenge on your subordinates, but you may not be able to serve you anymore. Wu Xiangming's eyes show a trace of determination and pain. I'm a disabled man. Let my subordinates live and die. Yi Chun condensed a genuine qi in his hands and pointed out that he was on top of Wu Xiangming's body. Then a warm current slowly penetrated into Wu Xiangming's four limbs. With me, Yi Chun, you can't be a waste man. Within 3 days, you will recover. Wu Xiangming felt the warm current and found that his injuries had been reduced by a lot. His eyes are wide, don't know what Yi Chun is doing now. Not long. Yi Chun stood up and said to Wu Xinlan, "Prepare paper and pen for me." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Wu Xinlan quickly went to the room to get some paper and pens. Then Yi Chun wrote down a prescription and told Wu Xinlan, "You should go to the best Chinese medicine store in Jiangnan province to get the medicine according to prescription and decoct Wu Xiangming 3 times a day. Because Wu Xiangming can't move, he can only stay here. You are responsible for the next few days." Master Wu used to practice with me, and he was half a master of Xinlan. Xinlan naturally tried his best. Wu Xinlan hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "Mr. Yi, don't you really need to send Mr. Wu to the hospital? The equipment in the hospital may be better. My Wu family just knows a miracle doctor." Words have not finished. Each in a wave of sleeves, no doubt the language airway. In front of me, no one is qualified to be called a miracle doctor. Yi Chun explained a few words to Wu Xiangming and left. He believed that Wu Xinlan would deal with the follow-up affairs of Wu family. But Wu's family was destroyed by him. It is estimated that some people in Jiangnan province will not be able to sleep today. The SUV just came back to Yi Villa in the distance. He took a look, and soon the window opened. Eng Qing appeared in his sight. "Mr. Yi." Yi Chun nodded, guessing that it should be Zhong Weishan that side of the result, then opened the door, came inside. The space inside is spacious, similar to a mobile workstation. 2 computers are running, and Lei Shuwei is among them. Yi Chun sat down and said, "Has Zhong Weishan simulated the portrait?" Lei Shuwei nodded and handed over a photo in his hand. According to Zhong Weishan's memory, the person in this photo should be 90% similar to mysterious man who appeared in the Yunhu Villa case. Yi Chun took the photo and glanced at it. There was something wrong with his face. In the last portrait, he couldn't find much, but when he saw this 3-dimensional composite photo, he found that the mysterious man was somewhat like his mother. It's just that their temperament is quite different. One is gentle, and the other is indifferent. This man's eyes with incomparable arrogance and bullying, as if no one can enter his eyes. Lei Shuwei naturally saw Yi Chun's reaction. He explained, "Some experts in the Academy of Sciences of Dragon Spirit think that this person and your mother should be related by blood. In addition, we also found this person's information through the database comparison of Dragon Spirit." Yi Chun was stunned. His eyes shot out like a sword and said solemnly, "What's his name? Where is he? I want to see this man at once." Lei Shuwei shook his head, but there was some helplessness on his face. Only one information can be found in the database of Dragon Soul. That is his name, Jiang Jianfeng. The rest of the information is blank, and I checked this person through the dark net and other channels, without any substantive information. This person's information should be completely protected. Yi Chun read the name in his mouth and frowned more and more. Jiang Jianfeng, my mother's name is Jiang Perong. Her surname is Jiang, and she is so similar. It seems that there is really something to do with it. In Yi Chun's impression, his mother is gentle and generous. Her personality is almost perfect, and she has always been in love with her father. But there is one thing. Since he was a child, he has been a thorn in his heart. That is, he had no grandparents and never met his mother's friends or relatives. When he was a child, he asked his mother, who always said with a smile that she was born in a small village far away from home. The topic is always shifted by the father at this time. It's like parents don't want to touch the sad past. He also noticed countless times that his mother would be staring at the sky in a daze, tears in the corners of her eyes. It's painful and painful. And now, Yichen found that he was following the case of the Yunhu villa, layer by layer to remove the white fog, and caught a big net. Under the big net is a dust-laden past for many years. These years of confusion, all in one. Why did the unknown dragon master in the capital destroy the Yi family in Yunhu villa? Why were the parents' bodies taken away? Who is this man named Jiang Jianfeng? Where's the north where mother's eyes reach? What happened to my parents? At the moment, there is an evil spirit all over the body of Yi Chun, because the anger against Wu family has not disappeared just now, which is more powerful. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the car changed. Lei Shuwei and Ying Qing tried their best to resist this momentum, but was no use at all to them. It is like a pair of big hands mercilessly holding their throat. As long as Yichen thinks, they will die. Chapter 205. Mr. Yi, Ying Qing couldn't help saying, if it goes on like this, he and the chief will have an accident. Yi Chun, this just relaxed god, hastily asked her in the momentum on the body. I was a little distracted just now. Yi Chun explains. Then he thought of something. He looked at Lei Shuwei and asked, what is the specific situation of Jiang Jianfeng's information being completely protected? Mr. Huaxia, there are only two ways that information can be completely protected. First, this person's identity is extremely special for Huaxia, and Mr. Ye's information is also completely protected. Second, he came from a special martial arts family in China. Yi Chen nods. He speculates that it should be the latter. At the moment, he still has a few doubts in his heart. Since Jiang Jianfeng comes from the Wu Dao family, why does his mother have no martial arts foundation? At that time, you didn't even have the qualification to protect your life. Moreover, at present, the family behind the mother should not be weak. And the other party obviously knows about the Cloud Lake Villa. Now that you know, why don't you do it at the time of the tragedy? You're going to take your parents' body for a ride? In fact, there's another message. I don't know whether to tell Mr. Yi. Lei Shuwei hesitated. Yichen raises a head. Mao's sun shoots out a cold light. Say. Lei Shuwei clenched his teeth and said, the Ninth Master China is also called Jiang Jianfeng. Bang. Hearing this sound, Yichen's heart seems to be hit by a heavy hammer. Number 9 in the list of Chinese masters. What's the concept? It's almost the top strong in China. This period of time, Yichen killed some of the strong. He is sure to be able to enter the top 200. The real strength may be around 150. However, if he is allowed to face the existence of the 9th place in the list of Chinese masters, he is very clear that there is no doubt that he will be defeated. But he has the existence of Reincarnation Cemetery. Now the second tombstone can be activated. Even the third one has already had a slight reaction. When he stepped on the capital and faced Jiang Jianfeng, what did he count? Even if it is the first person on the list of Chinese masters standing in front of him, Yichen is not afraid at all. Behind those strong men, there may be a top martial arts family in China. Hundreds of the strong. And Yi Chun, but standing behind 100 ancient great powers. Crush all living beings. Yichen suddenly burst out of strong self-confidence, looked at Lei Shuwei and Ying Qing and ordered, if you find any news about Jiang Jianfeng, you must tell me at the first time. Good, Mr. Yi. Is there anything else? Yichen asked. At this time, Ying Qing opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, there is one more thing. Do you remember the people who were killed in Jiangqing at that time? Yichen thought about it and nodded. Remember? Why? These people don't give up and come to China to look for me. Ying Qing shook his head. During this period of time, news came from the island side that the Wu Emperor Society might take action against China in the near future. I doubt that these people will do harm to Mr. Yi. Yichen sneered. The voice is incomparably indifferent. Open the car door directly, Light Wei. If this Wu Huang Society dare to step into China, I will let them feel what is fear. Finish saying. The door closes, leaving only Lei Shuwei and Ying Qing breathing sound. At the same time, the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Tang Ao stayed up all night. Originally, this year is a happy day. His 60th birthday is also in the near future. As a result, Who could have thought that during this period of time? I don't know why. The situation in Jiangnan province has become like this. Even his precious son is dead. The key is to find people in the whole city, but we can't find the murderer. In fact, some people found that the back is Yi-chun. After all, he has been outside, but those people just want to tell the superior they were killed by the strong men in the dark hall behind them. Although Yi-chun said that he didn't need the protection of the Dark Palace, the king of Nanjiang, Yi Lingtian, had been quietly wiping his ass for Yi-chun. This is also a subordinate should do. It is because of the Dark Hall. Tang Ao all day, no good news. He's almost crazy. Pah! Tang Ao clapped his palm on the table, and even more scolded the people of the Martial Arts Association. Are you all fucking rubbish? Searched the whole Jiangnan province to find a few boys with similar figure. I want a killer, not these things. The people under the stage were livid, and no one dared to speak. Tang Ao suppressed his anger and continued. I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't find again, everyone will get out of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province. Hearing this, everyone took a breath. Tang Ao's outrage was ultimately borne by them. At this time, a vice president concerned, Don't be angry, President Tang. In a few days is your 60th birthday. We will give you an account before this. Tang Ao was even more angry. Don't mention anything about the 60th birthday of Laozi. My son is gone. Even his head is not found. Life fart. I can't live my 60th birthday this year. When the words fell, an old man stood up and said, President Tang, you can't make it. Haven't you noticed that it hasn't been going well recently? The Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province has been in trouble. First, Yuan Jingfu, then several other vice presidents have disappeared. And then there's been an accident with a good nephew. President Tang didn't find that his hands were pushing everything forward. Hearing this god's nagging words, Tang Ao eased up a bit, took a serious look at the old man and asked, What do you want to explain? The old man said solemnly, President Tang, this year is a year of Benming. Everything must go wrong in this year. The only way to break through this evil situation is to have a rush of joy, and the most suitable way now is undoubtedly the 60th birthday. The ancient warriors themselves believed in this metaphysical thing. Heard the old man's words, Tang Ao nodded. So calculate, his fortune really need to change. If it goes on like this, he can't bear it. He hesitated for a few seconds and then said, Listen to Run Lao. You can do it according to your birthday. If you don't break this evil situation, you will be in trouble. All of a sudden, a martial arts association staff rushed in, holding a box in his hand. President Tang, just now a man sent this box in, saying that he must give it to you, and that he wished you 60 years in advance. Tang Ao, mouth-sonic and congealed, swept that box, quite exquisite. He nodded away. Put it down. Every year on his birthday, some people will send various things in order to keep up with him. I didn't expect that this year. Some ants moved so quickly that staff just want to put down the box. Tang Ao nose tipped slightly a smell, unexpectedly smelled a trace of special smell. He changed his mind and ordered, Bring it here. Yes, the staff carefully put the box on the table in front of Tang Ao. Tang Ao stretched out his hand and opened it directly with a trace of curiosity. The next second, everyone's eyes filled with panic. Breath stopped. That staff member is to sit on the ground, one buttock. Whole body is wet, and Tang Ao is more miserable. He was so bloody that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, pale to the extreme, only because the so-called gift is his son's head, extremely ferocious head. Chapter 206. Tang Ao actually noticed that the gift was not right at the beginning, but I didn't think anyone would dare to send his son's head to the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province. The key is the birthday of your 60th birthday. Threat. A naked threat. This is to make him unable to live his 60th birthday. Poof. Think of here. Tang Ao spit out a mouthful of blood again. Although he is very strong, the chairman of Wudao Association in Jiangnan, but no one has ever dared to threaten him like this. President. Those people from the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province rushed to help Tang Ao, only to be pushed away by Tang Ao. Pah! Tang Aoqiang endured the pain of the body, a blow on a wall. This is the only way he can vent his anger at present. Bang! A load-bearing wall, even directly interrupted by Tang Ao. Countless bricks and stones fly out. The smoke and dust billow in the whole conference room. The next second, Tang Ao sees the gift to send the staff. Is his body hanging in the air? Tell me, who sent this thing and where he went? The staff member was so scared that he could hardly speak. He pointed to the outside and said in a trembling voice, "He's wearing sunglasses to Chongbang Road." Bang! The staff were thrown out directly, smashed on the wall, and spit out a mouthful of red blood. Almost dead. At the same time, the meeting room a gust of wind. Tang Ao directly rushed out, with his towering anger. Half an hour later, Tang Ao came back with a black face, his eyes full of blood. It's absolutely terrifying. Tang Ao took a deep breath, looked at the crowd, and said, "It seems that the boy is declaring war on me. Good, good. I want to see who laughs last." Just then, the telephone on the desk rang. This phone call usually rings only when something big happens in Jiangnan province. Tang Ao mouthed on some hesitation. Not even the thought of reaching out. He is really afraid. There are too many things happening in Jiangnan province these days. He didn't have the courage to answer the call. The key is that so many things have happened around him. He can't find the focus at all. It's like a punch on a ball of cotton. Sometimes he even thought, when did the weather change in Jiangnan province begin? After a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up the phone. "I'm Tang Ao. What can I do for you?" Soon, Tang Ao's face changed, and her eyes were covered with a trace of cold. His lips trembled slightly, facing the humanity of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Wu family in Jiangnan Province has been destroyed. 1 second. 2 seconds. The meeting room, quiet and terrible. There's no breath. Everyone's eyes widen, just like sculpture, stupidly standing in place. Hiss. When the reaction came over, everyone took a cold breath. Wu's family was killed. Sleeping trough. This was the top family in Jiangnan province, although these years have declined. But there are Wu Qiyuan and Mr. Wu In who dares to destroy Wu family. Even if 10,000 people didn't believe it, it happened. The key point is that it's weird. Yesterday, the son of Tang Ao was beheaded. Today, Wu family in Jiangnan province was destroyed. Will the weather change in Jiangnan province? Tang Ao glanced at the people and said, "If I didn't guess, the person who killed Wu family should be the same as the one who killed my son." He almost ignored the rules of Jiangnan province and almost challenged the martial arts circles in Jiangnan province. From now on, all families and forces in Jiangnan province are on emergency alert. Search all over the city for the man in the back. What's more, we don't know his name at present. Let's call a hunter. From today on, the martial arts and Taoism circles in Jiangnan province are enemies to hunters. I want to see who hunts whom. The last few words were almost roared by Tang Ao. Mingtsue Villa. Yichen just lies on the sofa. The telephone then called. He is Ma Weiqi of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province. Yichen mouth outlines a smile, light way. Tang Ao received something? Ma Weiqi's mouth slightly twitched, nodded. Received. He also vomited 2 mouthfuls of old blood on the spot. This is the first time I have known Tang Ao for so many years. So embarrassed. However, Mr. Yi, you should be prepared. Because he can't find you, Tang Ao is more and more angry. He even gives you a code name called Hunter. He even threatened that martial arts and Taoism in Jiangnan province are enemies of hunters. Things are really getting bigger and bigger. Do you want Mr. Yi to stop the hunter? It's kind of interesting. Yichen was in a good mood and said, "Is Tang Ao's birthday party still held?" Ma Weiqi nodded. "It should be held, Mr. Yi. Do you really want to do that? Can something happen after all? Tang Ao's current strength is likely to advance dozens of Chinese masters, and there will be many strong ones at that time. You are too extreme to frighten others." Yichen sneered. "I want to tell all people in Jiangnan province that day, those who block me die. Death is not worth cherishing." The phone hung up. Yichen looks at the time and finds that Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxia haven't come back yet. He simply took out the dragon sword. Today in Wu's family, he witnessed the power of the dragon sword. What's more, it's just a broken sword. Broken sword has such power. If it is recast, it will be terrible. Yichen doesn't know how to refine weapons. But in part of the information Luo Yintian gave him, there's the method of recasting broken sword. He touched the sword of chopping dragon, and a faint evil spirit overflowed. Before touching it, the palm of his hand was cut. Although I have a recasting method, I need a lot of materials and some troubles, but Yi Lingtian should be able to handle most of them. At present, the most difficult thing is the main material of this sword. I don't know what material it is made of. Yichen murmured. Words fall. Yichen found what? His eyes panned with a trace of cold. I said not to let you step into the villa. At this time, a beautiful shadow appeared in front of Yichen. It is Lu Hanzhuang of Xuemei Hall. Lu Hanzhuang's black hair, like ink, runs down her waist. Under her green eyebrows, she has a pair of long and thick eyelashes. Her nose is high and narrow, with a trace of indifference. She is such a station. It is like a bud of cold plum. Let people have the desire to conquer. Lu Hanzhuang looked at Yichen for a few seconds and said, I just want to tell you that Xuemei Hall won't do anything to you for a short time. I've suppressed the news. But if this matter spreads to the headquarters of Xuemei Hall in the capital city, I may not be able to suppress it with my strength. Yichen is young. Mao Sun has a very interesting look at Lu Hanzhuang. Between the words, Yichen can feel that Lu Hanzhuang's position in Xuemei Hall should not be low. Otherwise, according to the power of the Blood Plum Hall, they must have sent people pursue and kill themselves endlessly. Chapter 207. Seeing that Yichen did not speak, Lu Hanzhuang's sight fell on the broken sword in his hand. She knew it. Yichen, are you going to recast this sword? Just now, Yichen didn't get rid of Lu Hanzhuang for the first time. After all, he got the sword from Lu Hanzhuang. Maybe the opponent knows something about this sword. Yichen opened his mouth and said, Lu Hanzhan, where did you get this sword? Lu Hanzhuang's beautiful eyes stare at Yichen. Instead of answering, she says, if you want me to answer, yes, I want to know one thing. Yichen is a little angry. How dare this woman bargain with him? Although he doesn't kill a woman, he can also make her regret. But for the moment, in order to recast the sword, he did not dispute with her for the time being. Say it. Wu family extermination and Tang Ao's son being beheaded have nothing to do with you. As a member of Xuemei Hall, Lu Hanzhan naturally knows what happened in Jiangnan province these days. Seeing the back in the picture, she thought of Yichen for the first time. Although Yichen's strength is very strong, it is not so easy for him to destroy the Wu family. This is also the biggest doubt in her heart. I killed it. Yichen's voice falls slowly. It's like talking about an ordinary little thing. He thought the other party was going to ask about something extraordinary. Although Lu Hanzhuang has psychological preparation, but in hearing Yichen's own admission, still can't help but take a breath of cool air. Even look at Yichen's eyes have become a little creepy. The boy's strength is so strong that he easily killed the top family in Jiangnan province. Lu was relieved. Fortunately, she didn't have any hatred with him. So you are the hunter who makes many forces in Jiangnan province. Scared it seemed that you killed a strong man of Xuemei Hall without fear that day. In my opinion, it was a big thing. But in your eyes, maybe it was just a small matter. Lu Hanzhuang said to himself, Now you know. Is it time to tell me about the dragon sword? Yichen opened his mouth. Dragon sword? Lu Hanzhuang woke up and took a look at the broken sword. She knew that it was the name Yichen had given to the sword. She said directly, This sword was obtained by accident when I killed people in the first place. Before my life, I hid this sword very well. I knew that it was very valuable, so I always kept it on me. Over the years, I have been investigating the origin of this sword, and I finally have some features. She looked at Yichen and found that the other side was staring at him with great interest. It seems that this sword was given right. She went on to say, This sword was made by Zhu Hongxi, a famous swordsman 200 years ago. For 3 years, he devoted all his efforts to the sword. However, when the sword was made, he was also bitten back and did not survive. After that, the sword disappeared. No one knew where it had gone or whose hand it had fallen into until I found it. However, at that time, the sword was already a broken sword. I had thought about finding someone to recast this sword, but it needed too much. Even now, none of the swordsmen in China can compare with Zhu Hongxi. Then I put on hold. Yi Chun, if you want to recast this sword, I can give you an effective message. The main materials used by Zhu Hongxi to make this sword are extremely rare. You may not find a second one in all over China, but Zhu Hongxi's descendants actually have materials left over from the original forging of this sword. Yi Chun was happy and quickly asked, "Where are the descendants of Zhu Hongxi?" Lu Hanzhuang's beautiful eyes turned light way. "Jiangnan province, Zhu family." Hearing these words, Yi Chun thought of Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan of Jiangcheng for the first time. If he remembers correctly, the Jiangqing Zhu family is an offshoot of the Zhu family in Jiangnan province. But isn't Zhu family a family of traditional Chinese medicine? How did you start casting swords? As if aware of Yi Chun's doubts, Lu Hanzhuang explained. On the surface, Zhujia in Jiangnan province is the largest herbal medicine manufacturer in southeast China, and it is also a famous family of traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, it is not so simple. The medicine business is just the existence of Zhu family. It seems that people and animals are harmless to Zhu family in Jiangnan province, but in fact, those top Wudao families dare not to offend them. Do you know why? Lu Hanzhuang looks at Yi Chun's puzzled color. The corner of his mouth slightly raises. Yi Chun did not speak. Lu Hanzhuang continued. The ancestors of the Zhu family forged personal weapons for countless powerful people. Only this relationship is inside. Who dares to move the Zhu family? After saying this, there was a sudden movement outside the door. It was obvious that Xia Ruoshu and son Yi were back. "I'm gone. You can do it yourself." Lu Hanzhuang disappears directly in Yi Chun's sight. After a while, the door opened. Sonny took a look at Yi Chun on the sofa, then looked around and asked, "Zaya Kenzie, why did I hear a girl's voice outside just now?" Xia Ruoshu also frowned at the house to scan a few eyes, did not find anyone. "You don't sneak a woman in the villa." Yi Chun laughed and looked at the second daughter. "Since the villa came in, you two beauties, do I still need to bring women in?" Son Yi and Xia Ruoshu blushed. "You are poor, but you are telling the truth." Yi Chun and ER knew chatted for a long time, then went to the balcony on the third floor, smoked a cigarette, and dialed Zhu Ren's phone. It is estimated that Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan should still be in the Diren Hall. Soon, the phone went through. "Mr. Yi?" There came Zhu Ren's respectful voice. "Well, Mr. Zhu, how are you recently?" "Thanks to Mr. Ye's constant care and good health. By the way, I heard that Mr. Yi has gone to Jiangnan province. We can get together some other day." Yi Chun is young, even busy way. "You also in Jiangnan province?" "It is. In recent days, it is a clan meeting of Zhu family in Jiangnan province. Zixuan and I are in Zhu family in Jiangnan province." Yi Chun heart of joy, even busy way. "Don't another day now where are you, I will come to find you." Zhu Ren's face changed slightly. Although he was strange, he set up a tea house near Zhu's house in Jiangnan province and sent the address to Yi Chun. Half an hour later, tea room. When Yi Chun arrives at the box, he finds that Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan have already arrived. "Mr. Yi," they said respectfully. Yi Chun nodded, sat down, exchanged a few words with two people, then said the matter of cutting dragon sword. Of course, some important contents are omitted. Zhu Ren, a little surprised, asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want the materials for casting swords?" "Yes, it's not to want, it's to be." Yi Chun can't hold a broken sword all the time, whether it's for now or for the future. The sword must be recast. Chapter 208. Zhu Ren thought for a moment and then said, "Mr. Yi, a sword-casting genius has indeed been born in Zhu's family. I've heard about the sword-casting materials you mentioned, but it's a treasure given by Zhu family, which is unlikely to be given to outsiders. What's more, this thing should be in the charge of the present Zhu clan leader. This Zhu clan chief has a hot temper. It's impossible to take anything from him. But since Mr. Yi needs it so much, I will try my best to find out. If it is not successful, I hope Mr. Yi will not mind. Zhu Ren did not expect Yi Chun to even dare to spy on the treasure. The material for forging the sword is not ordinary. Otherwise, the Zhu family could not have been guarding for hundreds of years. Now Yi Chen's move is undoubtedly a predator. Seeing Zhu's dilemma, Yi Chen said, Mr. Zhu, if I exchange pills or other valuable things, will the patriarch agree? Big families are all interested in the existence of interests. As long as there are enough interests, the stubborn mouth will be pried. This... Zhu Ren hesitated. What Yi Chen said is not unreasonable. If Yi Chen really wants to get that thing, this method may not be completely impracticable. And he knew that Yi Chen had a big secret. Maybe there was something that could make the patriarch's heart beat. Well, Mr. Yi, I'd like to introduce you. However, it's a clan association recently, which may not be successful. Moreover, I don't have a high status in the Zhu family in Jiangnan province if the patriarch does not see you. There is no way to... Yi Chen nodded. I don't ask for it. I'm old with Lao Zhu. 10 minutes later, Zhujia in Jiangnan province. Surrounded by Chinese architecture, the villa group is opened. In the middle of the villa group is a huge garden square. Looking at the whole Jiangnan province, this is definitely a big deal. Because it is a clan association, the Zhu family is very lively. Zhu Ren took Yi Chun for a long time before he came to a gate. Then he said to Yi Chun, Mr. Yi, wait a moment. I'll go and have a look. After that, Zhu Ren went over and said to the two strong men standing outside the door, Two adults, I'm Zhu Ren of the side department of Jiangqing. I have something important to report to the clan leader, and please report it to you. The two men released their momentum, glanced at Zhu Ren, and said in a cold voice, What's the matter? Just talk to us. Zhu Ren thought about it and said, I'm going to introduce a talented young man to the patriarch. Please inform me. The two people's first sight fell on Yi Chen's body not far away. Although Yi Chen's temperament is extraordinary, he is really too young. Even if the identity is not ordinary, it should be the elders behind to see the patriarch. This is obviously a little contemptuous. Therefore, the two people directly refused. Zhu Ren, what are you doing with an outsider to Zhu's family recently? There are more important things in it. The patriarch. That's it. Go away. Although they were gatekeepers, they didn't pay attention to Zhu Ren at all, and their attitude was very tough. Zhu Ren knew it would be the result. He said thanks and went back to Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, I don't think we can see that one today. Why don't you go back today? And when I see the patriarch, I will report it to him. Yi Chun nods. This is the family behind Zhu Ren. He doesn't need to make trouble. When Yi Chun was ready to leave, the gate opened and a girl came out. The girl is about 20 years old. She is tall and peach, light and graceful. Black hair such as paint, skin like jade, beautiful eyes flow. Between a frown and a smile reveals an indescribable charm. She is like a budding peony, beautiful but not demon, gorgeous and not vulgar, charming. Zhu Zixuan noticed Yi Chen's eyes and said in a low voice, Mr. Yi, you should have heard of the three beauties in Jiangnan province. Yi Chen nods. He remembers that Xia Ruoxue is one of them. I don't know who judged it, but with Xia Ruoxue's appearance and figure, she is really a great country in Jiangnan province. Zhu Zixuan continued. In addition to Miss Xia, you know, there are two people, and the woman who came out is one of them. Her name is Jia. In terms of seniority, she should be called Aunt Ya. Although she has a large generation, she should be only 1 or 2 years older than Mr. Yi. Zhuya is very skillful in dealing with people and things. In Jiangnan province, Zhuya is widely praised. Not only that, Zhuya has a high status in the Zhu family in Jiangnan province, and even the clan leaders sometimes have to listen to this person's opinions. Oh, Yi Chen does not have too big mood fluctuation, but the eyes actually looked at each other several minutes. At this time, Zhu Ren thought of something and interposed. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that if this person would like to see you, maybe you could do that. But Zhuya has a strange temper, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to see her. Words fall. Zhuya has come to this side, light-footed. When they came to Yi Chun and Zhu Ren, they stopped. Mamo seemed to find something interesting. They held out their hands directly and said with a smile, "Yi Chun? What?" At this moment, Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan are confused. Who could have thought that Zhuya, who was so tall, knew Yi Chun? And say hello? Not far away. The two gatekeepers are also staring at Yi Chun, completely an incredible look. Not only they, but even Yi Chun felt something was wrong. He didn't remember seeing this man. Even though he had a little reputation in Jiangqing, it was Jiangnan province. Yi Chun did not stretch out his hand, the eyes staring at the girl in front of him. Some doubts. Zhuya laughed and said, "I've heard of you for a long time. I've heard your name all the time. Bailey Ice is highly respected for you. I was thinking about asking you out for a drink. I didn't think it was such a coincidence today." Yi Chun suddenly realized. It seems that the relationship between Beilabeng and Zhuya is extraordinary. Yes, Beilabeng is in Jiangqing, but her background is very special. His father, Bai Lixiong, is also the commander-in-chief of the military region, and it is normal to know Zhuya at this level. Chapter 209. Zhuya took a look at Yi Chun, and her beautiful eyes flowed. She said, "It's still early now. How about a cup of coffee? I've never invited a boy to have coffee before. It's not a gentleman to refuse a girl." Zhuya said this because the man in front of her was full of curiosity. Originally, Yi Chen's identity will not let her have the slightest interest. Even if Yi Chen Wu Road is very strong and is the first person in Jiangqing, it is nothing in her eyes. But from Bai Li Bing's words, she knew a lot about Yi Chun. Yi Chun is the chief instructor of Dragon Spirit, the youngest major general in China. It is impossible for the leader above to make such absurd decisions under pressure without any reason. Obviously, Yi Chun is worth the effort, worth his lonely throw. As for why, that's what she's interested in. She even sent someone to investigate Yi Chun comprehensively. 5 years ago, a piece of rubbish that everybody spurned. 5 years later, let the strong dragon spirit suppress and submit. Where has Yi Chun gone in these 5 years? Good. Yi Chun naturally won't refuse. According to Zhu Zixuan, Zhuya is the only way to get the materials of the dragon sword. Shortly after, they arrived on the second floor of a cafe. The environment is very quiet. Sit face to face. Zhuya stirred the coffee in front of her and said, "If you come to Zhu's house, you should have what you want." Yi Chun Mao's son to coagulate. Curiously way, "You this poor is direct, in case not?" These days, it's a clan meeting of the Zhu family. There will only be people from the Zhu family around here. But if you are here now, doesn't it mean that you have something to ask from the Zhu family? I've always been so straightforward in my work. If you can help me with anything, I'll do my best even for the sake of Bailey Ice. Since the other side is so direct, Yi Chun doesn't intend to beat around the bush, saying, "I know that you Zhu family once cast a sword. I need the raw materials of this sword." Zhuya's eyes were not surprised. She took a sip of coffee gracefully and said, "My Zhu family used to be a sword-casting family. It's good, but we have made thousands of swords. I don't know which sword material you need." The next second, Yi Chen's hand will appear to cut the dragon's sword. As soon as the sword of chopping the dragon comes out, a spirit overflows. There is even a touch of evil spirit. Pada! Jiwei's coffee falls on the ground. The coffee even faded into her white dress. In her beautiful eyes, the splendor rippled, staring at the dragon's sword. That beautiful face is full of surprise, shock. Broken Xian sword. How can it appear in your hands? Zhuya can't help but cry out. Subconsciously, she reaches out to grab Yi Chen's sword, but is stopped by Yi Chun. "I have a habit. There is only one person who touches my sword. That is the dead." The cold voice sounded. Can't help but let Zhuya shiver, completely awake. Looking at Yi Chun again, her eyes had a trace of fear and said, "Yi Chun, I'm really sorry. This sword is very important to my Zhu family, so I'm so disrespectful. The Zhu family has been looking for this sword for 100 years. But unexpectedly, the broken Xian sword came out and turned into a broken sword. Her great-grandfather once left a sentence before his death. The broken Xian came out. The emperor returned. She tried to calm herself down and then said seriously, Yi-chun, would you like to give this sword to Zhu family? I Zhu family is willing to take it at any price. Any, not less than 2 billion renminbi. Perhaps it is not sincere enough. Zhuya continued. On the basis of this price, you can also make other conditions, even if my Zhu family owes you a favor. Zhu family's human relations almost can protect any strong one's life. It's worth more than 2 billion. At the moment, Zhuya even forgot what Yi-chun just asked, because this sword is too important for Zhu family. Yi-chun Mao's sun cold come down. Refuse Wei. I do not lack money, you should know. What's more, in my opinion, the friendship of Zhu's family is worthless. He didn't like people peeping at him, no matter what the relationship between the sword and Zhu family was. Now it belongs to him, and no force can be deprived of it. Zhuya heard Yi Chen's arrogant words and frowned. Dare to say that Zhu family's human relations are worthless. It is estimated that only the youth in front of them, although she was a little angry in her heart, she still laughed. Yi-chun, maybe I am a little excited today. I apologize to you. The terms I just offered can be discussed at any time. You have 10 days to think about it. What's more, you just mentioned that it's impossible to want the raw materials of this sword. For the Zhu family, this is a kind of faith. Before, she took the initiative to invite Yi-chun to drink coffee. In fact, she really wanted to make friends with Yi-chun and want to understand Yi-chun more comprehensively. But now the appearance of this sword has changed everything. Any interest and emotions in front of this sword cannot be mentioned. Yi-chun is far less valuable than this sword. Yi-chun stood up, glanced at Zhuya, and said, It seems that there is no room to talk about this matter. In this case, I'm leaving. When Yi-chun is ready to turn around and leave, bang! A loud noise came directly. The next second, the glass window will break. A high-speed bullet shot at Zhuya's eyebrows. All this happened between the electric light and Flint. Zhuya felt the cold crisis climb up her body. She wanted to dodge. It was too late. Her pupils dilate. Just then, a stream of air swept in. The strong air wave even overturned the whole table. And the strong wind blew her cheek. A pair of hands in her eyebrows. It's Yi-chun. All this happened so fast that Zhuya's brain is blank now. Yi-chun's hand spread out. Ding! A bullet landed directly on the table. Zhuya is completely clear. She reacts to everything in an instant. She is assassinated. If there was no Yi-chun, she would surely die. However, Yi-chun unexpectedly picked up the bullet of high-speed sniper gun. What's the concept? The best ancient warrior can catch the bullet, right? But it is absolutely impossible to be as relaxed as Yi-chun. What's more strange is that Yi-chun was several meters away from him just now. A sense of fear crept into her mind. Not from bullets. It comes from the cold and arrogant young man in front of him. No longer thinking about it, Zhuya dialed a phone call. Her eyes turned cold, and she only said, I was sniped in Tate coffee shop. Within 10 minutes. Bring the killer to me, or your body will appear in front of me. The phone hung up. Then, Zhuya looked at Yi-chun and said gratefully, Thank you. I owe you a favor. If you didn't... Yi-chun did not pay attention to each other's plans. Directly put the pocket to the outside. When preparing to go downstairs, I dropped a word. Your kindness is nothing to me. Chapter 210. Hearing Yi-chun's words, Zhuya was stunned at the spot. Her human feelings are worthless? How many dignitaries and young masters of top families want to please themselves? It turns out that this kid doesn't care at all. If you change to other people, she must think that the other side is trying to get, but what she sees from Yi-chun's eyes is only disdain. Yes, just disdain. She thinks she's going crazy. No one had ever made her feel so upset. She sat on the sofa beside her, closed her eyes, rubbed her temples with her right hand, as if waiting for something. 10 minutes later, two Zhou's men came to Zhuya with a broken man. Miss, the man has come. Kneel down. They forced the man to the ground. At the moment, Zhuya seems to have changed into a person. She looks at the man in front of her and says, Why kill me? Who sent you? I have only these 2 questions. The man looked up at Zhuya. His eyes were full of blood. and he said a few strange words in his mouth. Hearing this, Zhuya's face changed slightly. It seems that the Southeast Asian people, the other party, broke the contract first. We Zhu family just used some means. So soon we can't hold our breath? If it wasn't for Yi Chun, I might have fallen into the hands of you guys. I hate threats. We Zhu family hate threats very much. Zhuya held out his hand, and a strong man of Zhu family realized something and handed the dagger to Zhuya. The next second, the dagger disappears. Zhuya's hand was gently wiped in front of the man. In an instant, the pupil of that Southeast Asian is enlarged, and he looks at Zhuya in front of him in horror. He had no idea that a beautiful woman would kill like this. Bang! His body fell into a pool of blood. Another master, Zhu handed a towel carefully. Zhuya took the towel, wiped her hands carefully, and then ordered, first, the body should be disposed of. Second, send the masters of Zhu's family to Southeast Asia by plane all night. No matter who they are, none of them will stay. She pressed her lips, her face full of resentment. Dare to offend her. The general end is only one. That is death. Yes, miss. Yi Chen went out of the coffee shop and called Xiao Deng directly to ask him to pick him up. While waiting at the intersection, he was surprised to find that there were several strong breath around him. It seems that the strength of the Zhu family is really extraordinary. In the past, I thought that Zhu's family was just doing some medicine business, but I didn't expect that there was such an inside story behind it. It seems that the water in Jiangqing is not so shallow. Maybe Wujia is just one of the small fish. In the deepest place, there must be a giant crocodile. Chen's car stopped in front of Yi. Xiao Deng went to the villa. Mr. Yi, the chief executive asked me to remind you that there is no important thing due to the severe turbulence in Jiangnan province recently. You better not go out, or you won't be in trouble. Xiao Deng warned as he drove. Yi Chen did not speak and closed his eyes. It's a few days before Tang Ao's 60th birthday. It's just the beginning of the show. It is impossible to make him wince. If Tang Ao really find himself, it is just to let his death date advance. But these days, nothing happened. He didn't plan to go out. It was time for him to practice. When Yi Chen was thinking, a phone call came in. It's Sun Yi. What's the matter, ZYZ? Yi Chen opened his mouth. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yi heard Yi Chen answer the phone and sighed. Yi Chen, where are you now? Can you come to Huayuan International Trade Building? Tianjin Group encountered some small troubles. If snow is not with you? Yi Chen frowned. With the ability of summer of snow, something should be able to deal with. Sunny replied. If Snow went back to Xia's home to deal with some things, the phone didn't get through. General Manager Shun has just left and is still on the plane, so we can't get in touch with Don't Ask. Come here quickly. It's the 15th floor of Huayuan International Trade Building. Well, you wait there. Yi Chen hung up the phone and asked Xiao Deng to turn around and drive to Huayuan International Trade Building. According to his understanding, Sunny has rented a whole floor in Huayuan International Trade Building these days. For the time being, this is the address of Tianjin Group's branch in Jiangnan Province, and later Tianjin Group will build buildings in Jiangnan Province. During this period, Sun Yi was responsible for the things of Tianjin Group in Jiangnan Province. There was a little bit better for Zairo Ashui and Shen Heiwa, but there was a big event and no contact with other people. Sun Yi could only call herself. Besides, being the leader of Tianjin Group, it is not very good to be a foreman. At the same time, Huayuan International Trade Building, 15th floor, Tianjin Group, Sunny office. Sunny sat in a chair, frowning at the young man in front of her. Young English eyebrows like arrows with a sense of pride. He leaned on the sofa, feet on the table. It's extremely uncivilized. He stood by two upright men, although not releasing a breath, but gave Sun Yi a sense of threat. Young people see Sun Yi put down the phone lightway. Can speak the person come? He's on the road. Although Suani is a little unhappy, she still says. Young nodded, eyes constantly in Sun Yi's proud figure on the shooting, some greedy. He looked at his watch and said, since you Tianjin Group wants to mix in Jiangnan Province, you must need an umbrella. I Laser can provide you with this layer of protection so that you cannot be disturbed in Jiangnan Province. I don't want much. I only have 20% of the shares, of course, which have voting rights. His tone was very calm, as if he was saying something extraordinary. The tone is full of confidence and bullying, and it is strong. It seems that if the other party does not agree with conditions he has offered, there will be any consequences. Sunny May's eyes were big, stood up, and his face was full of anger. Mr. Lay, our Tianjin group has never planned to sell shares. We will not consider even if you give any higher price. Leisure lit a cigarette and took a sip and said with a smile, Miss Sun should have misunderstood what? My Lay family is not going to pay money. It is your share of 20% that you gave me to Lay family. It seems that Miss Sun doesn't know much about commerce. Many enterprises in Jiangnan province will give some power or family ownership for development, so that the enterprises can develop steadily and steadily. Otherwise, it is suggested that you, such a group from a small place, cannot live in Jiangnan province. Of course, you can also understand as a warning. Threat. Naked threat. Chapter 211. Sunny bit her lips, her face full of anger. She had only heard of this kind of thing before. Some enterprises with strong development momentum often have second-generation officials or big families to ask for shares. Some enterprises, in order to have more amulets, in fact, cannot afford to, can only agree silently. To put it mildly, we should develop together. To put it worse, it's a shameless scum, the act of a robber. In Jiangqing, there were so many big people on the opening day. Naturally, we dare not have the power to find the trouble of Tianjin Group, but now it's in Jiangnan province. The strong dragon can't fight the local snake. Some people naturally don't know the power behind Tianjin Group, so I used this kind of crooked brain. Although she vaguely knew that the Zhou family in Jiangnan province was the umbrella of Tianjin Group, they did not know that Tianjin Group had extended to Jiangnan province. And she doesn't have the contact information of Zhou family. This time can only find Yi Chen. Seeing that Sun Yi seemed to be a little annoyed, Leisure stood up directly and came to Sun Yi. The ash in his hand shook directly on the desk. Then he said, The person who knows the current affairs is Junjia. To tell you the truth, how many members of my Lay family sit in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and other important positions? Do you believe that the Lay family seals down your Tianjin Group in minutes? It's easy for me to kill you foreigners like you. Then Leisure's sight swept toward Sun Yi. Greed, lust. Damn it. Now the executives of enterprises are so beautiful. It seems that Miss Sun has not let sleep with men. Would you like to accompany me tonight? Leisure was a little confused by desire, and even reached out to touch Sun Yi's chest. Jiangnan province is the territory of his Lay family. What can happen if you play with a woman? Sun Yi's face showed a trace of disgust, but also stretched out a hand, slapped out, Mr. Ray, let go of your dirty hands. This slap on Leisure's face directly beat the latter, who dared to beat him in Jiangnan province. If this is known by the people in the circle, the Lay family will be ridiculed. Damn it. Force me to use it. Don't be shameless, you bitch. You think you're still in that little place. But I like you so much. Today I'll let you know what conquest is. Leisure directly took off his coat and forced Sun Yi. Then he ordered the two people behind him. You go out and guard the door. You can't come in when you hear any sound. I don't want to disturb my good deeds. Yes, young master. The two men looked at each other and retreated. Leisure licked his lips and looked at the proud figure of Sun Yi. He felt the primitive desire was impulsive. He was just ready to pounce on Sun Yi. Bang! There's a big bang. The next second, the office door was kicked open by a pair of big feet. Leisure was angry and scolded. Damn it! Didn't I ask you not to disturb me? He had just turned his head when his voice suddenly stopped, because he found that the two masters he brought out actually fell down. Those two people are more ruthlessly hit on the ground. The corner of the mouth spills blood. No breath. Not only fell, but also died. His eyes from inexplicable horror. Eyes gradually moved up. Saw a cool and proud youth. Did this guy touch you? Yi Chen's cold voice rang out. Sun Yi, taking advantage of Leisure's inattention, runs behind Yi Chen and grabs his arm with one hand. Later he explained, He didn't meet me. Fortunately, you came in time, which scared me to death. Those security and staff will not be on duty until tomorrow. I thought nothing would happen. Yichin nodded and sighed. Then he said, all the security guards quit. I'll send experts to take charge. I have some responsibility for today's affairs. By the way, what did this animal do here? Sun E quickly explained. He seems to represent what Lei family to force apart the dry stock. Yichin nodded and said to Sun E, you can sit outside first, play with your mobile phone, and give me a few minutes to deal with it. Good. Sunny takes a look at Leisha, who is completely stunned. She hums and goes out. Yichin is here. I'm afraid the animal will come to a bad end. However, who let him be so short-sighted that he even wanted to rob Tianjin Group without doing some investigation in advance? No matter how he ended up, he deserved it. After Sunny leaves, Yichen's killing machine is released. Some people dare to touch his things. Leisha felt something wrong and swallowed his mouth. He said seriously, you know what the hell I am? Words have not finished. Yichen roared down. Kneel down. Plop. Leisha found that his legs were completely disobeyed, and he knelt on the ground directly. Then Yichin stepped out and kicked directly on Leisha's chest. Bang! Even at the strength, Leisha's body or fly out. Hit the wall heavily. Poof! He vomited out a mouthful of blood and felt that his whole body bones were scattered. Before he could react, he found that the cold and arrogant youth had appeared in front of him and stepped on his chest. I'm Leisha. If you move me again, Lei family will let you die. Leisha gnawed his teeth. Lei family? It seems that the people behind you asked you to come. Yichin sneers. He dials Lingqian's telephone directly. The phone is on. Do one thing for me. A man named Leisha provoked me, as if he was from Lei's family. In 10 minutes. I want the family to disappear in Jiangnan province and ask his father to call this animal's mobile phone called Leisha. The phone hung up. Hearing this nonsense phone call, Leisha laughed. Draft horse. What kind of force do you pretend to be? Kill Lei's family in 10 minutes. Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Chun Mao Sun Pan Chill directly grasped Leisha's hair and then fiercely hit on the ground. His face was bloody for a moment. Madman. Absolute lunatic. Leisha even screamed. I want to call the police. You're going to die. She doesn't take out his cell phone and put it in front of him. Offend his person. He wants to let the other side feel deep fear. This fear is like freezing, like falling into hell. Just as Leisha screamed, a phone rang. This strange phone instant let Leisha cold hair erect. He stiff turned head along the corner of the eye blood to see the call display on the phone. It's his father. At this moment, his heart seemed to be hit by a heavy blow. He can't breathe. He took a look at the young man in the distance. The cold air made him tremble. Chapter 212. It can't be true. He reached out his hand, picked up the phone on the ground, and pressed the answer button. Dad. The voice trembled incomparably. The next second, a startling roar rang from the phone. Leisha, who the hell are you offending? Now all the Leis are corpses. You son of a bitch. You. Hung up. At the moment, Leisha feels like falling into an ice cave. Life and death are only in other people's mind. He didn't even dare to look at the youth in front of him. What kind of devil is this? One phone call can destroy the whole Lei family. He reacted fiercely and kowtowed to Yichin. My lord, I'm wrong. Please let me die. I'm willing to. His only hope now is to live. To live means to have a chance. You shouldn't mess with me, let alone beat my woman's idea. You don't have the right to live. Yi Chen's hand condenses out a wind blade. Wind blade directly through Leisha's body. The next second, Leisha fell, lost in despair. After all this, Yi Chen walked out to an office desk in the hall, patted Sunny on the shoulder, and said, Come on, someone will handle the rest. Let's go back to the villa, and let me have a taste of your craft. Sunny looked at the direction of the office and nodded. Good, okay, from a scream just now. Sunny guessed something in her heart, but since Yi Chen said that someone would handle it, she didn't want to think about it. Back at the villa, he received a call from Xia Ruoxue. Xia Rushu's mobile phone fell on the car, which has not been connected. Sun, he told Xia Ruoxua what had happened before. Xia Ruoxua wanted people to warn Lei's family, but she didn't expect that there was a fire in Lei's house on the mobile phone news. Now that she had the result, she stopped intervening, and then told Sun that she might leave Jiangnan province for a few days. She and her mother are going to send her grandmother back to their hometown. They should come back in 3 or 4 days, and let her tell Yichen about it. I don't know why Sun, he hung up. These days, because of Xia Ruoxua, she is not good to take the initiative to find Yichen. Since getting Yichen's nourishment every night, she will think of those men and women's love. Sometimes she even thinks, is she a girl with a strong desire? With the help of her pillow, she can only satisfy herself for several times. At night, Sun changed into black silk stockings, dressed up carefully, and went directly to Yichen, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs folded. Yichen is also aware of something, eyes open, when sees Sun dressed like this in front of him. He just want to talk. Sun has thrown him on the sofa. Sun sat at the foot of Yichen's thigh, blushing and saying, "Zaya Kenzie, give me your hand." Yichen frowned and did. Sun slender fingers held Yichen's hand and said with a smile, "Your hands are so cold." Yeah, Yichen is confused. Where is his hand cold? And as a practitioner, he can keep normal temperature even in the coldest environment. He just wanted to take his hand back, but Sun, he grabbed Yichen's hand and said, "Fool, since the hand is so cold, I'll warm you." The next second, Sun, he put Yichen's hand directly under her skirt. Yichen didn't expect that this was a girl's routine. He turned over fiercely and directly pressed Sun under his body. The clothes were torn directly. They were very rough, and the soft thing bounced out. The lips touch and moisten. Love to the deep cannot extricate themselves. Soon, on the sofa, a big war started. A few days later, Jiangnan Wudao Association. Tang Ao has not slept for several consecutive nights. His eyes are full of blood. He stares at all the pictures on the wall and the back in the center. He always felt that he had neglected something. Otherwise, he would not have checked for so many days and still had no news. It's like a pair of big hands controlling everything. Some of the people under investigation even disappeared mysteriously, and the number of missing people was increasing. He knew that someone was destroying everything. And the strength of the other side is not weak at all. What is the origin of this hunter? It's just like a ghost in the dark, some infiltrating. He turned around, looked at the people of Jiangnan Martial Arts Association behind him, and said, "What's your guarantee? Why don't you find the ghost now? There's no one down there talking." "Pa!" Tang Ao clapped his palm on the table and roared. "I said, if there is no news, you'll all get out of the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province. Now get the hell out of here." Tang Ao's ferocious face scared those people. At this time, an old man stood up and said, "President Tang, in fact, we have received news several times. After receiving the news, those people have disappeared. The current problem is not that we can't find hunters, but the powerful ones are protecting them. It's like the mantis catching cicadas, and the yellow finches are behind." Tang Ao's anger still didn't disappear. He put his hands on the conference table. "Don't you know what I'm doing? You are a bunch of rubbish who have pulled out this force." The old man looked embarrassed and stopped talking. Just then, a staff member knocked on the door of the conference room. "Come in," Tang Ao said in a deep voice. "What's the matter?" he asked, looking at the staff member whose face was a little flustered. "Don't you know you're in a meeting? After all, the last colleague who entered the conference room has died. He doesn't want to die." He shook his voice and said, "President Tang, there's a girl outside who says that she knows who the person in the photo is." Tang Ao Malsuna congealed, in situ into the shadow, has appeared in front of the staff, a grasp of his collar, excited way. "True or false?" "Please come in soon." "Yes." Shortly after, a young girl came in. To Tang Ao's surprise, the girl's face is pretty good, but the girl's face is very pale, and even some hair. If Yichen is here, she will surely find that this girl is Chu Shuran. Chu Shuran took a look at Tang Ao and all the people. Her eyes were afraid and frightened. Countless eyes are staring at her, which makes her very uncomfortable. Tang Ao has come to Chu Shuran in front of him, pointing to the top picture of the back, and saying, "You say you know who the hunter is?" Chu Shuran nodded, as if pounding garlic. "President Tang, my family is threatened. If I say it, can you help me?" Tang Ao Mao Sun Tiny in my mouth way. "Say, if it's true, I can take you as my daughter, and I'll give you honor and protection for the rest of your life." Chapter 213. Hearing this, Chu Shuren's eyes were full of joy. She came to the stage and pointed to the back photo, and a cold voice sounded. "I'm sure that the hunter is Yi Chun, the first person in Jiangqing Yi Chun." Yi Chun? Who is Yi Chun? At this moment, the whole conference room was quiet. When I hear this name, it seems that all people have heard it for the first time. Even Tang Ao did not react for a while. Yi Chun with Yi Chun, the first person in Jiangqing? All of a sudden, everyone thought of something. Hiss! They take a breath of cold air. Eyes are full of panic and surprise. It's him. The man who killed Yuan Jingfu in Wudoutai was Yi Chun. Even the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province sent many strong men to hunt down this man, and the final result was no news. Originally, they will continue to investigate, but recently, so many things have happened in Jiangnan Province that they almost forget the young man in Jiangqing. But is this Yi Chun the hunter, who made countless forces in Jiangnan Province scared? Does he have the strength? The killing of Yuan Jingfu can only show that the other side has 300 or 400 masters in China. This kind of strength can't kill Tang Haishan, let alone the Wu family. People's faces are also confused color. Simply do not believe that this young Yi Chun will have such a great ability. Tang Ao Mao Sun also has unprecedented dignified. Question asks, "How are you sure?" As far as I know, this son's strength should not be able to do these things at present. Chu Shuran knew this group of people didn't believe it. Don't talk about this group of people. Even if she saw this figure at first, she didn't believe it. Although Yi Chun is very strong, but cannot be strong to this point. But she once investigated Yi Chun and took numerous photos of Yi Chun in Jiangqing. She suddenly took out a stack of photos from her bag and handed it to Tang Ao. "If President Tang doesn't believe it, you will see this photo." Tang Ao took photos, without exception, are some of the back. Is weird as 2 peas in the photo, whatever the temperament or figure. An invisible anger swept through Tang Ao's body. Chu Shuran is subconsciously back a few steps, is very uncomfortable. "Pah!" Tang Ao hits the conference table with a fist. In an instant, there was a loud noise, and the table collapsed and turned into countless powders. His eyes turned into blood and roared, "Everyone, please find it for me. Dig the ground 3 feet. Also want to find out Yi Chun, this small animal. I darn Ao want to cut off his head." Chu Shuran saw this scene, and her mouth outlined a smile. "Yi Chun, since you can't help my Chu family, you don't want to live. I want to see the anger of Tang Ao in Jiangnan Province. How can you bear it?" No one noticed that Ma Weiqi's face in the meeting room was so weird that he held the phone tightly and his palms were covered with sweat. Mingcue Villa District, Jiangnan Province. Yi Chun is practicing in the house when his mobile phone rings. He opened his eyes, 5 fingers a grip. The mobile phone will appear in his hand. "Hello." As soon as I answered the phone, there came a quick voice. "Mr. Yi, something has happened. Big deal. Tang Ao has found you are a hunter. He has used all his strength to find you. Once found, Mr. Yi, you will be in danger. The weather has changed completely in Jiangnan Province, and the news that you are a hunter will soon spread. At that time, Mr. Yi must be difficult to fly. Come on, take advantage of the fact that most people don't react. Mr. Yi, go away." Ma Weiqi's voice is very urgent. He is really worried about Yi Chen's safety. After listening to these words, Yi Chun did not have a trace of reaction, just light way. "No." Ma Weiqi at the other end of the phone was stunned, and even said, "Mr. Yi, this is not a joke. You are almost in a state of opposition to the martial arts and Taoism circles in Jiangnan Province. At that time, all the masters will rush into your villa." Yi Chun didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he said strangely, "I'm very curious. How did Tang Ao find me?" Ma Weiqi even busy way. Just now, the Martial Arts Association came to a woman named Chu Shuran. I don't know why. She has many pictures of Mr. Yi in her hand, because of her meritorious deeds. She has even become the dried daughter of Tang Ao. It's almost possible to walk horizontally in Jiangnan province. Yi Chen Mao's son is suffused with trace of killing intention. Last time she was seriously injured. She didn't wake up. His principle is that he doesn't like a woman who can't be tied to a chicken, but now he has changed his mind. Chu Shuran, you must die, and it's going to be a terrible death. But on the other hand, he should also thank Chu Shuran, who ignited the carnival. Hunting game officially started. The phone hung up. Sun Yi's voice came from downstairs and asked him to go down to dinner. Yi Chen is very clear with Tang Ao's character. It is likely to start with the people around him first. Although he has the ability to kill Tang Ao, Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxu are his weak points. If Xia Ruoxu is not in Jiangnan province at present, it will not be affected. But Sun Yi is in trouble. He can't kill Tang family with Sun Yi. At this time, Yi Lingqian's phone call came. Temple Master, the news that you are a hunter has been spread in Jiangnan province. Now, the Temple Master is almost against the martial arts and Taoism circles in Jiangnan province. Need not Dark Hall hand. I've already sent a car here. I'll be in Mingcue Villa in about 3 minutes. Good. Yi Chen did not refuse. At present, taking Sun Yi to Qianlong Building is undoubtedly the safest way. When everything is stable, he should also take the biggest gift to see Tang Ao, president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province, top strong in Jiangnan Province. I will let you understand what kind of terror you are offending. Down the stairs, Sun Yi in the kitchen just wanted to talk. Yi Chen grabbed her hand and said, "These 2 days, I'll take you to a place. You'll stay in it for 2 days. After 2 days, I'll pick you up and go back to the villa. Would you like to? Don't ask what happened. I promise you, after 2 days, no one dares to move Tianjin Group. No one dares to move you." Sunny stares at Yi Chen's serious eyes. This scene seems familiar. Once in Jiangqing, when they were chased, Yi Chen also said similar words. She knew that something had happened in Jiangnan province. A smart woman at this time will never ask more. She nodded. "Okay, I will go." Yi Chen takes Sun Yi's hand and goes outside. A Bentley car stops outside steadily. Under the driver's seat, there was a strong man in the dark hall who breathed terror. He opened the door of the back seat and said respectfully, "Lord, Miss Sun, please." Good. The car soon left Mingcue Villa. Yi Chen's cold eyes looked out the car window, and the corners of his mouth sketched a cold radiant and said in a light way, "The martial road boundary of Jiangnan province? If the world of martial arts and Taoism negates me, Yi Chen is willing to kill all the people in the world." Chapter 214. Half an hour later, the car drove directly into the underground parking lot of Qianlong Building. Yi Chen and Sun Yi get out of the car and look at the strange things around her. Sun Yi is in a trance. She vaguely remembered that the driver just called Yi Chen Hall Master. Temple Master? What does that mean? She didn't understand, but she felt respect from each other's words. Incomparable respect. She felt that Yi Chen must be hiding some other secrets. Although they've already had sex with each other, they should know each other very well. But now she feels more and more unable to see through. Thinking of this, Sun Yi's eyes flashed a touch of loss. After getting out of the car, Sun Yi looked around and said, "Yi Chen, what is this place?" She was curious. Yi Chen smiles and holds Sun Yi's hand. He knows that girls will naturally feel insecure when they come to strange places. "This is Qianlong Building, my place." "Yours." Sun Yi's eyes widened. When she was outside just now, she saw the magnificence of the building. It's 100 times more magnificent than the Tianjin Building in Jiangqing. It is also a landmark building in Jiangnan province. The cost estimate of the building alone is an amazing figure. But now, Yi Chen even said that this is his territory. She knows Yi Chen is very powerful, but this guy has only been in Jiangnan province for a few days. How could he have a mansion? When Sun Yi doubts, Yi Chen takes her to an elevator. After a face and iris scan, the elevator door opened. Sunny looked at the high-tech elevator in front of her. Her brain was a little blank. Nowadays, elevators and buildings are so advanced. She is not stupid. She has noticed something wrong. She knew that the place where the elevator arrived might be the secret of Yi-chun, the unknown secret. 20 seconds later, the elevator stops. The gate opens slowly. Come with me. Yi-chun takes Sun Yi's hand and goes out to the outside, although the dark hall is a secret. Sunny has become his woman, and it is impossible to betray him. He has no need to hide it. What's more, these 2 days, Sun Yi needs the protection of these people. Bringing her here is undoubtedly the right decision. The Qianlong building, the strong Linyun, is as solid as gold. Those families in the martial arts world are not qualified to touch it. Sunny stepped into it and saw 100 people in her beautiful eyes. These 100 people are like an army, standing in order. The key is that the breath of these people is extremely terrifying. Although Sunny does not practice ancient martial arts, she can feel that these people are extremely dangerous. 100 people were silent. Their eyes were like swords, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Sunny swallows and salivas nervously. Just about to speak, a middle-aged man rushes up and raises his right hand, which is full of blue tendons. Is this the rhythm of an accident? Touch. However, the man's hand suddenly stopped in the air, and the powerful break even made the surrounding air burst. Touch. What surprised Sun Yi the next second happened. The man suddenly knelt on one knee, his right hand on his knee, and lowered his head. Yi Lingdian see the hall master. Touch. Touch. Touch it. Then the middle-aged man behind that 100-strong, suddenly all inexplicable one knee kneeling, and that person's movement is exactly the same. See the Lord. See the Lord. At this moment, almost all the people in the mouth are shouting. See the 4 words of the temple master. The power of voice makes people feel sincere from the heart, and deafening. This cry brought a strong shock to Sun Yi. She swore that she had never seen such a strange scene since childhood. Temple Master, that's the title again. What kind of person is worth this group of breath terror guy willingly yells the Temple Lord? Moreover, this way of saluting is just like the ancient ministers saluting the emperor. This scene deeply impacted Sun Yi's sight. Sun Yi subconsciously set her eyes on Yi-chun. At the moment, the emperor's temperament is as strong as the emperor's. Point out the country and encourage the writing. Yi-chun, is this the real you? Sun Yijiao's body trembled, and the shock at the bottom of her heart could not be dispersed for a long time. Yi Lingtian naturally knew the relationship between the hall master and Sun Yi and said, Yi Lingan, your subordinate. Please see Miss Sun. See Miss Sun. 100 people at the bottom also called out, and their voices were shaking. Gollum. Sun Yi swallows her mouth again. She can't imagine that this group of people are also submissive to her. How can she be? Her delicate body trembled. A kind of unspeakable feeling suddenly hit. There was a moment she would feel that she was not worthy of the Yi-chun in front of her. She stretched out her hand and held Yi-chun tightly. When she saw the tenderness of each other's eyes, she just settled down. Get up, Yi-chun Dao. Yes, Shua Shua. When 100 people got up, the momentum was palpable. Yi-chun looked at Yi Lingtian and said, These 2 days, all the strong men in the dark hall are guarding this person. If something happens to her, Yi Lingdian is the main responsibility. Yi Lingtian nodded. Don't worry about the temple master. You can't step into Qianlong building. What's more, even if these people have visited the whole Jiangnan province, they will not associate with this place. Yi-chun nodded, then looked at Sun Yi, wrapped her big hand tightly, indicating that she was at ease. At the same time, the entire Jiangnan province ushered in a major earthquake. Almost all families know that Yi-chun is the hunter who scares countless people. Tang Yeo of the Wu Dao Association of Jiangnan province has made an order to pursue and kill. Once Yi-chun is found, shoot to death. Anyone who violates this will be the enemy of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province. Against him, the situation is turbulent. Under the earthquake, countless families suffered. Xia family in Jiangnan province. The door of the villa was directly broken open. 6 or 7 strong people with terrible breath rushed in directly and searched the Xia family. Because Xia, Ruoshu, and Xia's mother have gone to other places, only Xia Hongye and those servants are left at home. Those who want to stop the way of Hongwu. He is very clear that his people are not the opponents of this group of people at all. Once they start, they will be dangerous. After a search, there was no result. An old man of Wudao Association in Jiangnan province came to Xia Hongye with several strong men. The old man's eyes were very indifferent and said, "You should know who the hunter is." Xia Hongye's eyes flashed a little panic, although he had long guessed that Yi Chun was a terrible hunter. When he got a definite answer, his whole body was still covered with a sense of death. He even vaguely remembers a picture that he said he was so small and could not climb up, even countless times persuade his son not to offend the Qin family. But who could have thought that Yi Chun killed the once invincible Wu family in silence? This is extermination. Chapter 215. Although the Wu family is in decline, it cannot be compared with the Qin family. But the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Who dares to move Wu family in Jiangnan province? Who dares to kill Tang Ao's son? Only Yi Chun. It seems that he is short-sighted and short-sighted. If I ask you, are you deaf? The old man said coldly, "Xia Hongye, this just reacts from the thought, even busy way. Adult, I know." "Oh, do you know where the son is going now?" The old man's eyes flashed by surprise. If Yi Chun was caught by him, he could go to Tang Ao to get credit. "I really don't know. I've always been disdainful of it, and my relationship is not good. How can I know such a thing? Even if I know, I will take the initiative to say it." The old man's face and switch out a pair of anger dare to feel their own empty joy. I heard that this son and your daughter have a good relationship. Where's your daughter?" "Let her come out to see me," the old man said. Xia Hongye quickly explained. "The little girl and her mother went to her grandmother's house a few days ago, but they haven't come back yet. Even if they have to rush here, it will take some time. I don't care. I'm going to see your daughter today, or you can't afford the consequences," he said. Xia Hongye thought for a moment and then said, "This adult, although my daughter is from the Xia family, she is also the fiancée of Qin Jingyang of the Wudao family. How could she have any connection with Yi Chun?" When the old man heard the word Qin family and Qin Jingyang, his eyes shrank, and then he waved his sleeve and said, "It turns out that it's my own person. In this case, I won't disturb you. But if you have any news about Yi Chun, you must immediately inform the Wudao Association of Jiangnan province. He can't afford to offend the Qin family." "Certainly." Xia Hongye quickly bows the ways to send these strong men out. Although he has great wealth in Jiangnan province, in front of the strong martial arts, life and death is just a matter between each other's thoughts. Naturally, he did not dare to offend. At the same time, Ju's courtyard. Today's Juya is wearing a pure white off-the-shoulder long skirt. The beautiful collarbone is indistinct. The material of the skirt is as white as a fairy's dress, slightly glowing, like the wings of an angel, but it is not exposed at all. The hem of the skirt is an arc from low to high, and the elegant micro-canopy shows Juya's beautiful legs as white as jade. The corner of the skirt is decorated with diamonds dotted with stars, just like countless beautiful morning dew. Waterfall like long divergence in the shoulder, a trace of hairs in the chest of the hemisphere rotation. The world's few men can still hold the situation. But at the moment, such a beautiful woman, her eyes have a trace of deep fear and horror. There is a picture on her mobile phone. The youth in the picture is Yi Chun. Yi Chun? The hunter? At the moment, Juya's chest is constantly fluctuating and magnificent. "It turns out that you killed the Wu family and even cut off the head of Tang Ao's precious son. Are you crazy?" In her mind, the picture of Yi Chun catching the sniper gun bullet, and even the so-called worthless. She thought Yi Chun was just arrogant. Now it seems that Yi Chun is crazy and boundless. It's as if even the martial arts and Taoism circles in Jiangnan province can't get into his eyes. Yi Chun, what is your arrogant capital? The 5 years that disappeared? What could be done in 5 years? Murmured Julia. Just then, a middle-aged man opened the door. It is Zhu Wentian, the current head of Zhu family in Jiangnan province. Generally, the younger generation meets the elder, but at this moment in this room, it is Zhu Wentian who comes to see Zhuya. More strange things happen. Zhu asked the sky, the master of the Zhu family, actually knelt down in front of Zhuya. If this scene is seen by Zhu's children, they will be shocked to leave work. Miss, are you looking for me? Zhu Wentian said respectfully. He is very clear. Zhuya's identity is not as simple as the outside world said. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhuya may be just a member of Zhu family. But in his eyes, Zhuya is the existence of Hai. Zhuya nodded and said, I have found the whereabouts of the broken Xian sword. It is in Yi Chen's hand. Zhu Wentian's face changed slightly and exclaimed, The broken porch has come out. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Yi Chen? Is Yi Chen the hunter in Jiangnan province? That's him. Zhuya nodded. If the Zhu family in Jiangnan province uses all means to protect this person, how many percent are you sure? Hearing this, Zhu Wentian frowned, and then said, 70%. Master Tang Ao's sword was once made by our Zhu family. If Tang Ao is afraid of his master, he may be able to protect Yi Chen. But in this way, the Tang family and our Zhu family are hostile. Bei Chen, it's not a wise move right now. Zhu Wentian tried to persuade him that he did not approve of this method. Zhuya put his hands behind him and said, It seems unwise, but it's worth it to break the Xian sword. You should know what Pak Chuan's sword means to our family. Now it depends on Yi Chen's willingness to accept it, but I don't think he dares to refuse. Now he has almost offended most of the forces in Jiangnan province. If he wants to survive this time, he has no choice but to rely on my Zhu family. The earthquake in Jiangnan province may really make the whole province shuffle. But it is not just the Jiangnan province that this incident affects. A quiet courtyard in the capital. Jiang Jianfeng closed his eyes, and the whole room was filled with a strong aura. Countless auras penetrated into Jiang Jianfeng's body. His pores expanded, and his whole body exuded a trace of gold. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and clapped it out. Just on the air, a chill filled the audience. The air seemed to be torn by him, and a huge rock 10 meters away from him exploded. Many people may be able to do it. But the huge stone in the house is not ordinary stone, but flaming spirit stone. Indestructible. Looking at the whole Chinese martial arts world, how many people can break this stone? Jiang Jianfeng slowly spits out a mouthful of turbid gas and is very satisfied with the blow. If it wasn't for the endless supply of natural materials and treasures from the old man, I might still be in that realm now. It's time to mention the 9th place in the list of Chinese masters. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Jiang Jianfeng's hands were behind him, and he was born with a high temperament. The door was pushed open by a thin man. Jiang Jianfeng glanced at each other indifferently and said, What's the matter? Don't you let you guard Jiangnan province. The thin man handed over the flat plate in his hand. Report to Mr. Jiang. Something big happened in Jiangnan province. Jiang Jianfeng snorted coldly. What's the matter with me in Jiangnan province? It's not the capital. Chapter 216. The thin man continued. Mr. Jiang asked me to keep an eye on that evil species all the time. This has something to do with that kid. Oh. Jiang Jianfeng came to a trace of interest, took the tablet, swept a glance. Some of the eyes are not right. The thin man explained. In recent days, the situation in Jiangnan province is quite turbulent. The son of Tang Ao, the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province, was killed by a hunter. Not only that, but also the Wu family in Jiangnan province was killed by hunters. What's more strange is that the hunter is that evil. What? Jiang Jianfeng set off a storm in his heart. He did predict that the son would not live for long, but he didn't expect that a big basket was made in a few days. Do you have the strength? Even destroyed a Wudao family in Jiangnan province? Do you want to be the first person in Jiangnan province? Mr. Jiang, although this son has done something shocking for Jiangnan province, it is estimated that he will not live for 2 days, and he will be wiped out by Tang Ao himself. The day after tomorrow, Tang Ao will be his 60th birthday. He invited many powerful martial arts experts in Jiangnan province. He gave a death order. He must see the head of Yichun before his 60th birthday. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes have a different look. Although this son is the son of Jiang Pero and others, but has a bit of Jiang family blood, should not die so easily. The thin man was stunned and tried to say, "Do you need my hand?" Jiang Jianfeng shook his head. "Don't use your hand. It's just a mole ant. It's enough for you to keep an eye on the things in Jiangnan province for me. Okay, you should step down." "Yes." Jiang Jianfeng was thoughtful, and in the corner of his mouth outlined a strange smile. The whole day, Tang Ao almost used all his strength to search every possible place in Jiangnan province. But there is still no news from Yichun. Yichun is like a sudden evaporation from the world. I thought that if I knew Yichun's appearance, I could find out by comparing with monitoring. But somehow, there was no news. Tang Ao is almost crazy. Pa! Another table of the Wudao Association of Jiangnan province was broken. The association even strengthened the table. It didn't work. These days, almost a day to change two tables. You can see how angry Tang Ao. It's hard for Yichun to be able to escape from the sky or the earth. You can't find the whole Jiangnan province? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Tang Ao roared. There's a reason for his anger. Tomorrow will be his 60th birthday. But the other party clearly in Jiangnan province just can't find. It's not a fucking sign that he's incompetent. Naked in the face. The matter is so big that Yichun the hunter is still at large outside. How can he explain to the people in the martial arts circle? At this time, a vice president of the Martial Arts Association stood up. "President Tang, in fact, there are several places we have not searched, such as some top Wudao families in Jiangnan province. Some forces are afraid of, such as Qianlong Building in Wanfu City. These places are very unlikely, but that doesn't mean it's impossible." Hearing this sentence, Tang Ao fell into a deep thought. The other side said something reasonable. This son is so crazy must have his reason, but to search these places, also impractical. If he angers those who exist, Tang Ao will have some trouble. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "The boy's parents are dead. Isn't there any important person around him?" Chu Shuren has been listening in. Hearing this, she quickly stood out. "Godfather, I know this matter. Tang Ao Mao's son is she. For this dried daughter he's still like, although born in Jiangqing but good brain, the key to the other party to understand Yichun." "Say it." Chu Shuren nodded and said seriously, "Yichun has a cold personality and few friends, but what he really cares about should be a few. Son, number one. This daughter and Yichun have a lot of relationship, and may even be a boyfriend and girlfriend, but now son is also inexplicably missing. She should be protected by Yichun. In addition to son there's also a family whose relationship with Yichun is very good. If we can plunder this family, maybe we can lead that Yichun out. This family runs a barbecue shop in Jiangqing. They are a couple and have no money. But Yichun should have help when he was in trouble. They also have a son who is studying in Jiangbei University. I heard that their son was bullied by a rich second generation, and Yichun ran away. We can see how important this guy is in Yichun's heart. In addition, Yichun has a Tianjin group. Shun Haihua, an executive of Tianjin group, and Yichun are not only subordinates. They used to be very close. These four people should be the only one who can enter Yichun's eyes. If you catch these people, you will be able to lead the snake out of the cave." Tang Ao made a decision on the spot and said to Chu Shuran, "Shuran, you're familiar with Jiangqing. I order you to take these four people to Jiangnan province before the birthday party tomorrow. You can transfer the strong one of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province at will." "Yes, Godfather." At this moment, Chu Shuren's mouth outlines a smile. She likes the feeling of controlling power. That's great. Think of his return to Jiangqing, with so many strong people who dare not accept then. Isn't Meng family trying to deal with Fuchu family? Take advantage of the situation to wipe out the Meng family from Jiangqing this time. Chu Shuren wants to tell all the people in Jiangqing who is the real first person in Jiangqing. Tang Ao's words obviously did not end. He looked at an old man and asked, "Where's the birthday party for tomorrow?" The old man respectfully said, "President, in the Imperial Hall of Jiafu Hotel." Tang Ao's eyes twinkled with a trace of coldness, and then asked, "I remember that after the accident of Yunhu Villa in Jiangqing, those people built another Yunhu Villa in Jiangnan Province? Is it true?" The old man thought about it and nodded his head and said, "It's true, but because of the Jiangqing business. The business there is not very good." Tang Ao's mouth showed a cold smile. "Cancel Jaffa Hotel. This birthday banquet will be arranged for me in Yunhu Villa in Jiangnan Province. 5 years ago, the boy lost his parents in Yunhu Villa. 5 years later, I want that boy to witness the death of people around him in Yunhu Villa again." Ha ha ha. The whole conference room only had Tang Ao's gloomy laughter. The next morning, Yichen wakes up from practice and slowly spits out a mouthful of turbid qi. He took a look at the phone, and there was no display. Yi Lingtian blocks all signals here in order to prevent being tracked. But I don't know why. Yichen always has something wrong in his heart. His eyelids have been jumping since the morning. Is something wrong? He directly found Yi Lingtian and asked, "If I want to call, where can I go?" "Lord, please follow me." Chapter 217. Yi Lingtian takes Yi Chun to a special room where there is a telephone. The phone is connected to multiple computers. "It's weird." "Master, this phone is the safest." "Good." Yichen dials Ma Weiqi's phone directly and wants to ask about the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province. "Hello, are you?" It's a confused voice from the other end of the phone. "I'm Yi Chun." At the sound, Ma Weiqi's face changed, and he went to a quiet place. Later, he said seriously, "Mr. Yi, you finally got in touch with him. Something big happened." "What's the matter?" Yichen frowned and asked. "The first thing of the 60 is to change the location of Dasun Village in Jiangnan Province." Hearing the 4 words of Yunhu Villa, Yi Chen's eyes produced a trace of cold killing intention. "Isn't Yunhu Villa in Jiangqing?" "Mr. Yi, the Yunhu Villa in Jiangqing has been closed for a long time. Those people have instigated one in Jiangnan Province. Tang Ao set up the location here to enrage Mr. Yi. You must not come here. The numerous experts who have been ambushed here." Yichen didn't speak, rolled up his anger, and said, "What's the second thing?" "The woman named Chu Shuran went to Jiangqing early in the morning with several strong men from the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. What can I do for Jing Chengwen?" Yichen's tone is very cold. "Chu Shuran is definitely going to die, but now he wants to move Tang Ao first. This kind of ant is not worth it." Ma Weiqi hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly said, "They said they would go to Jiangcheng to find Shen Haihua and what barbecue family?" Bang! Hearing this, Yi Chen's fist directly hit the wall. Almost instantly, a big hole was smashed out of the wall. Even Yi Lingtian was stunned. "Hall Master." Words are not finished. Yi Chun then turned around. The whole body condenses a strong, evil spirit. He calculated thousands of calculations. Not even that Chu Shuran would move the family and Shen Haihua. "Dai, Yi Lingtian, immediately arrange a private plane for me. I want to get to Jiangqing as fast as possible." "Yes." Jiangqing, Tianjin Group. Yichen got off the plane and almost ran away. When he came to Tianjin Group, he found that the gate of Tianjin Group was directly smashed. It's obviously done by ancient warriors. Not only that, but all the blood in front of the door. Red blood. Under Yi Chen's feet, Tsang Long's phantom body decided to condense and directly pour into it. In an instant, nearly 20 security guards of Tianjin Group lie on the ground. Although the strength of these people is good, they are not enough in the eyes of the powerful Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Some even broke their arms. Extremely cruel. Fortunately, most of the people were lying on the ground groaning, and no death was found. Those people also obviously noticed Yi Chun, some surprise on their faces, and even said, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chun stepped out and came to one of them and asked, "Where's Mr. Shun?" The man's eyes were full of shame and said, "Mr. Shin was taken away half an hour ago. It's our incompetence." The anger in Yi Chen's heart breaks out completely. Still late, he rushed out directly to the outside and shot 20 pills in his hand. Take pills and heal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto a fast motorcycle. In Jiangqing, to compare speed, this is undoubtedly the fastest choice. At the same time, Yichen called Lei Shuwei. Locate my coordinates. From Tianzheng Group to number 14 Shilin Lane. I hope there is no obstacle. Yes. Boom. A powerful roar. When Yichen opened to the first traffic light, the original red light turned into a green light. The motorcycle almost became a shadow and rushed out. 14 Shilin Lane. When Yichen arrived at Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's shop, it was still late. The glass, kitchen, tables, and chairs of the whole shop are all broken. It's a mess. There's no place to go. Even on the ground, there was a pool of blood, extremely thick. Grass. Yichen really can't help but burst a rude sentence. His eyes are blood. The thick blood evil spirit seems to form a blood dragon virtual shadow on his head. The faint song of the dragon resounds through the world. Chu Shuran. Just then, a phone call rang from his mobile phone. It's from Engqing. Mr. Yi? Say it. Yichen said categorically. Dragon Soul has helped you find out Chu Shuran's position. They are now in the Meng family of Wudao family in Jiangnan province. The address has been sent to your mobile phone. Just need your navigation. What's more, I've helped you plan the route. The green light is all the way. This is the only way the dragon spirit can help you. Hearing this sentence, Yichen doesn't know why there is a feeling in his heart. He was extremely disdainful to the dragon spirit. But at the moment, Engqing's call is too timely. He swore that he would not hesitate to use the dragon spirit in his place. Thank you. When the motorcycle started, Yi hung up. Meng family in Jiangnan province. Chu Shuran is wearing a romantic yage blue style dress with flaming red color. The skirt is lined with hollow patterns. The gorgeous and delicate tassels are flowing around the ankle. She held her chest in her hands, her chin slightly raised, and looked at several people at the door of Meng's house. Very proud. Meng family, I heard that you want to move my Chu family to that Yichun. Sorry you may be disappointed. Yichen can't live today. Chu Shuren's tone of indifference sounded. Now, standing behind her is the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. What are you afraid of? Meng Yuanchang, the head of the Meng family, has gloomy eyes. His eyes fall on the three old people around Chu Shuran. As an ancient warrior, he can clearly feel that the three old men have a strong killing opportunity. The key strength is far better than yourself. If they do, the Meng family will surely die. For the sake of the Meng family, Meng Yuanchang took a step forward and said to Chu Shuran, I was just talking about it that time, but I haven't started with the Chu family so far. Chu Shuran laughed, a little infiltration. So what? If you don't move my Chu family's hand, can I Chu Shuran move you? Martial arts world, the only rule is the law of the jungle. Don't you know as the head of the Meng family? The next second, Chu Shuren's sharp voice sounded again. Meng Yuanchang, kneel in front of me and kowtow. Otherwise, you Meng family will destroy the door. Meng Yuanchang's face changed greatly. He pointed to Chu Shuran and said, Girl of Chu family, don't go too far. Chu Shuran glanced at an old man behind him and said, Jin Lao, I don't like him pointing at me and breaking his hand. Yes, Miss Chu. The next second, shadow across. Chapter 218. An old man has appeared in front of Meng Yuanchang, and even more, he caught the latter's arm. With a little force, Meng Yuanchang's arm broke directly. The key is that Meng Yuanchang's strength is useless in front of the old man. Get him down on his knees. Chu Shuran ordered again. Jin Lao's feet broke Meng Yuanchang's knee. Meng Yuanchang immediately knelt in front of Chu Shuran. Chu Shuran laughed and came to the disabled Meng Yuanchang and said, Please ask me to let go of your Meng family. Maybe I can think about it. Meng Yuanchang looked pale. He looked at the child behind him and clenched his fist. Although he is a master, he is also a father. He no longer hesitated. He bit his teeth and knocked his head heavily on the ground. He apologized. Miss Chu, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Chu Shuran was very satisfied with everything in front of her. Then she stretched out her hand and made a gesture. She sneered and said, "Everyone obeys the orders. No matter the children or the old people, they will kill all of them." Yes, 3 old men rushed to the past in an instant. It was impossible for a few masters of the Meng family to stop them. The 3 old men hit each other and flew directly. It's just rolling. Seconds later, it was a mess. Blood is dyeing the gate of Meng family in an instant. At the same time, a child about 7 years old stood at the door, apparently frightened by everything. My feet are still, that old body surging, face ferocious, a claw toward the child. In his eyes, how about killing such a child? Seeing this scene, Meng Yuanchang's neck became blue and blue. He quickly roared, "Don't move him! I beg you, don't touch him." But it doesn't work. Seeing that Jin Lao is about to come to the children, a huge roar rings out. The roar, like thunder. The roar, as death roars. Everyone was stunned. Ears are buzzing. It is the movement of the stopped hand towards the source of the figure. What did they see? A young man came riding a black motorcycle at a high speed, fast enough to see only one shadow. But this is the shadow. Chu Shuran recognized who the other party was. Chen Yi is. Chu Shuran's eyes flashed a trace of panic, then thought of what to the 3 old people. "Quick, stop this guy for me. He is Yi Chun. If you catch him, President Tang will be rewarded with great rewards." The 3 people heard that their faces were happy, and their eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. The whole body's strength sweeps directly toward that motorcycle, which comes galloping and goes. They only noticed Yi Chen coming. However, he didn't notice that Yi Chen came with the rage of heaven. Looking at Chu Shuran in the distance and the 3 old men, Yi Chen roared, his arms condensed, and his feet left the motorcycle directly. Step on the ground. At the same time, the real chi of both hands pushed out. Instant, powerful inertia makes the motorcycle fly directly. It's hard to hit the 3 old people. It's not over yet. Yi Chen's hand shot out a true chi. Jinchi hit the motorcycle directly. Bang! With a loud noise, the motorcycle exploded directly. Boom! Anger burns. The earth shakes and the wind blows. That touch of fire exploded in general, bright, boundless, shrouded in all directions. Only this blow. The 3 people did not expect Yi Chen would be so strong. Suddenly, after withdrawing several steps, their faces were full of horror. Just wanted to run away. I saw a dark shadow in the fire. Those who dare to touch me. All dead. The thunderous roar in the 2 people's ears. That figure is Yi Chun. Now the fire, this posture, this momentum. It's like a god coming down to earth. The 3 of them were completely stunned. They had been practicing martial arts for so many years. How could they have seen this kind of posture? It's a fucking lunatic. Among them, one of the most frontline old man, unexpectedly had a sense of fear in his heart. But when he saw the dark shadow rushing over, he quickly scattered all the fear in his heart. The arm agglomerates the powerful strength to smash toward Yi Chun. Bang! But he is not qualified to stretch out his hand. Yi Chun has it down. This fist condenses all the anger of Yi Chun today. Master's anger. Yi Chen's anger. Who dares to bear it? The old man felt as if a shell had hit his chest. He wanted a big breath, but not qualified. His pupils are full of fear. He looked down at his body, and it cracked. Blood spray, his body explodes. Split. The first one. Yi Chen's cold voice rings out. Step on the foot. The ground appeared a deep depression. The true chi erupts, rushes towards another old man directly. He knew very well that these 3 old men must be the culprits of the innocent family. It's also a beast to deal with those people in Tianjung group. These 3 will die. The old man always heard how terrible Yi Chen was, but he didn't think so. But now I look at the body of my companion, which has exploded on the ground, and I am completely engulfed by fear. At the moment, he felt that the boy was not a hunter at all. He was just a hell devil. He no longer hesitated. There was a knife in his sleeve. The dagger is rolling. Tear the air. Roll a cold radiant directly toward Yi Chen's chest lock. He thought Yi Chen would dodge, but he found that the other side was violent like an angry lion. Still one punch. How could you use your fist to set the knife? Is this brain damage? At the moment when this idea was born in his heart, Yi Chen's fist hit the blade. Ding! A clear voice rang out. A strange thing happened. The knife he held in his hand was smashed and broken by a fist. How could it be? Is this boy's fist made of steel? Second, Yi Chen roared again, and his right hand directly clasped the neck of the other party. True chi from the dantian all gathered on the right arm. Pressed down hard. Boom! Under the frightening pupil of the old man, the body fell on the ground, and the bone broke. Badly mutilated. Even the neck was broken. Then Yi Chen stabilized his figure and stood up, the eyes of that cold as ice skate directed at the last old man. Old man, you are the third. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I going to do it myself? Yi Chen's cold words fall like this. Insipid, but with a sense of death. Everything around seems to be under control of Yi Chen. Jean Lao subconsciously took a step back, from Yi Chen to the death of two companions of Wudao Association in Jiangnan Province. Less than 10 seconds. Those two old men are the top 400 masters in China. Even he can't kill easily. Jean Lao knows very well that this time he has no way back. The strength of the hunter Yi Chen is too terrible. So terrible that he didn't even have a desire to fight back. The next second, he made a resolute decision. He knelt down on the ground, clasped his hands, and said earnestly, "Please spare my life, Mr. Yi." Chapter 219. Hiss! All the people present took a breath of cool air. The air is quieter. Chu Shuren's face is pale. The strength is always the strongest among the three. Now that he's on his knees, what else can she do? Her breath seemed to stop, looking at Yi Chen, as if feeling an invisible big hand held her throat. She took a step back, but she didn't want to wear high-heeled shoes, wrists twisted, and fell directly to the ground. The skirt is torn and the spring comes out. No one noticed. Yi Chen stepped by step toward the strength of the old, looking at each other from a commanding position. Light way. "Want me to let you go?" Jean Lao was wet through and nodded fiercely. "I rank 307 in the Chinese Masters list, and I am willing to work for Mr. Yi. More willing to help you deal with Tang Ao." He thought Yi Chen would think about it for a few seconds, but he didn't expect a chill in his ear. "You don't deserve it." Die. Bang! Yi Chen's right foot kicks out fiercely. Fell directly on Jean Lao's chest. Strong old strength, natural and quick reaction. Strength in a palm. Just shoot it. Click. Originally thought that can withstand a few minutes, but did not expect his bone directly broken. At the same time, all the viscera are penetrated by a force. His body flew straight out. 10 meters. Finally hit a giant tree. The strong impact directly broke his spine. It's like being cut off by a giant sword. Poof! His big mouth spit blood. The body fell to the ground, completely dead. Meng Yuanchang was very surprised to see all this, but he was not afraid, because he knew that the boy was not here to kill him, but to save people. After all this, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Chu Shuren. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then walked towards Chu Shuren step by step. Soon he stopped. So looking at the ground, trembling Chu Shuren. Yi Chen's mouth has a touch of cold. Disdain. Moribund. Calm. The next second Yi Chen will be thick smoke spit on Chu Shuren's face. Chu Shuren can't smoke. Naturally, she was choked by the smoke. She wanted to cough, but she didn't dare to move. Just stare at Yi Chen in the eyes of fear. God has given you a good skin bag and a good family background. Why don't you cherish it? Must you come and offend me? 5 years ago, you rejected me, humiliated me, sent me to hell, made me laugh. I didn't kill you because I didn't care to kill women, especially for such a mean woman as you. Yi Chen's voice seems to be giving Chu Shuren a trial. The endless chill makes her tremble. But now you completely pissed me off. I just want to ask you one question. Shen Haihua, where are they? Chu Shuren shut up. She knew very well that if she said it, she would die. She doesn't want to die. Suddenly she thought of something. Next she tore her clothes and showed her full chest. Yi Chun, please forgive me once. I am willing to be your woman. Even if I am a lover, I'll do whatever you want. Chu Shuren's words have not finished. Yi Chen's hand and seized her hair, mercilessly toward the ground to smash. Bang! Chu Shuren's cheek was instantly filled with blood. I repeat for the last time, Shinhaihua, where are they? If you don't say it again, I will screw your head off. Yi Chen's evil spirit is released. Chu Shuren can't breathe at all. She even felt her body sink into hell, endless torture. She couldn't help it any longer and even said they had been sent to Yunhu Villa. Hearing this, Yi Chen clenched his fist. Then he went outside and took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Yi Lingtian, asked him to send a car to pick him up. Kneeling on the ground, Chu Shuren sees Yi Chen to leave unexpectedly. Exhale a breath. For now, just survive. When she was relieved, Yi Chen's steps stopped. I think you misunderstood something. I don't want to leave, but I don't want your dirty blood to touch me. Words fall. Yi Chen right foot a row. The foot of a knife fragments fly out. White light flashing, killing machine explosion shot, such as ghosts roaring, rubbing the air, sending out the sound of whistling, people palpitation. Puff. The fragment of the short knife was directly inserted into Chu Shuren's eyebrows. Her pupils were dilated and her vitality was lost. Stop here. Chu Shuren die. Outside the door of Meng's house. It was as quiet as a graveyard in the middle of the night, and there was no breath. Meng Yuanchang knows Yi Chen is very strong. Also know that he is the first person worthy of Jiangqing, but it's too strong to be true. The key is that the method of killing people is too scared. Which martial arts master in China would be like this? It's like a devil crawling out of hell. This Leaf Chun at the moment let a person feel boundless majesty and hegemony. Meng Yuanchang is also very clear. If there is no Yi Chun, their Meng family is completely finished. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Chen directly. It was 3 heads. Meng Yuanchang, thank you for your help. Yi Chen glanced at Meng Yuanchang and ignored it. Until the car appeared, he opened the door, got on the car, and disappeared in the Meng family. For him, the game is just beginning. Yunhu Villa, Jiangnan Province. It's a celebration. The environment is very good. People are constantly pouring into Villa. The parking lot of Yunhu Villa is almost all expensive models, like the top auto show of the rich. There are almost some of the top families in Jiangnan Province, and most people here have a very strong martial arts strength, because half of the people from the martial arts circle of Jiangnan Province are here, only because of today's 60th birthday of Tang Ao, president of Wudao Association in Jiangnan Province. Tang Ao, regardless of strength or status, was at the tip of the pyramid in the martial arts and Taoism circles of Jiangnan Province. Ha ha! Chairman Tang, long time no see. Judging from the look of President Tang, it is estimated that he has made a breakthrough. An old man arches way. Tang Ao talks and laughs with the public, and always maintains a posture of the superior. Most of the people he invited were famous aristocrats in Jiangnan Province. But in front of him, what is it? People kept coming into Yunhu Villa. Soon, almost all the banquet halls in Yunhu Villa were occupied. Although the banquet hall atmosphere is very festive, but everyone's sight cannot help but toward the direction of the gate, just because everyone's heart is very clear. Today, the famous hunter is likely to appear. This is not so much Tang Ao's 60th birthday, but the abyss of the hunter Yi Chun. As long as that kid dares to step forward, he will die. It's all set up here. Chapter 220. Zhou Jingde, Zhou Fulu, and Xia Hongya are at the same table. The eyes of the 3 were filled with a trace of worry. They know that Yi Chen will make trouble, but they have no idea that Yi Chen makes such a big trouble. It is no longer the existence that can be saved by politics and money in Jiangnan Province. Even if the country wants to block the gratitude and resentment of the martial arts circle, it is very difficult. This is also the reason why the dragon spirit has not come forward. They can only hope that Yi Chen never appears. At the same time, at the other table, a beautiful girl is sitting with her legs up. Her eyes are tassel, and she is in high spirits. Her every move has made countless young talents fall in love. She is almost the most attractive presence of today's Yunhu Villa. Juya, one of the three beauties in Jiangnan province. Beside her was a middle-aged man, Zhu Wentian, the patriarch of the Zhu family. Zhu asked the day to look at the door, see no movement, then whispered, "Yichun in case really come. We really want to protect him?" There are so many martial arts experts in this banquet. If we stand up, we will break with Tang Ao. There's a lot of trouble going on. Juya didn't pay attention to it. Her hands were on her chest and her beautiful eyes closed, as if she were lost in meditation. Zhu Wentian sighed, shook his head, and stopped talking. Just then, there was a stir in the crowd. I saw 4 figures on the red carpet of the banquet hall. However, these 4 figures are not any guess at all, because they were forced by several strong men. Shenhaihua, Wang Yuheng, Uncle Wang, and Zhang. Among the 4, Shenhaihua is calm and stares around, not knowing what he is thinking, and Wang Yuheng is constantly struggling. There are blood stains on the corners of his mouth. Pale. He thought he could protect himself by practicing the skills, but he found that in front of the 2 men behind him, he didn't even have the power to do it. As for Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang, they are honest people. Their brains are blank all the time, and they don't know what happened. Even see all the people look at them. 2 old faces a little red. Feel like a monkey in the zoo. The whole banquet hall is quiet at the moment when 4 people appear. Tang Ao, who had been chatting with others, also stopped and his eyes flashed a little cold. He walked toward the 4 with his hands behind him. "President Tang, people brought it," an old man said. Tang Ao nodded and glanced at the 4 people in front of him. His expression instantly turned to cold and angrily rebuked. "All kneel down for me." Bang! As soon as the master was angry, the 4 felt something heavy on their shoulders. The whole person can't hold on. Just kneel on the ground. In addition to Wang Yuan, the other 3 all spit out a mouthful of blood, weak to the extreme. They are just ordinary people. How can they bear the pressure of a top strong man in Jiangnan province? Mom and Dad. Although Wang Yuheng was miserable, he tried to resist it. His neck is full of blue veins. Incomparable anger. Then he looked at Tang Ao and roared, "What skill are you doing with my parents? You have the ability to move me." Pooh! Wang Yuheng is spitting. Spit Star's sun splashed at Tang Ao's face. Tang Ao's face sank down. It seems that birds of feather flock together. You follow that boy. Your accomplishments have not increased much, but your temper has learned a lot. Move you? If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of breath. If it hadn't been for the boy, you would have died. Words down, Tang Ao a kick out. The not solid fell on Wang Yuheng's abdomen. Wang Yuheng flew out in an instant. He felt that his stomach was tumbling and his blood was surging up. He could no longer restrain himself and spit out a mouthful of blood. Aunt Wang Yuheng and his son are in the past. Although they don't know ancient martial arts and don't know how to practice, it's the instinct of parents to protect their children. 2 people such as Cheetah's eyes staring at Tang Ao. "No fear," Tang Ao said with a smile. "A group of humble ants. I really think I have a little bit of weight. Whether the boy comes or not, the 4 of you will die miserably. I want that boy to be miserable and live in the shadow all his life." With that, Tang Ao's eyes fell on Shenhaihua's body. He stepped forward a few steps, and the shining leather shoes directly stepped on Shenhaihua's arm. Click! With a sound, Shenhaihua's arm was directly crushed. It's said that you have a good relationship with Yichun, and you are working hard for Yichun. Do you think that boy will come to save you? It's just that today is my 60th birthday. If you say something nice, maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Shenhai Weiqiang held back the pain, raised his head, and his cold eyes shot at Tang Ao, saying word by word, "I know Mr. Yi for several months. I only know one thing. Anyone who offends Mr. Yi is dead, and the death is very tragic. You are no exception." The last word was almost his roar. He is angry in his heart. At the same time, outside the Cloud Lake Villa, a pickup truck stopped. Pickups are weird, because there is a coffin behind him. The coffin seeps into the human body and sends out the intention of death. A young man got out of the car. His eyes were as cold as ever. "Lord, the people in the dark hall are waiting around. Do you really need us to go in?" Yulingtian said to Yichen. Yichen shakes his head. One hand directly grasps the coffin's one end. Gently force a lift. The coffin fell directly on his shoulder. See this scene. Yulingtian Maosun shrinks. It was the first time for him to see a coffin on his 60th birthday. It is estimated that only the hall master dares to do so in China. Yichen, carrying the coffin, eyes full of blood, said, "Do not need dark hall hand. Your use in the back. Kill Tangao, I am enough. But I heard that there are half of the Wudao kingdom in Jiangnan province. If they all stand on the side of Tangao, you will face the whole Wudao kingdom." Yi Chinsen's voice rang out. "I have never paid attention to the martial arts circles in Jiangnan province. If they dare to stand on the side of Tangao, kill them." Finish saying, Yichen then carry coffin toward Cloud Lake Villa and go. It's a familiar scene. 5 years ago, he was in Yunhu Villa. He couldn't save everything. He could only watch his parents have an accident in front of him and chose to leave Dongxin Lake humble. 5 years later, he came to Yunhu Villa again. This time, he wanted to tell everyone what is the god of war. Not only that, but also to announce to the public that Yi Chun is back. Yunhu Villa Banquet Hall. Shen Haihua and Wang Yuang, a family of 3, were tortured under pressure. They are just ordinary people. The existence of Tang Ao can destroy them in minutes. They want to resist, but they don't even have a chance to fight. Wang Yuheng in the distance took advantage of all the people did not pay attention to take a pill. His breath adjusted to come over. I feel better. Chapter 2:21. These pills should have been taken during the cultivation, but if he didn't take them now, he was afraid that it would be too late. He looks at Tang Ao, who is only 3 meters away from him. His eyes exude a trace of extreme bloodthirsty. Those who hurt his parents will die. Even at all costs, he will kill Tang Ao. There was a touch of silver in his hand. A dagger appeared in the palm of his hand, because it was hidden so well that few people found it. At the moment Tang Ao spoke to Shen Haihua, Wang Yuheng moved. It's like a cheetah. His senses are magnified to the extreme. The dagger in the hand tears the space, delimits a death radiant, toward Tang Ao and goes. Go to hell with you. A roar of anger seemed to have exhausted all Wang Yuheng's strength. The next second, in the dagger to stab Tang Ao's chest, Tang Ao's hand directly grasped the dagger. Click. Hard break. Then Tang Ao hits Wang Yuheng with a fist. Poof! Wang Yuheng flew out like a broken kite, then hit the ground heavily. The breath is weak to the extreme. Tang Ao walks to Wang Yuheng on the ground, with cold killing intention. Yuheng! Although Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang are weak, they still stand in front of Wang Yuheng and stare at Tang Ao. You don't come here, I'll fight with you, Uncle Wang said excitedly. Tang Ao glanced at the 3 members of the family and shook his head. Even the waste of cultivation dare to block in front of me. Good. I'll kill you first. Next second, Tang Aogong wants to do it. Weird mutation. A strong air wave swept over. Bang! The gate just blew open. Even a few powerful members of the Martial Arts Association also fell out. The blood is dying. Life or death is in the air. Countless eyes are sweeping toward the gate. But when they saw the figure at the door, all the people at the party took a sharp breath. I can't even breathe, because this picture is so fierce. I saw a young man standing at the door like this. His body was filled with red, evil spirit. Eyes are cold, only cruel and killing, like a bloodthirsty death. What's more frightening? The young man is carrying a coffin on his shoulder. Extremely heavy coffin. Obviously, it was given by Yi Chun to Tang Ao. Sleeping trough. The coffin was delivered to the door, obviously to curse Tang Ao's death today. Soon, there was a cry from the crowd, because they found that young people are hunters. The hunter who made countless families and forces scared. What's more, his behavior is so arrogant that he has no fear at all. Juya's beautiful eyes opened and curiously looked at the young man at the door. The corners of her mouth somehow outlined an arc. For the first time, she found that there were such interesting young people in Huaxia. Zhou's and Xia's at the other table. Zhou Jinda are almost blank. His fist clenched hard, and he said in a low voice, "What is Mr. Yi doing here?" Oh, how reckless. The door. Yi Chen's feet move, carrying the coffin toward Tang Ao. At the moment of taking the first step, the 5 figures are coming rapidly, breath extremely strong. Jiang and Wudao Association. Everyone has a weapon in their hands. Weapons pierce the air and lock all the key points of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you dare to come here. Look for death. Seeing the 5 killing opportunities, Yi Chen's eyes are suffused with bloodthirsty red mansions. Just as the 5 approached, Yi Chen's shoulders a shake. Grabbing the coffin's foot, the body's violent momentum surges, directly toward the direction of the 5 people severely smashed. At the moment, the coffin is his weapon. The coffin's shadow twinkled, and the 5 people directly collided in everything. The 5 people did not expect Yi Chen to come to such a move. Who the hell would use a coffin as a weapon? What the fuck? The rapid wind around them made them feel pain. As long as a coffin touches people, it must fly out, more heavily hit the ground. A mess. This time, directly frightened everyone. But what if you hurt those people? Soon there were nearly 10 people again. They surrounded Yi Chen and almost cut off all the retreating waves of Yi Chen. Yi Chen's cold eyes swept to all the people and said, "Those who block me should not die." The next second, Yi Chen stepped out. The whole earth even spread a sense of vibration. He clasped his hands on the coffin, turned around and swept away towards the 10 men. A dull crash, incomparably crisp. Not only that, the sharp corner of the coffin is like a sharp blade in Yi Chen's hand. Even broke a strong belly directly, blood DC. But even at the coffin in Yi Chen's hand is like a marvelous soldier, but he is too heavy. Soon someone came to Yi Chen's front. 5 fingers changed into claws, severely buckled down. Yi Chen sneered and let out a hand, directly clasped the other party's arm. The real gasp burst out. It's like a sharp blade that directly tears the opponent's arm. One kick at the same time. There was a blood hole in the man's chest. Shocking. A minute later, Yi Chen stopped. His body was covered with blood, but not his blood. The floor of the banquet hall is full of torn bodies and blood. If not all the people here were ancient warriors or great people, they would have been scared away. Yi Chen's eyes fall on Shen Haihua and Wang Yuan. When he saw the 4 men lie on the ground, dying, his anger could no longer be restrained and went straight to the top of his head. The next second, the strength of his arms suddenly broke out, carrying the strength of destroying the dead and decaying, and smashed the coffin out of his hand. It's almost 10,000 caddies. Tang Ao, this coffin is just for you. The heavy coffin came to Tang Ao in the blink of an eye. Tang Ao's eyes are full of blood. When enemies meet, they are jealous. And Yi Chen's love of children's hatred, not together. His momentum keeps climbing. A blow to the black coffin. He thought the coffin would burst open under such force. But I didn't expect that when the fist hit the coffin, there was a fierce air wave rolling. Bang! Coffin shock. Steadily fell in front of Tang Ao. And Tang Ao's body actually retreated 3 steps. Seeing this, the whole banquet hall was quiet. Everyone looks at Yi Chen in horror. This early confrontation even let Tang Ao down? What the hell is this? Should Tang Ao's strength blow the coffin to pieces? How could you have stepped back 3 steps? Everyone was shocked, and Tang Ao, as the party concerned, set off all kinds of waves in his heart. What power is this? Although he didn't try his best just now, he could feel the terrible force coming from the coffin. This force is like shaking mountains and rivers. Chapter 222. If he didn't gather strength to resist in time, his arm might have broken. He looked at the youth not far away in horror. Is this the strength of a hunter? It seems that he underestimated the enemy. If he had known this, he should have killed these people and let the boy taste the heartache. All people's sight falls on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen ignored. He came to Shen Haihua and directly handed out a pill. "Take it." "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to trouble you." Yi Chen's cold eyes glanced at Tang Ao, and then said to Shen Haihua, "Anyone who moves you don't want to step out of here alive." He helped Shen Haihua aside and glanced at several people at the first table. "Get out of the way." Those few martial arts strength is very strong, was so scolded by a younger generation. If really let go, his face still put there, he stood up fiercely, his strength condensed and his power was pressing. Were you qualified to let me leave? Words have not finished. Yichen clasped his neck, arm as young, directly threw out. Ka! His body hit the wall. The sound of bone crack was extremely clear and palpitating. The man tried to resist, but found it impossible. It was as if there was a great pressure on him. Yi Chun helped Chun Haihua to the man's seat. Then he came to Wang Yuing's family and looked at the pale faces of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang. He could clearly feel that both of them were seriously injured. They're just ordinary people, a pair of simple people. Tang Ao, even to deal with him, there is no need to affect these people. His anger has risen to the top of his head. It's so hard. He also gave Wang Yuing a pill. Take him. Brother Chun, please help me kill that beast. Wang Yuing almost roared. At that moment, he was so helpless, but also hate their own useless, unable to protect their families. Yi Chen nodded and patted him on the shoulder to guarantee. All the people related to this matter don't want to leave alive today. Later, he and Wang Yuheng helped Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang to the nearest one. This time, Yi Chen did not take the initiative to say anything. Those sitting in the position of the people are very conscious to stand up, give up the position. They just saw the power of the boy, so they would not be stupid enough to kill themselves. After all this, Yi Chen looks at Tang Ao and says, How do you want to die, old beast? In the years since I disappeared, I have mastered several of the most brutal methods of killing people, which are enough to make you unforgettable. Pa 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 pa. Tang Ao suddenly clapped his hands. Even laugh. Yi Chen, I have to admire your arrogance. Don't you know that this is a trap? And most of them are my Tang Ao people. Do you really think you have the ability to kill me? I don't want to celebrate my birthday today. I just want to cut off your head and avenge my son. Do it. With Tang Ao's exclamation, the door of the banquet hall, which was originally smashed, actually produced thick iron doors on the walls on both sides. Bang! 2 iron doors made of unknown materials, completely closed. Not only that, all the windows are closed. A sense of death is spreading. The air is too oppressive to breathe. At the same time, 20 of the strongest martial arts association in Jiangnan province rushed out and surrounded Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen is doomed to fly. Do you think that's the end of it? Tang Ao ferocious smile. Good play just started. You guys come out too. Words fall, for figures walk to Tang Ao's side. Any breath is full of terrible killing. When these 4 people show up, they explode on the stage. Wang Zhenyang, 203 masters in China. Yu Zhan, 194 masters in China. Ochiu, China masters list 190. Wanfeng is broken. 178 masters in China. These 4 people almost represent the existence of the most cutting-edge pyramid on the surface of Wudiaji in Jiangnan province. If you had a Tang Ao must be more than 189. Otherwise, it's impossible to break the peak. 5 top masters of Jiangnan province against a hunter. How the hell are you doing this? 1 is enough to crush Yi Chen. Everyone is sure Yi Chen will die this time. Even more difficult to fly. Tang Ao enjoyed the moment very much. He stepped out and said, In fact, there's something I have been hiding from you. I don't hide it now. In fact, my position in the list of Chinese masters is not 189, but 147. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a breath. Looked to Yi Chen again. The vision only has sympathy and pity. He should not, is moved Tang Ao's son. Tang Ao is interesting to stare at Yi Chen. Originally thought that the other side's eyes will have fear, but did not expect. This boy has no reaction at all. It's totally fearless. He was angry to show his authority and went away, but he also cried out angrily, Yi Chen, kneel down, let me cut off your head. Let's do it together. Waste all his life. Tang Ao does not dare to take it lightly. After all, I have seen Yi Chen's strength just now. If he belittles the enemy, He is likely to die. Stop it. Just then, a cold voice sounded. I saw a beautiful girl standing up and walking toward his side. It's Jia. Juya still follows Zhu's family leader after her. Zhu asks the sky. Juya came to Tang Ao and said with interest, "If my Zhu family want to protect this person, will President Tang sell her face?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. One by one, the eyes are staring at the extreme. Zhu family in Jiangnan province wants to protect Yichun. Some faces are full of confusion, but only a small number of people eyes are full of horror, because they know that Zhujia in Jiangnan province is closely related to dozens of powerful people. There was even a top 20 master of China who came to Zhu's home in person and asked him to cast a sword. If the court is qualified to talk with Tang Ao, only Zhu. Tang Ao mouse on a cold. Open away. I don't understand. You Zhu family, why want to protect this person? His tone was a little timid and cold. Zhuya laughed, her eyes like autumn water, looked at the youth not far away and replied, "Because he is what I want from Zhu family. It's worth our doing. If you move him, think about the things behind my Zhu family. Don't ruin your great future and accomplishments because of your selfish desires." The latter sentence is clearly a threat. Threat from Zhu family. At this moment, Tang Ao's face is rather ugly. With that, Zhuya stepped gracefully in front of Yichun and said, "I will take you away safely now. You can give me that kind of thing. This transaction is not excessive." Chapter 223. She decided Yichun had no choice. At present, Zhu family is the only straw that can save him. No one with a little brain will refuse, although offended Tang Ao, but can get the broken Xian sword. Just when everyone thought Yichun would go with Zhuya, a cold voice rang out. "I don't need your Zhu family to do my business." It is Yichun who speaks. Zhuya is confused. Tang Ao is also confused. There was a dead silence under the stage. A pair of eyes so straight at Yichun. Doubt. Terrified. Crazy. Yichun refused. Is he crazy? Not even the only way to survive? When people die, there is nothing left. Zhuya woke up and asked, "Yichun, you better use your brain to figure out what you're doing. Do you feel entitled to survive these 5? Don't dream." Yichun glanced at Zhuya and said faintly, "I remember I said that your Zhu family is worthless in my eyes, and I don't need your protection. Get out of the way." Zhu Wentian heard Yichun speak to Zhuya with this attitude. He was instantly angry. He just wanted to rush up and was stopped by Zhuya. Let's go back to our positions. Today I want to see how some people can turn the tide back. Zhuya and Zhu Wentian returned directly to their position. Their faces were livid, extremely unhappy. For this kind of ungrateful person, death is not worth regretting. On stage, Tang Ao laughed. "Originally I was afraid of Zhu's family, but now you have refused the other party's good intentions, just like me. Wait till you die. The strength of the sun is very strong. The 4 of you will take it together. It's broken. It's in front of me. I'll break his head with my own hands. Let him feel desperate." The 4 top masters nodded and turned directly into shadows. Towards Yichun. This speed, Blinker and I directly appeared in front of Yichun. Change Fist of Claw buckled to the key of Yichun fiercely. Seeing that he was about to fall, the black dragon under the foot of Yichun would surge and evade the attack of 4 people. At the same time, a fist with rolling chi smashed out. Yuzhen felt something was wrong, and he quickly retreated and dodged a blow. But something more bizarre happened. Yichun unexpectedly appeared behind him. A blowout, fierce momentum. Bursts of air blast. His moves are like lightning, with a momentum of unremitting progress, and his moves rise and fall sharply and are extremely fierce. Any move, all show the opportunity to kill. Yuzhen is a little confused. I thought 4 people could win this sun with one move, but at present, the 4 could not even touch the corner of this sun's clothes. What body method is this? Yuzhen Yen sees that his fist is going to fall and subconsciously concentrates all the strength on his right arm. Blow it out. He's never lost. Bang! 2 airwaves seem to collide suddenly. A dull crash. Yuzhen only felt a terrible force spreading along his arm. It was impossible for him to stabilize his body. The whole man was thrown out. At the same time, Yichen stepped out of the shackles of the three people and came to Yu Zhen, who flew out. A blow in the air hit the other side's chest. Straight through. Blood as the wall dyed red. See the scene, which is dreadful to one's mind. One of the top masters in Jiangnan province fell down. This scene, the impact of all people's line of sight. He thought Yichen was doomed to die. But in a few seconds, Yichen had killed a top master. Jia's slightly open mouth. Beautiful eyes are full of confusion. She found that Yichen's strength is much stronger than she imagined. Finish all this. Yichen's whole body exudes fierce color. He stepped on the wall, knee bending. All of a sudden, a broken sword appeared in my hand. It's the dragon sword. His body quickly toward the remaining three people and go. The three men realized the seriousness of the matter and took out their weapons one after another and just wanted to fight back. Yichen has appeared in front of Wang Jingyang without any mercy, a cold flash. The evil spirit and aura of the dragon chopping sword erupted at the same time, and Wang Jingyang's weapon was broken directly. Not only that, his neck actually appeared a smear of blood red. He just wanted to talk, but found that he was no longer qualified. Cut off the head. A move. You can't do anything. Second kill master. Sleeping trough. The whole ballroom was breathless. Seeing this scene, they dare not breathe at all. Zhuya, Zhu Wentian, Zhou Jinda, and Xia Hongya all trembled. His face was full of shock, fear, and wonder. Yichen is too strong. Strong let people point. These are not ordinary warriors, but the top masters in Jiangnan province. There are about 200 masters in China. But in Yichen's hand, how can there be an illusion of killing people like killing chickens? It's like the master's life is worthless in Yichen's eyes. Yichen doesn't care what others think. After killing the two masters, he breaks away again toward the remaining Qiu, Lao, and Wan Feng. He wanted to kill Tang Ao. Since this group of people stand beside Tang Ao, send them to the netherworld. If the world's negative Yichen. How? Kill all. Yichen releases violence, killing and death to the extreme. If someone pays attention to it, you can surely find that Yichen seems to be coiled around a blood dragon. This is the witness that he climbed out of the heap of death. No one knows what he experienced in Kunlun Su. It used to be his nightmare. And now, this is his enemy's nightmare. Wan Feng breaks and Qiu Lao are awed by Yichen's murderous spirit. They have practiced martial arts for so many years, but they have never seen such existence. The key opponent played 2 moves and killed 2 masters. You can't keep your hands. Kill. Wan Feng broke his anger. Language down. He clenched a long sword in his hand. Toward Yichen. Qiu Lao hand also appeared a whip toward Yichen smashed. The meaning of the sword is coagulating, and the long sword is chopping at Yichen's head with fierce sword spirit. Seeing these 2 blows, Yichen has no intention of retreating. A side body. The swift sword idea just passed by his side. The skin can clearly feel that chill. At the same time, Yichen stretched out 5 fingers, tightly holding the head-on whip. Come on. Yichen did not stop. A light roar, the true chi condensed. Come on. The power of fury extends from the whip. Old Qiu's face changes greatly. He just wants to let go, but it's too late. His body flies directly towards Yichen. Die! The air of Tyrannosaurus Rex is full of air. The sword technique is open and close. The tiger and the tiger generate wind. The shadow of the sword is all over the sky, and the cold is pressing. Old Qiu only felt that countless sword shadows fell on him. He wanted to dodge, but found that he was not qualified at all. All of a sudden, he felt something. After a sweep, he found that his body was full of deep cuts. The blood is getting stained and it's on the ground. There's only one person left in the field. Chapter 224. Tang Ao's face changed completely. What kind of strange is Yichen? The degree of terror has already produced fear in his heart. It's terrible. He didn't think about it anymore. He roared directly. Wan Feng is broken. This son is very difficult. You and I will kill you together. He is in a panic. Really flustered. Good. 2 people are almost the most powerful presence on the field. Strong union. is the only chance to kill Yi Chun. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth showed a faint smile. Step out. Tang Ao, I will let you die last. As for now, it's your turn. Yi Chen's cold eyes are directed at the broken Wanfeng. The sword meaning of Wanfeng's breaking has not arrived. The cold air comes first, and the murderous spirit is fully displayed. I love broken swords. This is his best shot. This is the sword meaning. Let him kill the 178 strong masters of China. Take his place. He's confident that he won't die. Yi Chen holds a dragon sword in the palm of his hand, and the real chi of Dantian condenses, constantly bumping into the sword. Looking at the sword, he laughed. Laughed very loud. Just when the sword idea was about to be cut on him, Yi Chen yelled angrily and shook his soul. This kind of rubbish sword idea dare to put out to shame. I'll show you what the sword meaning is. I have a sword can cut the world. Burn out. Fall. The dragon sword in Yi Chen's hand breaks out. A sword directly swept away. At this moment, the broken sword seemed to be stretched infinitely, bringing out a large shadow, which was 10 zhong long, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if the whole banquet hall was to be destroyed. Feel that terrible momentum. Wanfeng's broken face only panic. His broken sword addiction was directly torn apart. Not only that, but also the shadow of a sword. It's really the imaginary shadow of sword in legend. This is the sword skill that Sword Shio dreams of. Who the hell is this boy? Why does he have this thing? Why? The shadow of the sword fell across the sky, fell on the broken body of Wanfeng. Boom! A big bang. Wanfeng 178 in the list of Chinese masters, broke into pieces directly, turned into a blood mist. In an instant, it seemed that the whole banquet hall began to vibrate, and the dust filled the sky, and the sword was cut into the ground. It's palpitating. Originally want to start Tang Ao, feet stopped. Mouth sun deep looking at the ground, that huge sword mark. This sword mark is like a natural moat. What a terrible force to do it. At this moment, he had a sense of insignificance, as if the youth in the distance is the supreme god. What's he doing? He's scared. He's scared. I'm really scared. This is... Julia under the stage looked at the terrible sword mark on the ground, and her eyes twitched violently. It's like setting off all kind of waves. She stares at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. This sword is made by the most powerful master of Zhu family. It's very strong, but it can't be so ridiculous. What's more, it's still a broken sword. Must have weakened a bit. The most important thing is not the sword, but the people who can burst out such terrible power. This is the power of Yi Chun. She thought that the value of the broken Xian sword was much higher than that of Yi Chun, so she used the sword to exchange Yi Chen's life just now. But now, she found her cheek hot. She's wrong. That's wrong. She has always been in charge of the overall situation. Why she has become so blind. The value of Yi Chen can't be compared with 100 broken Xian swords. She shouldn't have offended Yi Chun because of the sword. Not only Juya, but everyone on the court was petrified. No one would have thought that things would develop like this. This sword is enough to win or lose. Those so-called martial arts strong people are absolutely shocked to the extreme at the moment. Yi Chen's strength may be the top 100 of the Chinese masters list. How can we fight this? If Yi Chen wants to kill all the people in this banquet hall, it will be effortless. They have no right to stop. They can only pray that the evil god will not be cruel. Yi Chen walked towards Tang Ao step by step. When he came to Tang Ao, he roared, "Tang Ao, kneel down. Lead to death." Hearing these cold words, Tang Ao reacts and shakes his body. An inexhaustible anger in his heart constantly condenses, ferments. He suddenly thought of his son's body, headless bodies. He thought of what happened in Jiangnan province. His power, his face, his direct dignity are all destroyed by this boy. If Yi Chen does not die today, Tang Ao has no qualification to stay in Jiangnan province. He doesn't care about anything, because Yi Chen must die. That terrible sword just now, this boy must be very tired. He may have consumed all his strength. When will it be better not to kill now? Tang Ao a violent drink. Legs suddenly force. The whole person like a cheetah, general straightforward. At the same time, the superposition of two palms. The wind of the palm thunders, and the air explodes like an explosion, making a roaring sound. In 1 second, the shadow of his hand was all over the sky, and Teo even blew out hundreds of palms one after another. Between the hands, the whole ballroom airflow is disordered. Seems to be driven by Tang Ao. Some of the soldiers who were close to me were pale, as if they were trapped in death. What kind of martial arts is this? This power is too terrible. This is the real President Tang. That boy is dead. The Martial Arts Association is looking forward to it. Finally, Tang Ao formed a palm print about half a meter in front of his body, which exploded toward Yi Chun, under the palm of one hand. There is death without life. Yi Chun collected the dragon sword, moved his 5 fingers, and narrowed his eyes. His face is a little surprised because this palm technique is not from the martial arts world, but from Kunlun Su. He can even feel a trace of true spirit surging from Tang Ao at the moment. How could it be? This 100 palms sealed off everything he had. If you are hit, the consequences are unimaginable. He didn't dare to take it lightly. He closed his eyes, and the most powerful blow of Quan Sha Zong appeared in his mind. Ling Sha Palm. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, and a cold light shot out of his eyes, like the sickle of death, such as the evil spirit of white bones. The true chi of Dantian is all condensed in one palm. It's blowing around. The powerful momentum directly lifted several tables nearby, and all the roads were shaking. Open the air. Touch one of them. Boom! The dull clash came again. A series of air waves set off, broke out, puff, with the sound of scream. Tang Ao even spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flies in the air. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown out on top of the coffin in the back. Click. The lid of the coffin is broken. Tang Ao's body smashed hard inside. Under the strong impact, all his bones are broken. Blood all over the body. Tang Ao's body trembled slightly and tried to stand up, but it was impossible. He could only let the blood in his mouth overflow, and his eyes were full of ashes and horror. Tang Ao defeated. It was a complete defeat. Chapter 225. Now, the coffin in the banquet hall seemed to be the fear in everyone's eyes. All the people there were staring at one direction. The coffin is gushing blood. They know it's Tang Ao inside, the president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. The existence of one person under 10,000 people. Who could have thought that a master of this level was defeated and lost to a young man in his 20s? What kind of monster is this? Even if you practice from your mother's womb, it can't be so terrible. Zhuya no longer has that plain expression. Her mouth is slightly open, but also stretched out a thin and white hand to cover. Her eyes swept the bodies, and finally the dead frame in the coffin. Who could have thought that Yi Chen did all this? One man killed 5 top masters in Jiangnan Province. What's more, the method of killing is crushing to the extreme. When Bai Li Bing told her about Yi Chun, she was actually dismissive. In her opinion, what can a boy of a declining family have? If Bai Li Bing had not reminded her again and again not to have a bad relationship with Yi Chun, she would not have invited Yi Chun to have coffee. Yi Chen's character is very cold. She thinks this person is just an iceberg. But now, she found that her understanding of Yi Chun is the tip of the iceberg. In the end, I don't know what strength Yi Chun is. How many can you catch the sword that is just broken out? And this punch in Jiangnan Province? None of them. Miss Yi Chun, Zhu Wentian suddenly said. Zhuya wakes up and stares at the cold and arrogant figure and makes a very firm decision. From now on, Zhu family will incline to this person's resources at all costs. When we go back later, we will take out the materials of the broken Xian sword from the secret room. Since Yi Chen needs it, we will give it to him unconditionally. When Zhu Wentian hears that Zhuya wants to give Yi Chen the materials of the broken Xian sword, his face looks a little ugly. Miss, the material of the broken Xian sword is just like... Don't say the sword made by Xian Chen is worth more than the one made by Xian Chen at the beginning. Zhu Wentian's expression was more eccentric, and he stopped talking. At the moment, looking at the coffin, facing the coffin, he walked down a step. The size of this coffin is quite suitable for you. There was a chill in the corner of his mouth. Although Tang Ao Mao's son is angry, but he is no different from a disabled person now. I have no injustice or hatred with you. Why do you want to kill my son and destroy the Tang family? There was a roar in the coffin. Yi Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. I killed Yuan Jingfu and Wood Otai. You should not want to let me go. I will kill anyone who threatens me. As for the death of your son, you just can't see it. Did you forget the incident 3 years ago? Heaven refuses to accept such animals as your son, but Yi Chen will take them myself. Tang Ao's heart was as dead as a stone. By the way, before you die, let me tell you a secret. In fact, Marvel is my man. Hearing this sentence, Tang Ao instantly thought of what? Spit out a mouthful of blood again. He never thought he would be planted in Yi Chen's hands. The key person has already inserted the eyeliner in his side. But Moeki has always been loyal. Why betrayed him? It seems that you are not very comfortable lying down. So change your posture. Yi Chen clapped a hand on the coffin. The coffin stands up in an instant. Tang Ao faces everyone directly. Today, people from half the martial arts circles in Jiangnan province killed Tang Ao in front of these people. This is Li Wei. Then Yi Chen steps a step, and then gently a hook. A knife directly fell in the palm of the hand. I said I would let you die last, and never break my promise. He put the knife on Tang Ao's neck. The cold light flickered. Just wanted to do it. Bang! Loud noise. The door's going straight open. The iron door is twisted and cracked. The air of fury swept in. A dozen men in special uniforms rushed in. Huasha Wudao Bureau. All hands down. Hold your head and squat down. A sound is like thunder. At the head of it is an old man with a good moral character. Yi Chen frowned. Huasha Wudao Bureau? What apartment is this? And Tang Ao reaction is different. His face overflows a ray of joy, even busy way. Master. Master. Help Meth old man's face change. And he quickly yelled at Yi Chen, Boy, put down the knife. Huasha Wudao Bureau has the priority to deal with and decide all disputes in China's martial arts circle. The violator, die. Threat. A naked threat. Yi Chen Mao's son is indifferent. Did not put down the knife Wei. Chinese martial arts realm? What? The old man's face changed greatly and angrily rebuked. Boy, are you challenging the bottom line of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? Zhuya quickly stood up and said to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, put down the knife quickly. Huasha Wudao Bureau is in the top authority of Huasha Wudao Circle. They are responsible for managing the crimes, punishments, records, and special cases of the strong people in the whole Chinese martial arts circle. Similar to some special organizations in China, although the two businesses overlap, Huasha Wudao Bureau has the priority to deal with people and things in the martial arts world, and others can't interfere. This was said in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. The old man nodded to the girl, then looked at Yi Chen. Now you understand. I know you and Tang Ao have a dispute. This will report to the above, and then deal with it impartially. You can rest assured. Tang Ao's mouth showed a trace of gloomy smile. Yi Chen, you will not think that I still left a hand. Oh. Yi Chen has no expression at all. The old man did not have much patience and repeated, For the last time, put down the knife. Otherwise, it will be dealt with according to the highest martial law of China. Good. Yi Chen nods. Next second, true chi condenses, a knife falls. No hesitation. Extremely decisive. The knife was taken away by him. But the terrible Dao Chi directly wiped a knife mark in Tang Ao's neck. Plop. Hey! Tang Ao's head directly fell on the ground. Ferocious. The blood is dying. Yi Chen's mouth outlines a sneer to let him pass Tang Ao. No way. Don't mention the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Even if Huasha No. 1 comes to persuade him, it is impossible. At this moment, the whole banquet hall is very quiet. All eyes stare at Yi Chen. Madman. A complete madman. Even the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau is not in the eye. Don't Yi Chen understand that any strong ancient Chinese martial arts are bound by the Martial Arts Bureau? This guy is going to make people angry. Looking at a pair of eyes staring at himself, Yi Chen laughed, dropped the knife in his hand, and said faintly, "It's not interesting. My hand is slippery." Chapter 226. Hand slipping? At this moment, everyone almost fell on the ground in anger. Can hand slip just cut off Tang Ao's head? Is there any fluctuation of strength in hand skating? How can you say that hand skating is so magnificent? A fool can see that you're on purpose. Countless Dao eyes fell on several people of Huaxia Wudao Bureau. I want to see how they react. After all, it's a naked slap in the face. The head of the old man saw this scene, completely black. He holds an important position in China Martial Arts Bureau. Tang Ao is his apprentice. Decades of apprentice. Even Tang Ao became the president of the Wudao Association in Jiangnan Province, which was promoted by him. Like a son, if Tang Ao didn't call him last night, he couldn't have arrived in Jiangnan Province from the capital. He had planned to give Tang Ao's 60th birthday, but now his yin and yang separated. Even seeing his apprentice killed by others, he can't do anything. He's on fire. It's a complete fire. The cold-eyed sun shoots at Yichen directly, angry voice way. "You dare to challenge Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? Good. Good. You are the first young man to do this, and you will be the last." Yichen shrugged and said, "How many times have I said it? The hand is just slipping. Who knows this knife is so fast? Shall I try it on your neck?" His voice gradually has a trace of indifference. Yichen is very clear that Tang Ao and Huaxia Wudao Bureau have a special relationship. How can these people enforce the law impartially? No way. If he is silly to wait for this group of people to decide everything, we'll only waste time. The old man took a look at the people around him and ordered, "Xiao Zhou, disperse all the people in the banquet hall. Huaxia Wudao Bureau is in charge of affairs. There are no idle people," and so on. Yes. Soon, all the people were taken outside by the personnel of the Huaxia Wudao Bureau. Because Shun Haihua and Uncle Wang are still injured, Yichen directly asked Ma Weiqi to send several people to the restroom. There was only one person in the huge hall who did not leave. That was Zhuya. Zhuya came to Yichen in a hurry and reminded him, "Yichen, I heard Bai Libing say that you had just returned to China, and you are not very clear about some situations in China. Huaxia Wudao Bureau and Jiangnan Wudao Association are totally two concepts. One is an organ directly under the state, and the other is a group belonging to the people. It may not be a big deal if you offend the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province, but if you offend Huaxia Wudao Bureau, the situation is really serious. This group of people hold power and have a license to kill. There are almost 100 ways to kill you. Besides, the strength of these people is so strong that you are not qualified to shake it." Zhuya has made plans to establish a united front with Yichen. She also hopes that the Zhu family can change some things through Yichen. But if Yichen dies prematurely, it is not worth the loss. This is the last thing she wants to happen. Finished. Yichen Dao. Zhuya was stunned and nodded. Finished. Let's go. I will deal with my affairs. Huaxia Wudao Bureau is not qualified to let Yichen condescend to me. Yichen lit a cigarette to Zhuya Dao. When Zhuya was hesitating, several people from Huaxia Wudao Bureau came. She took a look at Yichen, sighed, and went out toward the outside. Since the boy is so proud, she has no choice but to pray silently in her heart. Soon, the door closed. There was something weird about the atmosphere. Yichen leaned against the wall and smoked calmly. And in front of him stood more than a dozen horrible Chinese Martial Arts Bureau strongmen. The old man took a look at Tang Ao's ferocious head. Then his eyes fell on Yichen's body and sneered. "I don't know what you are so fearless?" All of a sudden, his tone became extremely tough and said, "Yichen, you have violated Article 9 of the highest martial law of China. We Chinese Martial Arts Bureau has reason to kill you. What else do you have to say?" Yichen sneered and put out the smoke in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the crowd and said, "Shabai, is that a satisfactory sentence?" As soon as this word comes out, these Martial Arts Bureau people's facial expressions are all black. How dare you humiliate Huaxia in front of you? It's not killing me. The old man gnawed his teeth and waved his big hand. "Take this, son. Don't kill him. Suck his mouth out." Yes. The next second, 5 or 6 figures quickly toward Yi-chun. The momentum is rolling up. The surrounding magnetic field seems to change suddenly. Yi-chun is surprised to find that the strength of these people is not bad. The key is that their steps are the trend of the formation. In this way, the 6 can exert their strength to the utmost. Yi-chun did not dare to take it lightly and rushed into the crowd directly. Taking the initiative is the key. Palm shadow all over the sky, driving the gust of wind. Constantly on the boom came the burst of dull roar. The airwaves spread in all directions. Where the airwaves passed, the tables around them were smashed directly. Those 6 people feel more and more pressure. He did not know why. They are very difficult to touch Yi-chun. It can be said that it has come and gone without a trace. It can be seen that the strength of this boy is really extraordinary. I hear you want to suck my mouth out. Yi-chun's voice suddenly rings in one of the men's ears. The man was startled. His strength was concentrated in his fists, and he went out. But it's too late. Yi-chun, a hand, clasped the wrist of the other side. Click. A straight twist. Is the other hand of the other side of the winding together. The most twisted. The man roared in pain. The next second, a palm wind from his ear to attack. Pa! A slap suddenly fell. Strong power directly fanned that man. Half of the cheek is swollen. The rest of them were stunned. Before they could react, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. Pa! 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 The roar of the palm wind brings out a series of virtual shadows, covering the sky and the earth, making it difficult to identify which one is the real existence. The sound of slapping rang through the whole banquet hall. It's like a child's firecrackers. After a few seconds, there are 6 retracted bodies lying on the ground. They were all slapped on the ground by Yi-chun. Groans made the whole banquet hall seem to stage a symphony. And now, seeing the scene, the old man is silent. All the people in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau behind him were silent. All people kept at a silence, staring at Yi-chun carefully. Yi-chun moved a few fingers and looked out, like the eyes of killing in the depths of hell. Palpitation, trembling, chilly. Who else wants to stretch out his face for me? At this moment, there was no one to speak. How dare they speak? Huaxia, who dares to draw the face of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau like this? Chapter 227. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the old man stepped forward and threatened, Boy, you have moved the people of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. You have stepped on the road of no return. Your strength is not worth my hand. Once I do, you may not be able to live or rest. So kneel down and die. In his opinion, Yi-chun is just a little boy who can only make a point of 3 evil schemes. If you do it yourself, you can kill it easily without a minute. Yi-chun Mao, son of congeals, kill a chance to release. What the hell are you? It's you, who should kneel down. The next second, Yi-chun step out. The banquet hall seems to have an earthquake, his body like a tiger down the mountain. Song Long's phantom body will be played to the extreme, flashing continuously, dragging out a piece of virtual shadow. He didn't hesitate to hit it with one punch. The red light is flashing. The killing machine is exploding. For Yi-chun, the old man did not dare to take it lightly, and his body retreated toward the back. An extremely terrible fist quickly passed by his side and scratched the skin, bringing a burst of pain. The fist's style was incomparable. When he retreated to safety, his strength suddenly changed. Instead, he took a step forward and smashed it with the same punch. This blow was caught off guard, and with the power to destroy the withered. It's frightening. Bang! The 2 fists came into contact, and the old man's mouth showed a fierce smile. Little scumbag, I forgot to tell you that I only practiced boxing my whole life, and all the people who fought with me died. He seems to have seen Yi-chun's wrist broken. All flesh and blood burst out. Die. 2 kinds of energy soared wantonly. In an instant, 2 whirlwinds wreaked havoc on the banquet hall. Violent energy constantly collides. There's even a sharp voice coming. Yi-chun looked up to the old man. The strength of this fist is even stronger than Tang Ao. Not only that, but there is a burning feeling in the fist. But what a pity. Behind Yi-chun stands Luo Yuntian, a top-level strongman of Kuncha sect. Quan Shazong, boxing into the road. Kill with Isha, on boxing, on strength, on evil spirit, who dares to fight in China. Yichen outlines a sneer at the corners of his mouth, feeling the strength of his arms, and his face becomes somewhat ferocious. Are the people who fight with you dead? That's because you didn't meet me. Broken. In an instant, as if in essence, there was a dull roar in the air, like a tiger descending the mountain. Yi Chen's two fists seemed to hold a group of monstrous evil spirit. This evil spirit breaks through everything. Through the old man's right fist. Click! A sound. The old man's right hand was broken directly. He was proud of the eyes, now only fear and fear. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was facing a huge mountain. The mountain that can't be crossed. As long as the other side wants, he will die. The old man's body was blown away, incomparably overbearing. Bang! His body hit the big screen in the banquet hall. The screen cracked, splashing sparks after sparks. However, the old man quickly stood up. His eyes showed a trace of fear. He had no idea that this son's strength was so strange. The breadth and strength of the key opponent are different from those strong people he contacts. No longer hesitating, the old man took out a mobile phone and directly pressed a key. Just press, a dark shadow has appeared in front of him. The wind blade shot out. His mobile phone appeared Mars, completely scrapped. At the same time, a quick slap fell on his cheek. Pa! A slap directly hit the old man's face. The old man fell out directly and his mouth overflowed with blood. When sober up, the old man is almost crazy. Shame, indescribable shame. Who could have thought that someone would dare to fan himself? The key slap directly trampled on his dignity. At the next moment, the old man got up fiercely, and a dagger appeared in his hand. The dagger tore the air with the breath of death. Die! Die to me. At the moment, the old man seems to have lost his mind. He'll chop it with a sword. The surrounding air and magnetic field are raging. Every sword has a strong power to vibrate in the air. Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? It's just that. Yi Chen has a bloody smile at the corner of his mouth. There was a dragon sword in his hand. Without hesitation, chop with one sword across the air. A red sword seemed to penetrate everything. The sword in the old man's hand is broken. Completely broken. Not only that, but there was a blood stain on the old man's chest. Blood oozes out. Yi Chen. The old man roared and quickly covered the blood on his chest. His eyes were full of oppression and bending. He wanted to suck up the blood on Yi Chen. But now he is not qualified. Although he is not in a high position in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, no one dares to treat him like this. Yi Chen's eyes are full of killing intention, and the indifferent tone rings to the banquet hall. Those who provoke me die. The sword of cutting dragon falls, and the air of tyranny overflows. It sweeps the whole area and brings dust all over the sky. Seeing that the sword was about to fall, a dark shadow broke through the door and quickly swept in front of the old man with a gentle wave of his arm. The wind stopped. Yi Chen's strike actually disappeared. Easy to disappear. Yi Chen's eyes flashed through an accident and stared at the man in front of the old man. Man's arm also with a few fresh bloodstains. Coagulated blood scab. It can be seen that he had just gone through a fierce battle before. Yi Chen can even feel the wild breath in his body. The other side is very strong. Only the breath on the body, in terms of cultivation realm, is at least 2 small realms higher than oneself. Is this one of the top 100 masters in China? Seeing the man's appearance, the old man sighed and said, Master Fong, thank you for saving your life. The man didn't speak. He was so cold that he glanced at the people in the Wudao Bureau lying on the ground and said to Yi Chen, Mo Ant, relying on his own cultivation, dare to move the people of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. He doesn't know what to do. Today, we trust will help you. Who shall fist? Fong said a light roar. The whole body's strength suddenly burst out toward Yi Chen. Speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye appeared in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen even saw a tiger that was condensed by energy and roared towards himself. A blow is condensed into a virtual shadow. Yi Chen didn't dare to be slighted. The dragon sword in his hand turned, and Ling Lai's sword idea broke the power. Bang! Two energy intersect. Yi Chen back 6 steps, and Fang Zhongxin stepped back 3 steps. Under a move, Yi Chen actually produced a trace of disadvantage. Fang Zhongxin's eyes also appeared a trace of accident. His mouth appeared a smile. Cannot fall in my Hu Xiao fist. You are the 9th. Chapter 228. If you are given another 10 years to practice martial arts, maybe you can surpass me, maybe. But it's a pity that you offended the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. You can't live for 10 years. Die today. The cold killing machine has locked Yi Chen. Fang Zhongxin just wanted to start. Bang! A shot shook the whole ballroom. The atmosphere of sudden stagnation. Fang Siddiq frowned. Some unhappy. Sight fell to the direction of the gate. Only a dozen people poured in. The key is that one of them has a weapon in his hand. This is not a general weapon, but a special weapon developed by the Chinese dragon soul for the existence of ancient warriors. Yi Chen naturally noticed these people. What surprised him was the dragon spirit. The two leaders are Lei Shuwei and Ing Qing. Lei Shuwei takes a look at Yi Chen and Fang Zhongxin. His eyes are heavy. Long Hun didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, it was Yi Chen's personal enmity. However, with the appearance of Huaxia Wudao Bureau, Yi Chen would be in trouble if he didn't come forward again. Fang Zhongxin took up his momentum, glanced at Lei Shuwei with cold eyes, and asked, Lei Shuwei, what the hell do you mean? Don't you know that Huaxia Wudao Bureau has the priority to deal with anything involving the martial arts circle? Or are you fed up with your fucking life? Although Lei Shuwei's strength was not equal to that of the other party, he had no weakness at all. He stepped out 1 step and said, This matter is related to your Chinese Martial Arts Bureau and to our Chinese Dragon Soul. Fang Zhongxin was stunned and said strangely, What's the matter with your Dragon Soul? Lei Shuwei took a look at Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi is the chief instructor of our dragon spirit. Do you think it is not related to our dragon spirit? If you dare to move the chief instructor dragon spirit, I promise that you cannot bear the anger of dragon spirit. Hearing this, Fang Zhongxin and the old man behind him were stunned. They stare at Yi Chen dead, eyes stare big to the extreme. Is this boy the instructor of Chinese Dragon Soul? You're not a normal instructor, chief instructor. See. The two took a breath, because the two organizations were almost juxtaposed. They know something about the dragon spirit. If you want to be the chief instructor of dragon spirit, you must get the approval of Huaxia No. 1. In other words, what stands behind Yi Chen is not dragon spirit, but Huaxia No. 1. They can't help but fear it. Fang Zhongxin's eyes twinkled with a trace of cruelty and said to Lei Shuwei, Does the dragon soul really want to protect him? I can tell you very clearly, to protect him means that the Dragon Soul and the Martial Arts Bureau will be at odds. In the future, if you have any thorny cases, our Wudao Bureau will not be able to cooperate with you. You will lose a lot of dragon spirits and even bear the charges. Maybe you haven't been in this position for a few days. Have you considered all these? Is it worth your dragon soul to do this for a stinky boy? Lei Shuwei did not speak. This is what he worries about most. Over the years, Chinese Dragon Soul and Huaxia Wudao Bureau have always been cooperative relations. Many special tasks will go to Huaxia Wudao Bureau to ask for help. This time, if you really tear your face, you'll lose too much behind you. He looked at Yi Chen and found that the latter's eyes were very indifferent. Behind the indifference is a strong confidence. As if he did not appear, Fang Zhongxin would surely die. He couldn't help thinking about what was on the video. He bit his teeth, no longer think about it, word by word. China has him. No fear of war. Today, no one wants to move the Dragon Soul Chief Instructor Yi Chen. Fang Zhongxin stares at Lei Shuwei for several seconds, and his chest will burst open. Why? Huaxia Dragon Soul actually abandoned the relationship with Huaxia Wudao Bureau for this boy. Is this boy more important than the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? I don't know what Lei Shuwei thinks, but since the Dragon Soul wants to protect this boy, it is impossible for him to kill him. He waved his sleeve and yelled at Lei Shuwei, Lei Shuwei, you wait. Let's go. With that, he took the wounded strong men of China Martial Arts Bureau to the outside. Just as he was about to leave, A voice of indifference rang out. Did I let you go? Fang Zhongxin's body was stiff, and his feet suddenly stopped. He turned his head fiercely. His cold eyes shot at the source of sound. It's Yi Chun. Damn it. I've let go of this boy. Can he just want to die? Lei Shuwei is crazy, too. He obviously came to help Yi Chun, and even gamble on the future of Dragon Spirit. What the hell is Yi Chun doing at this time? Mr. Yi? Lei Shuwei just wanted to persuade him when he saw Yi Chun make a gesture. It's obviously to keep him quiet. If you don't have a chance to kill the body, don't release it, Yi Chun said with a smile. In this case, 5 days later, Wudaotai, Jiangnan Province, will you accept the battle of life and death? This war has nothing to do with Dragon Soul and Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Just you and me. Of course, if you talk like a dog. Think I didn't say it. This is also the result of Yi Chen's careful consideration. Judging from the attack just now, Fang Zhongxin is 2 small levels higher than him. That's all. But if that's not the real strength of the other side, it's tricky. Of course, he can use the power of the reincarnation cemetery, and the strong man of the second tombstone can be moved. But it's really overkill to deal with Fang Zhongxin. At present, 5 days is enough time for him to break through the realm and crush Fang Zhongxin. Enough? Those dragon spirits present thought Yi Chun was crazy when he heard that he was going to challenge Fang Zhongxin. Fang Zhongxin, what strength, Dragon Soul at all costs to save you. You even go to the other party's trouble. What's the difference between this and Mantis? At this moment, Fang Zhongxin laughed and wantonly. He looked at Lei Shuwei and said, Lei Shuwei, how can you save him now? Lei Shuwei sighed and said, Fang Zhongxin, from the moment I entered the door, I didn't intend to save Mr. Yi at all. I was saving you, but also the Huaxia Wudao Bureau behind you. Hearing this, Fang Zhongxin wants to laugh more and more. He and Yi Chun's strength gap is so big. Still need him to save? Ridiculous. With his hands behind him, he no longer paid attention to Lei Shuwei. Instead, he looked at Yi Chun with interest and said, You are the first young man who dares to challenge me. It's interesting, really interesting. Since it's you who want to die, of course I have to satisfy you. In 5 days, I will make you feel fear and despair. What's more, I forgot to tell you that our Citic ranks number 99 on the list of Chinese masters. Ha 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 ha. With the laughter gradually falling, Fang Zhongxin and a group of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau people left. Only those dragon spirits in the banquet hall looked at each other. Chapter 229. Lei Shuwei has the heart of scolding his mother. He doesn't want Yi Chun to go to the muddy waters of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. As a result, this boy is the kind of stubble. Break the genius happy. He doesn't know his real strength. If Fang Zhongxin and Yi Chun fight, there is no doubt that Fang Zhongxin will die. But as soon as Fang Zhongxin died, Yi Chun completely offended the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. It's easy to deal with the authority in Beijing. It's a goddamn national combat machine. Inside the strong one with a demon-like, Yi Chun offended Huaxia Wudao Bureau. It's really troublesome. He came to Yi Chen's side and even said, Mr. Yi, you are really reckless. The existence of Huaxia Wudao Bureau is to restrict and control the ancient warriors, which offended them. In the future, Mr. Yi will have some trouble in mixing with the Chinese martial arts circles. Yi Chun wiped the dragon sword in his hand without expression and said, I didn't intend to mix in the martial arts circle of China. Besides, I have killed Tang Ao in front of them. Do you think this group of people may let me go? It's better to take the initiative than flinch. Lei Shuwei was speechless. Yi Chun is right. Tang Ao, as the president of the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province, can be said to be a force of Chinese Wudao Bureau in Jiangnan Province to control Jiangnan Province. Now, when Tang Ao dies, it's hard for China's Martial Arts Bureau not to retaliate. Yi Chun put away the dragon sword and looked at Lei Shuwei and Ing Qing. This time, the dragon soul has helped me a lot and offended the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. If you have something that you can't solve in the future, tell me that it's the kindness I owe you. Mr. Yi, you are the chief instructor of Dragon Spirit. No matter how, we will stand behind you without hesitation. Dragon spirit is your strongest backing, Lei Shuwei said seriously. He is so desperate, is waiting for Yi Chen's favor. I see. Yi Chen goes out to see Shen Haihua and them. At the same time, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, dozens of people of the Qin family stood outside an ancient courtyard, anxiously waiting for something. It's packed and spectacular. Everyone's face is full of sincerity. Qin Jingyang's injury has been a few points better, but the meaning of backfire let his face a little pale. They have been waiting here for more than a week. The gate of the yard was closed all the time. It hasn't been opened. They're all going to crash. Dad, do you still need to wait? Qin Jingyang opened his mouth. Qin Fu nodded and looked at the door with incomparable solemnity. This is the only way for their Qin family to break the game. It is not his goal to become the top family in Jiangnan province. He wants to take the Qin family and Qin Jingyang to the capital. Beijing is the real battlefield of Chinese martial arts. Good. Qin Jingyang sighed and nodded. His father's decision was never missed, so he was relieved to wait a few more days. After more than 10 minutes, suddenly, creak, the door opens. Those listless Qin families stand up straight and stare at the gate in the yard. An old man in a long robe appeared in the sight of all the people in the Qin family. The old man's eyes are flat, and there is no momentum on his body. He just glanced at the crowd lightly, but gave people a very strong dignity, even fear. Qin's father quickly stepped forward and knelt down in front of the old man in the long robe. I've seen you before, Qin Kun. Plop. Behind him, dozens of core members of the Qin family all kneel down. I've seen you, master. The voice is full of respect. With his hand behind him, the robe old man said to Qin Kun, Why are you waiting outside my door for so many days? Qin Kun excitedly said, Master, I want to invite you out of the mountain and sit down on my Qin family. The old man in the robe shook his head and turned directly, apparently not interested in the Qin family. Master, wait a moment. It's not too late for you to think about it. Qin Kun took out something and presented it to the road with both hands. The old man in the robe noticed something and turned around. When he saw what was in Qin Kun's hand, his eyes shrank and his fingers coagulated. The things appeared directly in his hands. His breath was a little short, and he asked, This is a key to enter Kunlun Void. Where did you get it? Qin Kun's eyes were a little surprised and said, Master, what is Kunlun Su? Why have I never heard of it? The old man in the robe responded and said to himself, These people are just ancient Chinese martial arts practitioners, not practitioners. Naturally, they don't know the Kunlun Void. Answer me, where'd you come from? Qin Kun quickly explained. Mr. Qi, this is a treasure handed down by our ancestors of Qin family. We want to invite the elder to take charge of the Qin family with this thing. The old man in the robe takes something in his arms, which he can't refuse at all. Immediately, after thinking for a few minutes, he said, My time is limited. For the sake of this baby, I'd like to go out the mountain once, but I'll sit on your Qin family for a month at most. After a month, I'll leave. Of course, this month, I would like to take an apprentice from your Qin family. If he follows me, it will be enough to ensure the glory of your Qin family. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Qin Kun was a little disappointed. But in the last sentence, his eyes were a little hot. He hurriedly said to Qin Jingyang behind him, Jingyang, don't come up to see the master. Qin Jingyang, happy, rushed forward, kneeling in front of the robe old man. Qin Jingyang, see the master. The old man in the robe glanced at Qin Jingyang, took out a pill and threw it in front of Qin Jingyang. The root bone is not bad, so it should be a meeting gift for my apprentice. Qin Jingyang saw the pills in front of him. He was short of breath. He kowtowed quickly and said, Thank you, master. Yunhu Villa, the third-floor lounge. Yi Chen meets Shen Haihua and them. Unexpectedly, Zhuya was also among them. Zhuya has arranged for medical staff to give simple treatment to Shen Haihua and Wang Yuing's family. Zhuya sees Yi Chen to be like a normal person unexpectedly. Beautiful Mao is full of fright. What way is Huasha Wudao Bureau? She is very clear. But Yi Chen came out easily. Damn it, Mr. Yi. Shun Haihua trembled in his voice. Brother Chun, Wang Yuheng said excitedly. Yi Chen nodded and ordered, "You all lie down. I'll show you." Then Yi Chen took out the silver needle, felt a few people's injuries, and simply condensed the true qi to give the needle. Fortunately, except for some problems with Shun Haihua's bones, the others were not seriously injured. A few days' rest will be fine. Wang Yuing's whole life was full of vitality. He said excitedly, "Brother Chun, you were so handsome just now. Will I be like you if I continue practice?" Yi Chen nodded. "As long as you practice seriously, you will naturally become stronger, at least can protect the people around you." Good. Chapter 230. Wang Yuan clenched his fist and made up his mind. Originally, he was only interested in cultivation, but he made up his mind to become stronger when he met with something in front of him. Brother Chen is the goal of his cultivation. Yi Chen talked with several people again, because Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were a little shaken about what happened today. So Yi Chen asked the people of Dragon Spirit to send them back. Wang Yuheng and his family first returned to Jiangqing, while Shun Haihua stayed in Jiangnan province for the time being. After the fracture healed completely, they left for Jiangqing. Soon, only Zhuya and Yi Chen are left in the room. When Yi Chen was about to leave, Zhuya said, "I have some doubts in my heart. Do you know that Mr. Yi is still interested in the materials of that sword?" Unconsciously, she gradually changed her address. Yi Chen deserves to be called Mr. Yi. Yi Chen and Zhang turn around, dead stare at Zhuya Wei. "Did you change your mind?" Zhuya Mei's eyes were full of splendor. She looked at Yi Chen and said in a low voice, "Now that the sword has become Mr. Ye's weapon, Wei Zhu's family can't win people's love. The material of that sword is of no great use to our Zhu family. It's better to give it to Mr. Yi. In this way, Wei Zhu will have the fragrance in our hands." What a wonderful thing. Yi Chen's eyes stare at Zhuya with interest. He is very clear this is the effect of strength. No matter Huaxiao or Kunlun, the weak are the appendages of the strong. You are strong, others will give you face, even willing to sacrifice everything to please you. You are weak, doomed to be pressed on the ground, never turn over. What Yu Zhu family need from me? Yi Chen Dao, there is no free lunch. Zhuya smiles, quite amorous. "Mr. Yi, what do you mean?" "Wei Zhu family don't need Mr. Yi to pay any price. It's a matter of course that swords match heroes. It's enough for a little girl to look up to Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nods. He has to admire Zhuya's EQ and means. "By the way, Mr. Yi, what else do you need? Our Zhu family has the best materials and tools for casting swords in China. If Mr. Yi doesn't dislike it, we can provide Mr. Yi with more. How about Mr. Yi coming to Zhu's tomorrow? The beautiful eyes are full of expectation." Yi Chen thought about it and agreed to come down. Well, it would save him to send Yi Lingdian to look for materials. What's more, once the dragon sword is restored, what does Fang Zhongxin, who ranks number 99 on the list of Chinese masters, count in his eyes? It's just a sword. Zhuya Mei Mao is full of surprise. Wriggle plump buttocks to walk toward the outside. That little woman is waiting for Mr. Yi in Zhu's house tomorrow. Seeing Zhuya off, Yi Chen called Yi Lingtian and asked him to send Sun Yi back to the villa. At present, those forces in Jiangnan province might have wanted to move Sun again. Why does he insist on killing Tang Ao in front of so many people today? Is to frighten everyone. He wants to release a signal. Move the people around him. Yi Chen, Tang Ao is the end. As two peas, he looked at the window. He found the pattern of Jianghu province, which is exactly the same as that of the year. He thought of the scene of 5 years. There are many feelings. There is still no news about the Dragon Lord in Beijing. Even the whereabouts of their parents are unknown. The only clue is Jiang Jianfeng, the 9th Chinese master. However, it must be more difficult to find Jiang Jianfeng's existence, unless they come to see themselves. What was hidden in the water of Yunhu Villa? Why is it aimed at my little Yi family? At this time, Yi Chen Mao, son of congeals, discovered what? There's a pair of cold eyes that have been staring at themselves in the distance. This look, disdain, indifference, with a trace of accident, extremely complex. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, directly jumped down from the 3rd floor. When he came to the place where his eyes were, he disappeared. No one's shadow. Who are those eyes? Yichen is lost in thought. 3 hours later, a quiet courtyard in the capital. Jiang Jianfeng is playing chess with an old man in the yard. His manner was extremely respectful. When a sunspot fell, Jiang Jianfeng said with a smile, "Dad, why do you want to come here to see me?" The old man touched his beard and dropped a white one. The old man's voice rang out, "Is there a problem when I come to see my son?" "Dad, it's okay to see what you said, but I guess you came to see the result of my cultivation." The old man nodded, and his turbid eyes did not fluctuate. "When you practice, remember not to be upset and angry. Among all the children I have born, you're the most gifted except the elder brother, who entered Kunlunsu. Pei Rong was not." Referring to these 2 words, Jiang Jianfeng's words come to you. He looked at the old man in front of him and found that his face was completely black. "Pah!" The old man clapped his hand on the chessboard. Not only was the chessboard smashed, but also the stone platform below was completely broken. The old man stood up and said in a cold voice, "I will never admit Pei Rong is my daughter. Do not listen to the family control. Rashly and a humble boy married. It's the evil that gave birth to. It's just defiling the blood of our Jiang family. I'll never admit that family of 3. They will never be qualified to enter the gate of our Jiang family. That's it. I'm gone, and I'll see you again in a month." Just as the old man was about to leave, the gate of the yard was pushed open. A thin man came in a hurry. "Mr. Jiang, there's an accident in Jiangnan province." Yi Chun, when he sees the old man, his voice stops. He swallowed his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Master, why are you here?" The old man ignored the thin man, just wanted to leave. Suddenly thought of something. His heart seems to be suspended by something. He looked at the thin man and asked, "What did you say just now?" Yi Chun, Jiang Jianfeng also came over and explained, "Dad, there is one thing you may not know. The boy who fell from Yunhu Villa at that time is not dead. He's back." Chapter 231. Hearing Jiang Jianfeng's words, the old man's body trembled. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was a little surprised. It's just that the surprise is fleeting and it's well hidden. How can the devil not die? Immediately, he snorted coldly. What if the evil is not dead? At that time, I was a waste. I lost the face of Jiang family. Even if I live now, I can only struggle in silence at the bottom. There will never be a day to turn around. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Jianfeng said, "Dad, you don't know. That evil has disappeared for 5 years, and now he has become a warrior. It's a pity that he offended Tang Ao, a strong man in Jiangnan province. He is estimated to be dead now." Looking at the thin man, Jiang Jianfeng confidently said, "If I guess correctly, this is what you should do in a hurry to report. That boy will die. You don't need to be so flustered." When the old man heard that Yi Chun was dead, his eyes flashed a trace of complex emotion, shook his head, and went to the door. When he heard about the family, he always had a group of invisible anger in his heart. The thin man's face was rather strange. He took a look at Jiang Jianfeng and said, "Mr. Jiang, you are wrong. You're wrong. That Yi Chun not only did not die, he also killed Tang Ao. The boy cut off Tang Ao's head in front of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau in Yunhu Villa." The latter sentence was almost yelled out by him, as if a bit of a gaffe. At that time, he mingled with the guests and was ready to see Yi Chun die. After all, Tang Ao set a trap. With Yi Chun's strength can not survive. But when he saw Yi Chun with his own strength to kill the 4 top strong, and then to crush the momentum to kill Tang Ao, he is really confused. For some reason, he felt a threat, because even he can't do it so easily. The moment Yi Chun rushes into the crowd is like a killing machine. Hearing the man's words, the old man's expression coagulated and solidified. Hesitating for a few seconds, he still turned back and sat on the stone bench. "Tell me everything that happened in Jiangnan province. Not one of them is missing." His voice is full of supreme majesty and strength, which makes people feel palpable. The thin man took a look at the old man and quickly knelt down to tell what happened in Yunhu Villa in Jiangnan province. no matter how big or small. 10 minutes later, the whole yard fell into a dead silence. There was something wrong with the old man's face. It's like freezing air. After a few seconds, Jiang Jianfeng said, "In other words, this son's martial arts talent is not bad?" The thin man hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. "I see from his strength, at least in the Chinese master list, about 100. As for talent, I can't say that. The opponent's martial arts are very strong, but I notice that his broken sword is full of spirit. It's possible that the guy has a spirit sword in his hand. The terror of that sword may have something to do with weapons." Jiang Jianfeng's face was a little surprised. "This evil has disappeared for 5 years. Where has it gone? Where did the cultivation come from?" "Dad, do you think I should go and see this little thing? He probably doesn't know the existence of the Jiang family. However, my people recently found that this son is investigating the affairs of Yunhu Villa. By all means." The old man stood up and his momentum spread out. He said faintly, "There's no need to contact this evil species. Now, he has not even entered the top 100 of the Chinese masters list. It's not because of the strong blood of our Jiang family. If Pei Rong had been obedient and followed my Jiang family's arrangement, maybe we'd have another martial arts genius. But Pei Rong would go against my will and marry the boy without blood. Even more so, she gave birth to this evil son. Jianfeng, with his present strength, is not suitable for the people of our Jiang family to see him. One day, he will be in the top 10 of the Chinese masters list." "That's it." Jiang Jianfeng nodded and said nothing more. He could feel the old man in front of him became angry. After all, who would have thought that the boy who looked down on the most in those years returned from nirvana? Now, that boy may still be very small, but have to admit, he has posed a trace of threat to the Jiang family. I just don't know if the threat will grow. Mingsue Villa area. Yichen went to the living room, took a look, and found that Sun Yi had not come back. I called Yi Lingtian and found that Sun Yi was still on the road about 10 minutes later. Yi Chun is a little hungry, so he plans to go to the refrigerator to find some food. As soon as I opened the refrigerator door, I noticed the footsteps behind me. Now, he doesn't need to feel to know who he is. "Luhan Zhuang, do you want me to arrange a room for you here? Can't you knock at the door once each and close the refrigerator door, wash an apple in his mouth, and then sat on the sofa, staring at the girl in front of him?" Luhan Zhuang looks at Yi Chen's eyes full of surprise, as if to see through Yi Chen. "Tang Ao was killed by you?" Lu's tone is somewhat uncertain, although no, this already is a fact. But she still wants to hear Yi Chen admit personally, "Or you'll kill me?" Luhan Zhuang's bewilderment in her beautiful eyes flashed away and was replaced by meditation. After a long time, he said, "You've made a big fuss this time. Even if I'm in Xuemei Hall, I've heard your name more than 100 times today. Kill Tang Ao. How did you do it?" Yi Chen shrugged. "All said that the hand is slippery. How do you all not believe?" Puff. Luhan Zhuang even laughed, like a ripple on the lake, quickly across his face, and then condensed into 2 sparks in his eyes, which disappeared in the depth of his eyes. This smile, poor as to let Yi Chen long for a long time. He has only seen Luhan Zhuang's extremely cold face, but now there is a smile. By Mei Sheng, as if aware of something, Luhan Zhuang restored the past frost and said, "To tell you the truth, you are the first to dare this attitude towards the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau." Yi Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. "You come to my house today for sure not to say these nonsense. I want to practice. You still have 3 seconds. Luhan Zhuang bit her lips and said, "You can't stop killing the strong man in Xuemei Hall. Come with me tomorrow. Someone wants to see you." "Who?" Yi Chen opened his eyes. "Ling Feng, the helmsman of the Jiangnan branch of Xuemei Hall." "What is he?" "No." With that, Yi Chen closed his eyes and directly entered the state of cultivation. Chapter 232. Luhan Zhuang's face changed when he heard Yi Chen speak like this. What is Ling Feng? How dare he say that? If heard by that person, the Blood Plum Hall won anger. Is not Yi Chen can bear. Those who have insulted the Blood Plum Hall, no one can live for 3 days. Luhan Zhuang took a deep look at Yi Chen, sighed, and said, "Yi Chen, Seeing Ling Feng is good for you. If you kill the people in Xuemei Hall, you must give him an account. At present, he doesn't intend to deal with you now, according to his previous habits. There may have been more than a dozen Xuemei Hall masters outside the villa, and he won't let you live tonight. She thought that hearing this advice, Yichen would waver for a few minutes, but she didn't expect that Yichen directly opened his mouth and said, "It's time for 3 seconds to leave the villa." What's more, if you take the message to Ling Feng, it's his people who came to kill me first. He provoked this contradiction. If he's going to deal with me, just come. But please be ready to bear my anger in Xuemei Hall. Lu Hanzhuang shook his head and left a word and disappeared. Anyway, I brought it. It's up to you to go or not. After Lu Hanzhuang left, Ling Tian just sent Sunny back. Sunny returned home and took a deep breath and complained. It's still a good feeling to be at home. Qianlong building is really not used to it. I'm going to get moldy if I stay in a room with people outside. Sunny stretched out a stretch. The proud curve makes people think. Then, her line of sight noticed a Liefchen sitting on the sofa. She guessed that Yichen was practicing. Sunny smiles and stealthily comes to Yichen's side. Red lips just want to kiss Yichen's lips. Yichen suddenly opens his eyes. He put his hand around Sun Yi and directly into his arms. After a wet kiss, Sun Yi's body softened. "Zaya Kenzi, are you practicing, son?" He curiously said. "The people who fly around on TV are just like you." Yichen nods. "Can you teach me? If I practice, can I protect myself?" Sun Yi's big, beautiful eyes blinked as if she were looking forward to it. Yichen didn't expect that Sun Yi would make this request. He thought for a while, and it was not a bad thing for Sun Yi to practice. At least, if Sun Yi can learn this kind of speed, he can make sure that he can escape. It's a means of self-preservation. However, he searched his mind for the skills, but found no suitable for Sun Yi's cultivation. "I can teach you, but in a few days, I will try to give you the most suitable skill." Sunny nodded. She was in a good mood. Then she thought of something. A trace of red haze crept across her face. "Zaya Kenzi, in fact, I can do a kind of skill which is very powerful. I can defeat you in minutes." Yichen shakes his head. "Brag skill?" "Wrong." The next second, Sunny changed her posture and sat directly on Yichen's body, her hands around his neck, and the proud thing was almost close to Yichen's chest. Extremely soft. Sunny slowly approaches Yichen's ear, and the breath from the tip of her nose cuts across her ear, making Yichen itchy. "I'll tell you quietly that the skill I know is called a method of cultivating both men and women. Does it keep you under your body every minute?" Language down. "Son," he then pushed Yichen under the sofa, quite active up. Blood Plum Hall. Jiangnan Branch. A middle-aged man was playing with a dart. The darts are extremely sharp and have aura overflow. It's a spirit thing. The middle-aged man is the helmsman of the Jiangnan branch of Xuemei Hall, Ling Feng. He only needs a dart to kill. There was no deficiency in cases. No one survived. Besides, few people know that he is actually one of the top 100 masters in China. He is extremely low-key. In addition to the Blood Plum Hall, the people who have seen his face are dead. The boy refused? Ling Feng looks at Lu Hanzhuang in front of him with interest. Lu Hanzhuang nodded. "Yichen seems to say something tomorrow. If you have a chance, I will come to see you." She dare not say the original words, or Yichen will die. All of a sudden, Ling Feng laughed, laughing very loud. "Frost, I now change the way to ask you. You are no longer my staff, but my daughter. Put aside everything in Xuemei Hall. I want to know what Yichen said. That's not the style of this son, and I know better than anyone whether you lied." Lu Hanzhuang's face changed, and her expression was a little flustered. She hesitated for a few seconds. She still said, "Dad, Yichen refused to see you. He also said that you provoked a contradiction in this matter. If Xuemei Hall dares anger him again, be prepared to bear his anger." Hearing this, Ling Feng's face changed slightly, which was ugly. Bear his anger. What a big breath. I'd like to see how many caddies, or tails the hunter has. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhujia, Jiangnan Province. A Mercedes-Benz car stops. Yichen gets out of the car and finds you standing at the door smiling. Mr. Yi, you are here at last. I have been waiting here for a long time. Well, take me to see something. Yichen didn't say much. He could feel the sword shaking slightly, as if waiting for recasting. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Juya wiggled her huge buttocks and brought Yichen to a room full of feminization. Yichen's face is a little strange. Is this the beauty plan of Zhu family? Juya seemed to notice Yichen's doubts and laughed and said, Mr. Yi, don't get me wrong. I'm a serious woman. Although this is my room, it's also the most mysterious sword casting place of Zhu family. Just to hide people's eyes. The next second, Jua's hand tapped 3 times on a tile. The walls suddenly split. There's an encrypted steel gate. Jia enters the password and fingerprint verification, and the iron door opens. It's very open inside. It's like a sword square. At the same time, a breath of antiquity is surging. It makes people palpitation and shock. Yi Chen's sight sweeps, surprised to find that there are thousands of weapons inside. This is not the most terrible. The most terrible thing is that the dragon sword in Yi Chen's waist has rushed out directly and suspended in front of Yi Chen's body. Innumerable auras gush from the sword. Buzz. A strong sense of vibration spread from inside. The weapons hanging on a wall or inserted in the sword box kept shaking and fell on the ground one after another, as if in front of the dragon's sword. All swords of spirit. 10,000 swords of respect. And the dragon's sword is the so-called respect. Ordinary weapons can only be subdued without his life. This scene shocked Juya, her towering chest constantly ups and downs. Magnificent. It also shocked the master of the dragon sword, Yi Chen. Chapter 233. Yi Chen can feel the energy of the dragon sword. Since Lu Hanzhuang gave the sword to him, he found it extraordinary. But at present it is extraordinary, and the vision aroused by it is too terrible. He had heard in Kunlun Su that once some weapons were pulled out of their scabbard, they could arouse 10,000 swordsmen. He has always been disdainful. After all, the way of cultivation, weapons are only auxiliary. But now he believes it. At the moment, the dragon chopping sword is just a broken sword with such power. If the broken sword is recast, will it still attract a vision? He was a little short of breath. Yi Chen looks at the dragon sword suspended in front of him. He reaches out his hand and wants to hold it, but before he touches it, a powerful force will open his hand. The dragon sword is resisting itself. Yi Chen's heart can't help but feel angry. He has used the sword to cut the dragon for so long, but the sword hasn't been subdued. He quickly gathered the true chi of elixir field with his right hand, and a faint air current lingered in his fingers. The next second, he held the dragon sword directly. Even if the other side resists, let Yi Chen's 5 viscera feel concussion. But Yi Chen has no intention to let go. Not only that, but also a steady stream of true chi. Yi Chen's evil spirit covers his whole body. His eyes are like a sword, extremely sharp. If a broken sword cannot be subdued, how can he conquer the recast sword? The breath on Yi Chen's body is more and more thick. Even Jia beside the body also feels extremely uncomfortable. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Mr. Yi, she warned, trembling in her voice. Yi Chen takes a look at Juya, and suddenly he turns his palm and takes back the sword. The torrential weather on the body also gradually disappeared. Chopping dragon sword seems to be a little unconvinced, but also helpless. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhu Yaru explained the heavy burden. Come with me. I'll take Mr. Yi in. They entered the sword casting room and found that there were still 6 doors. He finally understood why the Zhu family had to buy the whole area of the building, and only in this way could he set up this kind of secret room. In the middle of the 6 doors stood a long stone. The stone gives off an extremely strong breath. Close to this stone, Yi Chen can clearly find the movement of the dragon sword. Mr. Yi, this stone is the broken Xian stone. The dragon sword in Mr. Ye's hand is a refining of this stone, which is also the main material in Mr. Ye's mouth, said Julia. Yi Chen nodded and showed the dragon sword again. Almost instantly, he felt a strong suction coming. Ding! With a sound, the dragon sword broke free again. It is directly and steadily inserted in the broken Xian stone, a breath of antiquity toward the surging in all directions. Mr. Yi, it seems that this sword also recognizes that the stone of casting sword has the same attribute as it. Zhuya was a little shocked. Then she took a deep look at Yi Chun and said curiously, Mr. Yi, are you going to recast this sword now? Yes. Yi Chun replied, the earlier the sword is recast, the better it will be for him. Zhuya nodded, then patted her hand. One of the 6 gates suddenly opened. The fire was dazzling inside. An old man in a black robe and arm came out. The old man's face is full of pride and self-confidence, holding a hammer forging weapons. Obviously, he was a swordsman. The key strength is not weak. The old man glanced at Yi Chun and finally stopped at Zhuya's body. Xiao Zhu, you are here at last. Zhuya nodded and then introduced to Yi Chun, Mr. Yi, this is a top-level sword casting master I specially invited from the capital. He is a close friend with my grandfather. If he is second in China, no one dares to compete for the first place. This is almost Zhuya's highest opinion. Oldie touched his beard and said with a smile, Xiaozhu, you are too proud of me. China is a vast country with abundant resources. Naturally, there are many masters. Although said so, but the old man's tone is full of pride, because he has absolute authority in the field of sword casting. Yi Chen's expression is a little strange, looked at Ilao in front of him and asked Zhuya, what did you bring him here for? Zhuya was stunned and said in surprise, isn't Mr. Yi going to cast a sword? Materials are not enough to cast sword light. The most important thing is the master of casting sword. He always asked me to cast a sword for Mr. Yi. Zhu Yebin thought Yi Chen would appreciate himself, but he shook his head. I don't need any master swordsman. Let him leave. Thank you. This word's Zhuya's facial expression changed. Beautiful eyes is full of accident. You don't need a master swordsman? How can Mr. Yi cast a sword without a master? Oldie is also quite embarrassed. He is a top master sword casting. Now the boy let him go? Sword casting is a skill that requires great skill. It takes decades of immersion to achieve something. The strength of martial arts depends on talent. But about casting swords, this is really sweat accumulation. You can't have talent. The Zhu family in this area has the absolute right to speak. But now, if Mr. Yi doesn't use Ilao, can he cast his own sword? At the moment, not far away, and he old face completely blue. He didn't intend to go out of the mountain to cast swords. If it wasn't for Zhuya's invitation, he would not have come at all. Besides, he heard that this sword was a legendary sword forged by Zhu family. He was extremely interested, and he is sure that in the world today, there is no one but him who wants to recast a sword and exert its greatest power. He pointed to Yi Chun and said, Boy, are you kidding me? I must cast this sword. He was so angry that he felt he had been fooled. Yi Chun has some helplessness. Zhuya invited him. It's unnecessary. If you don't make it yourself, you can make it. But this is a dragon sword. It is very likely to become his strongest weapon in the next year, if you refine it for others. He is not at ease. Although he doesn't know how to cast sword, there is a skill called array casting sword in the information flow that Luo Yintian gave him. This array is completely ahead of all the masters of sword casting in China. Why do you refine the spirit sword for these vulgar people? I said, I don't need any master swordsman. Yi Chen Lightway. Oldie is also stubborn. Just want to talk. Zhuya quickly to play round. Mr. He, don't be angry. We are all for the sake of the sword. After that, Zhuya came to Yi Chun and asked, Mr. Yi, are you not going to cast a sword today? Yi Chun shakes his head. Since come, I certainly want to cast sword. Well, Zhuya suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Yi, you don't want to make your own sword. Chapter 234. Yes, I made it myself. Yi Chen Lightway, as if to say a common thing. After hearing this, Zhuya and Ilao took a cold breath. The two men are even more staring at Yi Chun as if he were a madman. After a long time, he laughed. Boy, you say you cast swords. Do you know how to cast swords? Do you know the 6 methods of casting sword? Do you know the 7 essentials of casting sword? Do you know what kind of fire breeds what kind of sword? He Laoyan asked 3 questions and sneered at the extreme in his heart. Even if the boy was born in a sword-casting family and had been influenced by his childhood, he would not be qualified to forge that sword. It will only destroy that sword. I don't understand, but I am the master of the dragon chopper. Forging, I has the final say. There's a trace of no doubt in Yi Chen's tone. You dash. He Lao Chi pointed to Yi Chen and could not speak for a moment. With a wave of his sleeve, he snorted, I have nothing to say to such an arrogant boy as you, but please remember, your ignorant action will destroy a magic sword. You're going to be hit by thunder and lightning. Zhuya nibbles at her lips. She can't imagine that Yi Chen will cast his own sword. Mr. Yi, you don't think about it anymore? Although the broken Xian sword is already Yi Chen's, it was originally the treasure of Zhu family. If there's anything wrong, she can't explain it. Yi Chen shook his head. Don't think about it. I'll make a sword now. Have you got everything ready for you? Mr. Yi, it's all ready. Behind the 3rd door. Good. Yi Chen Mao, son of congealing, tore that break Xian stone and cut dragon sword but go. When came to the broken Xian stone, Yi Chen's true chi condensed and clapped his hands on the broken Xian stone. Just pick it up and head for the 3rd door. See this scene, Zhuya and the old Mao son slightly shrink, but also did not say what more. This broken Xian stone is not big because of its density and size, but it is 10,000 jin. They can lift it so easily, at least they can't do it. Odie also followed him and snorted coldly. What's your strength and cultivation spirit? I'd like to see you, a boy with no hair, how to cast a sword. Bang! The 3rd door, which is directly kicked open, has a large space inside. It has all kinds of materials for casting swords. Yi Chen puts the broken Xian stone in the central forging furnace and instantly ignites the flame. Seeing that Zhuya and Yilao also came in, he didn't say much. Most people can't learn this array of casting swords, so they can see it. The flaming fire condenses on the broken Xian stone. Yi Chen will be prepared in front of the spirit stone in advance, in the palm of the hand. And then he shot out, southeast and northwest, Zhenggong Yang'an position. 6 spirit stones all fell around the broken Xian stone. All the materials on the body were slapped by the hand. Yi Chen's real chi is moving. It's a big push. Instantly melt into the flame. The flames are burning. The temperature of the whole room suddenly increased. The powerful firepower directly makes the broken Xian stone burn red. The sword of chopping dragon inserted on it is shaking slightly, as if to rush out at any time. Yi Chen forced blood from his fingertips, and the blood drew an ancient rune directly on the sword casting platform. As soon as the rune comes out, the atmosphere of the whole room changed completely. She even felt the magnetic field under her feet had changed. Yilao Meiyu was a little complicated. Although he felt the changes in the house, he had been silent and cast swords for so many years. He had never seen this method of casting swords. He sneered, play tricks. He is arrogant and will never surrender to others. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly closed, and his body exudes a strong breath. It's like a sword master. He pinched his fingers faster and faster, a touch of real air. Suddenly, his eyes opened, cold and serious. Hands spread flat, the rest of the material, all under control of true chi, suspended. And a big push. The flame is more and more gorgeous. At the moment, everyone can't see the broken Xian stone and the dragon sword inside. I only know that there's a lot of energy coming out of it. Yi Chen's face is a little pale. He can feel the real chi of his elixir field in the crazy passage. It takes too much chi to cast a sword. His back is wet through, weak to the extreme. He supported his body, pinched his fingers, and whispered, in a life of 10,000 swords, there are hundreds of billions of spirits. Go farther away from the gods and close to the sword. It's hard to know. Once you know the name of the sword, the spirit does not dare to move forward. When you call the name of the sword, the spirit of the sword will be broken. If you go up to heaven, you will see the sword and you will see it. Sanhu kills the dragon. 10,000 swords listen to the order. When Wan Jian hears these 3 words appear, the flames burst, as if into a fire dragon, ferocious roar. The fire dragon is no longer the broken Xian stone, which is a sword shape. The dragon chant resounded through the whole room with its powerful force. Zhuya and He Lao stepped back more than 10 steps. This is... Oldie was stunned. His eyes were full of panic. How could it be? He stares at the sword in the fire, although not completely refined successfully. But this is enough to show that Yi Chen is casting a sword. Really casting sword. What's more, the sword casting method is so shocking that it makes people cry. For thousands of years in China, no one has ever cast a sword like this. How did he do it without the help of those sword casting tools? Key, everything is perfect. The sudden change is just like a heavy hammer, which splits Oldie's heart into pieces. His breath is a little short. The original proud heart completely disappeared. For now, he has nothing but to be convinced. Pa! He even pulled out a hand and slapped it in his face. Incomparably crisp. Zhuya Mei's eyes were filled with horror. Hearing this slap, she looked curiously at He Lao. He Lao, you are? Oldie stares at Yi Chen, swallows and explains, this slap, one is my motherfucker's eye. Second, I want to see if it's a dream. He who the hell is he? How can there be such a means? This way of casting swords is perfect for the heat and coagulation of swords. The whole China is definitely the first one. Here he holds so high a valuation. Zhuya, beautiful eyes, splendor rippling, did not speak. There was only wonder and horror in her heart. What is the origin of Yi Chen? In addition to the 5-year gap, she knew the details of Yi Chen. But even if 5 years to get the adventure against the sky, it is impossible to become this way. In any case, Zhu family can't have a bad relationship with Yi Chen. Absolutely not. At the moment, Yi Chen's body has a sense of exhaustion. This is the first time for him to cast a sword with the array. He thought it would be easy, but who would have thought that it would cause such loss to his body? A steady stream of genuine qi from Dantian flows to the sword of Cutting Dragon. At the end of the day, his real qi of Elixir Field was almost exhausted. However, the dragon sword has gradually taken shape. Even the sound of swords came from the flames. Chapter 235. Yi Chen holds a sword casting platform with both hands, and thinks of the last step. He pinches the 6 spirit stones that have been put in advance. Spirit stone burst. The 6 rays of light shot at the dragon sword. Seeing this, he seemed to think of something. Shaking his hand, he pointed to Yi Chen and said in horror, this is the array casting sword recorded in ancient books. It's really a sword casting array, my God. He Lao's voice unexpectedly and incomparably trembles. It's like seeing something really weird. Finally, he sat down on the ground. Zhuya frowned and said curiously, Oldie, what is array casting sword? He Lao Jen didn't pay attention to Zhuya. His turbid eyes were still staring at the sword casting platform and Yi Chen. I'm afraid of missing something. This is the only chance in his life to get close to the legend. He wanted to rush over and keep all the details in mind. Casting sword platform. It seems that the fire dragon with the dragon sword has found something. It roars and rushes towards Yi Chen. Now Yi Chen, which has the strength to block can only carry a hand. He felt the blood rising in his body. He wanted to suppress it, but he found it impossible. He couldn't hold back anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood penetrates the flame and directly contaminates the dragon sword. Chopping dragon sword crazily absorbed Yi Chen's blood and disappeared instantly. Then the flame was extinguished. The sword of chopping the dragon has been condensed thoroughly. The whole body of the sword is full of red evil spirit, and the dark surface has scattered stars. The sword is sharp, as if surrounded by a 5-clawed dragon, twinkling cold light. The sword body has a touch of blue light flow, showing extraordinary power. Yi Chen vaguely saw the dragon sword. Somehow, he could even feel a feeling in his heart. It's about chopping dragon sword. He thought of something, stretched out his hand and whispered, sword. Bang! The next second, the dragon sword rushed out. Just break the house. Through everything. It's like rebirth and freedom. After a few seconds, the sword flew back and was firmly held by Yi Chen. At the moment of touching, a golden light actually went straight to the sky, although very weak, but just appeared. Old He and Juya looked at the column of light, and Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Sword vision! The real sword, condensed, will form a vision, but this vision is extremely rare. Maybe only once 100 years. At this moment, they saw it. The eyes of two people are staring at Yi-Chun. They find that Yi-Chun's whole body has a touch of holy light. The momentum of the body spreads out. It's like the Emperor's king who points out the mountains and rivers. When the broken sword is recast and the Emperor returns. At the same time, the capital, the peak of Qingfeng, for old people are feeling the aura of heaven and earth. One of these four, a sneeze, can make China earthquake. One of them is Jiang Jianfeng's father, Jiang Xiaohu, the leader of Jiang family, the top martial arts family in China. It's not too much to cover the sky with one hand. There are rumors in Chinese martial arts circle. Jiang Xiaohu's words can kill thousands of people. How terrible. Lao Jiang. In the past few years, there has never been any amazing talent of your family in the martial arts circle of China. Even if your family's Jiang Jianfeng is not as good as that one. An old man with white hair and childish face is on the way to Jingzaihu. Jiang Xiaohu did not speak. Another old man in a Taoist robe also said, "Lao Jiang, how you feel that you are not satisfied? Is there any trouble recently? Is there a bottleneck in cultivation?" The third old man took a look at Jiang Xiaohu and interposed. "I saw Lao Jiang's expression once 5 years ago. At that time, it should be because of his daughter Jiang Perong." Hearing Jiang Perong's 3 words, Jiang Xiaohu's eyes shrank, and a flame seemed to burn his eyes. Well, it's a pity that Jiang Perong is in her 20s and has been detected to hide rare spiritual roots. If she devotes herself to practice, she may be qualified to enter Kunlun Void like his elder brother. It's a bad love affair between men and women. Even if she doesn't want to practice and marry that top talent, the child she gave birth to is probably an extraordinary genius. It's a pity that I should have been with a humble, ordinary person and gave birth to a waste, alas. Although the 3 people's words sound excessive, there is no need to consider any human feelings at their level. Just say what you want. Jiang Shu looks more and more black. Step out. On the top of the mountain, there was a strong wind. The wind howled and made my heart throb. Jiang Xiaohu once again said, "Today we gather here to discuss the situation in China, not me." His voice was so cold and angry. "Forget it, don't say it. Lao Jiang is so angry." The old man shut his mouth and put his hands behind him. Looking at the scenery of Jiangcheng, he sighed. It is said that there is a top talent in southern Fujian. He is only 30 years old and has already been in the top 20 of the list of Chinese masters. Hiss, this is a bit interesting. I have sent someone to contact with him. I don't know if I would like to come to my family or not. Suddenly, he thought of something, looked at the Taoist robe elder and asked, "Laoyan, what area of China will the next Chinese first person be born in?" Hearing this, all the people, even Jiang Xiaohu, also turned to look at the Taoist robe old man. Everyone knows that the Taoist robe old man is extremely accomplished in geomancy and physiognomy. The Taoist priest hesitated for a few seconds, stood up and nodded. "Since everyone wants to know, I'll spend some qi and blood to make a divination." The Taoist robe old man took a step, and a compass appeared in his hand, and a trace of purple air flow was lingering in his palm. He was just about to inject the purple air flow into the compass, and suddenly, the purple air flow was injected into the compass. A pillar of light in the southeast of China goes straight into the sky, although very light. But in the eyes of these old people, it is incomparably clear. Hiss! The 4 people took a cold breath. Eyes are full of panic and surprise. This vision is the sword coming out? How can it be? The old man said, his voice was shaking. "No. If only the magic sword comes out, this light column can't be detected by us." I guess not only the magic sword came out, but also the strong one came. In other words, the man against heaven is born. Those who are against the heaven will not be allowed to form a column of light, and let the way of heaven perceive it. It can be said that someone is fighting against the way of heaven, or it can be said that the way of heaven is threatening this person. Taoist robe old man's words are pearls. In the other three old people's hearts set off a great disturbance. Fight against heaven. Heaven threatens. Is it possible that China is going to have some evil spirits? This is a big deal. Who can master this person? Who can control the next situation in China? Chapter 236. Lao Yen, can you figure out where this man is? This sentence is Jiang Xiao who said. His voice is very excited. Yes, Lao Yen. It's about China at this time. We must take it seriously. Other old people also said. Lao Yen thought for a moment and nodded. The compass in his hand was thrown slightly, and it was suspended in the air. At the same time, he pressed a drop of blood essence from his palm and shot it directly on the compass. Even burst, compass rapid rotation. The Taoist priest quickly pinched his fingers and whispered in his mouth, "Those who understand the solution will not do a disaster, and the saints will protect the door." God ascended to the upper world and worshipped. When you are successful, you will feel the emperor see through everything and point out the maze. I thought there would be results, but I didn't expect. Bang! The compass is broken. The Taoist robe old man was extremely strong to bite back, spit out a mouthful of blood fiercely. The body is facing the fall. Jiang Xiao Tiger, I disease hand fast. Quickly helped the Taoist robe old man, took out a pill, directly fed down. Lao Yen Kuai Yun Gong heals awound. The Taoist priest nodded, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The spirit of heaven and earth at the top of Qingfeng Mountain was flowing into the body of the Taoist robe old man. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and was extremely serious. I can't detect the fate of this son. The way of heaven can't allow me to control his fate, let alone me. The other three were stunned, and their faces were somewhat wrong. Can't even control fate? What the hell did that guy come from? It's so scary. But I know where the son is now. The old man said, "Where?" The three spoke in the same voice. The eyes of the Taoist robe old man shot a position and said faintly, "The land of Jiangnan." Hearing these four words, Jiang Xiao even stopped breathing, and the color shock continued to overflow. South of the Yangtze River. His first thought was Jiangnan province. The key that evil kind appeared, also in Jiangnan province. However, he would not think that Yichen was the existence that caused the vision. At that time, Jiang Perong disobeyed his will and married the young man of the Yi family in Jiangqing and gave birth to evil seed. If this villain inherits Jiang Perong's spiritual talent, he may forgive this family. After all, China martial arts world, an amazing genius. Behind the meaning is too big. We're forgiving everything. In those years, he sent people to rob that evil species all night and test the talent. But I didn't expect that Yichen was just a fan root, a mortal, humble waste. At that moment, he wanted to smash this evil seed on the ground. If it was not for her daughter Jiang Perong kneeling down to beg for help, perhaps that evil species would not have been in the world for a long time. Therefore, at the moment, he felt that anyone could be the person against the heaven, but could not be the evil. Zhujia Jiangnan province. The light column disappears. Yichen looks at the dragon sword in his hand, and his mouth outlines a smile. All efforts have not been wasted. He could feel the power of the sword. With this sword, his strength will certainly rise to a great level. All of a sudden, a dark shadow fell. His eyes swept a glance, and found that it was Lao who was sarcastic before. At the moment, he was kneeling in front of him and said excitedly, "Master Yi, please accept me as a disciple. I have offended so much just now. I have no eyes. Please forgive me, Master Yi." Yichen shakes his head, "I do not accept apprentice. You get up." Lao Jen did not intend to get up, but he knew what the youth in front of him meant. If you can learn a little from each other. He died without regret. Yichen did not pay attention to Old, step by step toward the outside. At the moment, he is a little weak. Just want to find a place to have a good rest. Zhuya naturally felt Yichen's exhaustion and hurriedly stepped forward. With a low body, she went straight to Yichen's armpit, and then directly hold Yichen with Xiu's shoulder. Two people are so close. Yi Chen can smell the faint body fragrance of Juya, and even as long as he lowers his head, he can see the full line of hooked people. It's fascinating. But now Yi Chen is not in the mood to pay attention to all this. Juya holds Yi Chen out of the sword casting room and comes to her boudoir. Hit a tile, the door closed, and everything was restored. Juya looked around and quickly helped Yi Chen to her bed. Maybe because of inertia, when Yi Chen fell on the bed, she also lost her center of gravity and fell on her body. The picture is very ambiguous. As the most beautiful girl in the south of the Yangtze River, she is one of the three beauties in Jiangnan province. There are not tens of thousands of people pursuing her, but she has never been so close to a man. At this moment, she can feel her chest is close to Yi Chen. Her heart is beating wildly. Shortness of breath. I don't even know why. The body is a little soft. I think of it several times, but I can't. Fortunately, she found Yi Chen's eyes closed, as if asleep. She heaved a long breath and supported her hands on the bed, and finally got up. She looked at Yi Chen and thought for a while, or started to take off his wet clothes. Soon, the figure full of lines was exposed to her eyes. Yi Chen has only one pair of underpants left. At this time, the atmosphere was slightly embarrassed. She reached out, wanted to take off, thought, or stopped. Her beautiful eyes looked at the perfect body, swallowing saliva, feeling a little reaction between her legs. Jiwei, what are you thinking? Suddenly she came to herself. Both hands patted the cheek, and then pulled the quilt to cover Yi Chen gently. Yi Chen, she called tentatively, and there was no response. Then she sneaked a look around, red lips like dragonflies on the lips of Yi Chen. Finish this thing. Quickly toward the outside. It's just a guilty look. 3 hours later, Yi Chen Kai opened his eyes. He got up fiercely. When he found that the sword-cutting dragon was still around, he could not help but breathe a long breath. All of a sudden, his eyes shrunk, because he also found that he had no clothes on his body. The key is still in Juya's bed. He opened the quilt and looked under him. His underwear was still there. The girl should have done nothing to herself. Yi Chen gets up and puts a new set of customized casual clothes on the bedside table. It should have been prepared by Juya for him. He's wearing it. It fits him very well. Soon, the door was pushed open. Juya also changed a suit of clothes and walked in. Mr. Yi, wake up so quickly? Yi Chen nodded. Thought what? Curiously said, my clothes that you take off? Hearing this, Juya's face was red, and she hurriedly and nervously said, Don't get me wrong, Mr. Yi. At that time, all your clothes were wet. If you sleep like this, you will have problems. So I am good at taking off your clothes. The more she said, the redder she blushed. She found herself in front of Yi Chen, cannot keep the past light. Chapter 237. I don't blame you. You don't have to be so nervous. Yi Chen Dao. Is he a tiger? Juya smiles. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for understanding. Well, since the sword has been cast, I won't stay here anymore. This time I owe you Zhu family a favor. If you need me, you can come to me. Yi Chen Dao. The sword of chopping the dragon has been completed. Yi Chen is in a good mood. One's love is nothing. Hearing this sentence, Juya obviously has some excitement in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she also thought that when she was in the coffee shop, she even said that she promised to give Yi Chen his Zhu family. Compared with Yi Chen's human feelings, her Zhu family is really worthless. Today, Zhu Yaqin suddenly thought of anything that you could not hope for me. Zhu Yameng nodded. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I and O will not say this matter. That's good. Yi Chen nods toward the outside, but also dials Xiao Deng's phone and asks him to come to Zhu's house to pick up himself. Soon, Xiao Deng's car came. Yi Chen got on the car, did not return to the villa, but let Xiao Deng go to Wu's home first. Wu Xiangming's injury should be better. It's time for him to have a look. When he arrived at the Wu family, he found that Wu Xiangming was practicing boxing in the Wu family. He felt like a new man. Recovered so fast? Yi Chen uttered his voice. He was a little surprised. It seems that his pills are very effective. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Wu Xiangming quickly closed his fist, came to Yi Chen and said respectfully, Wu Xiaoming has met Mr. Yi. Let me feel your injury. Yi Chen ordered. Yes, Mr. Yi. Wu Xiaoming said excitedly. Yi Chen felt for a while and found that Wu Xiaoming's injury recovered very well under the action of those drugs. He almost broke his bones and was reborn. Not bad. It seems that Wu Xinlan takes good care of you. Wu Xiaoming nodded. Thanks to Wu Xinlan. Now she's practicing in it. Do you want her to come out to see Mr. Yi? No need. Yi Chen took out 20 pills from his pocket and seriously said, These pills are still the old rules. I'll give you a goal. In 2 months, can you make it to the top 150 in the list of Chinese masters? When Wu Xiaoming heard this sentence, his eyes shrank. It was impossible before. Sir, it's impossible to become a pill in a leaf. Wu Xiaoming bit his teeth, clasped his hands, and promised, Mr. Yi, I promise you. Well, you can stay here for a few days, and then contact me when the injury is completely healed. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen out of the Wu family, just ready to get on the car. A broken, empty sound sounded. He mouths son of congeals, and the hand of wind blade shoots out. The blade of the wind collided with the flying object and exploded directly. To his surprise, the flying object turned out to be a leaf. He can do it by picking leaves and hurting people, but in Jiangnan province, he did not see many people who could. It seems that there is a master come. Yi Chen's first reaction was the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Although the party and Siddharth agreed to fight Wudotai, it is not certain whether the other side will attack secretly. He didn't like the Department of Wudao Bureau. It's a mob. Xiao Deng in the driver's seat also found something. He took out the weapon from his waist. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Chen opened his mouth. Deng, you're in the car. I'll deal with things outside. Xiao Deng was stunned and even said, Mr. Yi, do you need to inform the Dragon Soul? I can handle this little thing myself. Xiao Deng nodded. He still believed in Mr. Yi. After all, the chief instructor of Dragon Soul was not looking at it. Finished saying, Yi Chen then toward the leaf flies to the place to go. There's a boulevard next to Wu's house. The environment is quiet. A middle-aged man stood in the distance, his back to Yi Chen. No words. Yi Chen Mao's son interesting stare at that middle-aged man. He is sure to have not seen this person. Why do you want to fight me? Yi Chen Dao. Tone does not have a trace of fluctuation. Hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed, laughing very loud. I just wonder how terrible the hunter is that makes countless forces in Jiangnan province scared. At present, you have not let me down. Yi Chen is indifferent in the eyes way. Chinese Martial Arts Bureau sent you? The middle-aged man shook his head and still turned his back to Yi Chen. If I was sent by Huaxia Wudao Bureau, do you think I still have the patience to talk to you now? However, you should not live for 2 days. The strength of Fang Zhongxin is far ahead of you. This is not alarmist, but it is a true fact. Yi Chen, I admit that you are very strong, far more powerful than the younger generation in Jiangnan province, but you don't know how to converge. You are too arrogant to be arrogant. I've seen too many of your existence. There's only one end in the end, that is early death. Since ancient times, pride and defeat are inevitable. The voice of the middle-aged man is a little cold. Finished. Yi Chen opens away. If you come here to say these nonsense to me, before I don't want to kill you, roll away as far as possible. You dash. The middle-aged man turned around, wearing a black mask on his face. The mask is ferocious. No one knows what kind of face it will look like under the mask. Yi Chen Mao's son of congeals. Notice middle-aged man's hand holds a dart. The pattern on the dart is a blood plum. Blood plum hall. There's no mistake. Yi Chen stepped out a step, his hand behind him. Blood plum hall sent you to kill me? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, The killer Shumei Hall doesn't have so much nonsense. Since you recognize the blood plum hall, I don't need to talk nonsense with you. I asked you to see me yesterday. Why didn't you see me? Yi Chen instant reaction over. In front of the middle-aged man turned out to be the helmsman of the Jiangnan branch of Shumei Hall, Ling Feng. He didn't expect to see himself. I want to see you just because you are Ling Feng? Ridiculous. Yi Chen finished, then turned to leave, as if Ling Feng in front of him is the air in general. When Yi Chen took 3 steps, a cold language came from behind. Offended the Shumei Hall. If I told the group of people in the capital, do you think your life will be peaceful? Even if it's not for you, you should also consider for people around you, such as Xia Ruoxue or Sun Yi. Hearing this, Yi Chen stopped. A trace of evil spirit surged on his body in an instant, and his cold eyes shot out like a sharp sword. It seems to have penetrated Ling Feng's chest. It's cold. Bone erosion. Are you threatening me? I hate threats. I hate them. Chapter 238. Ling Feng slightly zhung. He subconsciously back a step. That cold eyes, he only saw in a person, the first killer of Shumei Hall. He even felt a trace of evil spirit in the air, which seemed to be about to cut his skin. The mask on his face had already appeared several traces, which made a zizi sound. Yi Chen, you killed a strong man in my blood plum hall. Shouldn't you give me an account? Yi Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it directly. You want an account? Then I killed your blood plum hall is an account? His voice was so cold. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Shumei Hall. But if the other party dares to touch the people around him, he doesn't mind letting the blood plum hall see the sun tomorrow. Maybe he is not strong enough now. But Qin Qingsong, who inspired the second tombstone, is enough. He has been afraid to use this card, just to face the threat of his existence. Shumei Hall or Huashi Wudao Bureau, even if there is a time limit. But a few hours kill everything enough. At the moment, all the aura of the heaven and earth is turning rapidly. I don't know why. Ling Feng's eyes actually have a touch of fear. He even felt that if Yi Chen wanted to kill himself, he would never walk out of this avenue today. Is it that he doesn't have a thorough understanding of his strength? Destroyed the blood plum hall? He shook his head, convinced that the other side was arrogant. The people in the capital city of Shumei Hall are not so easy to deal with. Even Jiang Jianfeng, the 9th highest ranking master of China, can't do it. As soon as he wanted to speak, he found that Yi Chen was rushing towards him. This guy didn't agree with his words. So he started, wind and fury roll, palm shadow appears, straight to his chest. His strongest is darts. But hard hit hard, not many people can give him pressure. He stepped back behind him and hit the shadow of the fist with a fist at the same time. Bang! 2 strong waves of air are shooting out in all directions. Ling Feng and Yi Chen retreated behind him one after another. It looks like a close match, but only Ling Feng knows that his right arm has a strong sense of numbness. Is this kid's fist made of iron? Strength is so terrible. Sleeping trough. Before he reacts, Yi Chen rushes up again, turns his fist into claw, and grabs hard at his shoulder. He even noticed that Yi Chen's 5 fingers seem to tear the air. 5 air currents are surging. What the hell is this monster? Regardless of everything, Ling Feng's dart slid towards Yi Chen's 5 fingers. The next second, Yi Chen actually held it. Sharp darts cut Yi Chen's hand. A trace of blood oozes out. Yi Chen is a little surprised. After a glance, he finds it is a spiritual object. Taking advantage of Yi Chen's absence, Ling Feng's fist smashed to Yi Chen like a shell. It's so terrible. Yi Chen quickly back. Ling Feng, in order to open a distance with Yi Chen, fierce retreat, when a full 10 meters distance. Just want to shoot darts, but found Yi Chen missing. Die. A roar. See Yi Chen Hua fist for claws, dead buckle. Ling Feng is really going crazy. Aside, Yi Chen's 5 fingers dead buckle on a giant tree. Tier 1 sound. The giant trees burst. Yi Chen is about to rush over again. Ling Feng even busy way. Wait a moment. We come and make a deal. As long as you catch my move, I promise. You and Blood Plum Hall of gratitude and resentment written off. Yi Chen stopped. To kill Shumei Hall, we must use the bottom card of the reincarnation cemetery. If we don't use it, we can solve this problem. Naturally, it is the best. He always feels that a danger is lurking in the deep. At that time, Chen Qingsong is the most correct choice to deal with that danger. Yi Chen, if you don't catch this dart, how about joining my Shumei Hall? This is the main reason why Ling Feng came to Yi Chen. He likes the killing and indifference of Yi-chun. This kind of man is born for death. If you become the killer of Xuemei Hall, Yi-chun will surely be able to shake the first killer of Xuemei Hall in Beijing. Yi-chun hesitated for a few seconds and said, I can promise you, but that thing is caught by me and belongs to me. You have no right to refuse. Ling Feng was stunned. He had 2 darts of this kind, though precious and rare. But this bet on Yi-chun is worth it. Good. Words fall. Ling Feng sneered. The strength swept, the dart in the hand directly shot out. Never give Yi-chun a chance to react. The dart tore the air and cut through the sky, and the air waves around it spread continuously. The magnetic field was even more violent. At the back, the dart and the air friction produced red Mars. The terrible pressure seems to condense on a point. Fiercely came to Yi-chun. Yi-chun did not dare to be careless. He stepped on the ground. A wall of gas formed. When the dart touches the air wall breaks apart. You can't stop it. How strong, if not prepared in advance? Yi-chun can be sure that the dart can definitely hurt himself. Yi-chun runs 9 days Xianyang-ju. The true chi of Danton all gush out the arm. The whole body's evil spirit and true chi condense, as if turned into 2 dragon shadows. One red and one white, wrapped in the arm. Broken. Yi-chun a roar. The dragon shadow toward the dart to smash. Slow down. At the same time, Yi-chun's 5 fingers clasped the darts, and all the real chi was bombarded up. Bang! At the sound of Yi-chun, the ground at the foot of Yi-chun is completely broken. What's more, a full 1-meter deep pit has been formed. So terrible. Countless broken stones. Rolling smoke. Ling Feng's face changed. I don't know what the result is. His darts had no false hair, and no one survived. He doesn't think Yi-chun can catch it. He even killed Yi-chun for a good hand. And this blow did not aim at Yi-chun's vital point. But now, smoke and dust, no movement. That kid's not going to die. Lying trough. Although he threatens Yi-chun, it doesn't mean he wants to kill Yi-chun. Gradually, the smoke dissipated. In the pit, he saw a figure. Figure gradually clear. See Yi-chun holding a dart, motionless, exuding a trace of cold. Ling Feng stares at Yi-chun's hand. Found that there is not even a drop of blood on the other hand. How could it be? His dart was caught by a boy. Under a good dart, there is no life but death. How did this kid do it? A sense of fear spread to Ling Feng's whole body. He found that he underestimated the birth of Yi-chun. Suddenly, Yi-chun raised his head and outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth. From now on, it's mine. Also, if I know that the Blood Plum Hall dares to touch me, I promise, I will personally go to the Blood Plum Hall and then use this dart to penetrate the blood plum in your eyebrow. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Chapter 239. Yi-chun holds a dart in the palm of his hand and goes to Xiao Deng not far away. He believed that if Ling Feng didn't want to die, he would never dare to trouble himself again. Of course, if he is really stupid to come to death, erase it. But this time, he got a good harvest. This Ling Feng came to find himself, no doubt to send his baby to himself. In addition to chopping the dragon sword, now I have got a spirit dart, and my strength is a little stronger. We also have a little more confidence in dealing with CITIC. Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Is it not from thousands of miles to send ahead? Soon, Yi-chun got on the car and went directly to the villa. In situ, only Ling Feng was left. His fists were clenched tightly, and his bloodshot eyes were staring at the direction of the car. Yi-chun, it's kind of interesting. I haven't been interested in young people for a long time. I've seen so many amazing talents in China, but none of them can take my darts. I'm very curious about how you did it. However, if you take my things, don't expect to break away from Xuemei Hall. You are a natural killer. You are born from killing. I believe that time will change your mind. Ling Feng's mouth raised a strange smile, and then the figure disappeared in the night. Mingsue Villa area. Yi-chun puts the sword back to his room. Now he has a headache. In the past, the dragon chopping sword was a broken sword. It was moderate in size and could be hidden on the body. Now the sword of cutting dragon is complete. If you want to take it with you, you will have some trouble. I would have brought the old man's storage bag. When Yi-Chin complains, the black stone in the pocket vibrates slightly. The next second, unexpectedly suspended in front of Yi-Chin, a strong breath came out. What do you mean? Yi-Chin Mayu has some doubts. It's normal for this thing to float, but it's usually when he's practicing. Now it's weird to come out of his pocket. When Yi-Chin couldn't understand it, a cold light flashed across. The sword of chopping dragon has disappeared directly. It just disappeared out of thin air. Yi-Chin is young. He thought of what close his eyes slightly feel. The moment came to the reincarnation cemetery. And on the samsara cemetery, there lies a long sword quietly. Cut dragon sword. Yi-Chin was overjoyed in his heart, which simply solved his urgent need. The black stone has the ability to store things. But on second thought, it was normal. This stone carries the reincarnation cemetery, which must be the top spirit thing. Even 100 great powers are among them, and the storage capacity is weak compared to explosion. Just as Yi-Chin was thinking, his phone rang. It's Engqing. Mr. Yi, I'm not bothering you. The voice of Engqing came from the other end of the phone. Listen to the voice, a little hoarse and tired. No, what's the matter? Mr. Wu, the last time. Don't you remember the thing you said to me? Yi-Chin Zhang thought Shi-Ching a few days ago did mention. It seems that Wu Huang society has taken action. He didn't pay attention to this kind of island-state organization. He really didn't look up to it. How can we be afraid of a small place? Mr. Yi, at 14.35 this afternoon, there was a ship sailing into the Chinese Sea area in the island country. Our team members found at least 20 core members of the Wu Huang Society on board. The Dragon Soul suspected that it was aimed at Mr. Yi because the other party's route is some hidden, plus some special reasons, has lost the target. What is special reason? Yi-Chin frowned and asked. The ship has been found by the dragon spirit, but there is no one on the boat. The purpose of my call is to remind Mr. Yi that I will continue to track this matter. Finish saying should hold the phone to hang up. Yi-Chin didn't think much about it. He just threw his mobile phone aside and continued to study the samsara cemetery. Another hour later, Yi-Chin found that the mobile phone was on again. This time, it was a text message. It was very simple. The target has been found. I will lead the Dragon Soul Commando team to prepare for armed attack. Please rest assured. Yi-Chin is very relieved to deal with Qing. From Jiangqing's no fight and no acquaintance, to now he has become the chief instructor of Dragon Soul. His feeling of corresponding Qing is quite good. At least, he saw the bloodiness and execution of Chinese special soldiers from Engqing. He even considered giving Ying a chance. His strength, whether for him or for China, is a good thing. And during this time, Engqing helped him too much. On the contrary, he was a bit irresponsible, and he never went to the base except the first time. Forget it. Go again sometime. At night, Yi-Chin and Sun finished their dinner and planned to go for a walk. The phone in the pocket rings. He subconsciously hung up the phone, but more than 10 seconds later, the phone rang again. Zaya Kenzie, you just answer it. Anyway, a few people know your phone call. Sunny said. Yi-Chin nodded and glanced at the caller ID. I thought it was Engqing, but I didn't expect that the call was from Lei Shuwei. Lei Shuwei usually doesn't call himself at all. He smelled something wrong. The call is through. Mr. Yi, something's wrong. Lei Shuwei said directly. Only this sentence. Let Yi-Chin's facial expression change. What happened? Mr. Yi, hang up. There's an SUV in front of your villa. I'm in the car. Good. Yi-Chin hung up the phone, told Sunny a few words, and then hurried to the black SUV. After getting on the bus, Lei Shuwei was the only one with a heavy face. What happened? Yi-Chin said solemnly. Lei Shuwei took a deep look at Yi-Chin and said, Something happened to Engqing. The tone is desolate. Yi-Chin mouthed Sun a congealing, cold voice way. What happened in the end? A few hours ago, Engqing sent me a text message. In the evening, 10 members of the Dragon Soul Commando team were on a special mission in the Chinese Sea area, but they all lost contact 2 hours ago. Life or death is uncertain. Even if Dragon Spirit has implanted life detection chips in their bodies, there is no feedback. Engqing is the leader of this team. According to the usual experience, maybe, Lei Shuwei didn't go on. A very dignified breath was fermenting in the car, even the driver in front of the hand holding the steering wheel, but also blue muscle burst. I don't know whether it's anger or grief. Yichen didn't speak. He just wanted to give Ingqing a chance today. As a result, Ingqing had an accident. No happiness to enjoy. You're kidding. He once calculated the fate of Ingqing. Although the evil spirit entangled the life wheel, it was not a premature death. Is it wrong? He clenched his fist, and his evil spirit soared to the sky. The bulletproof glass on the SUV has a faint crack. Just as the atmosphere was killing, his mobile phone rang again. A text message. Signature, Ingqing, Chapter 240. At the moment of seeing Ingqing's short message, not only Yichen was short of breath, but also Lei Shuwei held his breath. Suddenly, Lei Shuwei thought of something and said, "Since Ingqing can send short messages, why only send them to you? There's a problem." Yichen nodded and said, "But at present this short message is the only clue." The next second, the content of the message is revealed. Just a few words. "Yichen, have you ever experienced despair?" Yichen's brow slightly a wrinkling. He is already determined this short message is not Shiqing sends. Ingqing will not call his own name, nor say such boring words. Yichen tried to dial the past, but it became a blank number again. "Mr. Yi, this is an encrypted message on the internet. It's impossible to trace the source. However, since the other party sent this message, it proves that Ingqing may not have an accident. After all, his mobile phone verification means are very complicated." Yichen nodded. His eyes were dark and deep. What did he think of and asked, "How much do you know about Wu Huang society?" "Mr. Yi, in fact, in recent years, the dragon spirit has had many contacts with the Wu Huang society. The people in the island have always been uneasy. As their faith, the Wu Huang society is always on the way back. Our dragon soul once had a conflict with Wu Huang Shi in the South China Sea, but both sides were hurt. 7 members of our team died. The leader behind the scenes of Wu Huang society is Katano Wu, with strong strength. There are 100,000 believers in it. In the island state, Katano is almost regarded as a god by the islanders. But it's a little strange. In the past, the personnel sent by the Wu Huang Society and the Dragon Soul Commando team can deal with it. But now the Dragon Soul is totally destroyed. I'm afraid that it may encounter the extremely strong existence of the Wu Huang Society. In the face of this category, thermal weapons are not very useful." Yichen is lost in thought. In fact, a large part of Ingqing's accident is due to himself. After all, this group of people from the Wu Huang Society came for him. He killed those members in Jiangcheng. This group of people came to Jiangnan province to revenge themselves. That threatening text message is the best proof. Just then, his cell phone rang again. This time, it's a strange link. "Mr. Yi, would you mind connecting your mobile phone to this laptop?" I asked Longhun's technician to analyze the website, Lei Shuwei said. Dragon Soul is still very powerful in technical analysis. Yichen nods and hands a mobile phone to Lei Shuwei. Lei Shuwei takes out a data line and connects it to the notebook in the car. Lei Shuwei crackled on the computer and breathed a sigh of relief. There is no problem with the link. It should not be a virus. With that, Lei Shuwei opened the link. The next second, a screen appears on the screen. There are 10 people in the picture, and those 10 are all Dragon Soul soldiers. But these 10 people were obviously in a coma. Their hands and feet were bound, and their bodies were covered with blood, sparkling wounds. Seeing this shocking scene, Yichen clenched his fist. In Jiangnan province, he is a fearless hunter, but in the dragon spirit, he is the chief instructor of dragon spirit. These 10 men, in other words, are his soldiers. See this group of people so scarred. How can Yichen not be angry? Even Lei Shuwei hit the air with a fist and made a rude remark. "Chao Tie Nyang's Wu Huang Shi." Soon, a man with a clown mask appears in the picture. The man held a samurai knife in his hand and looked at it in front of the camera. The corner of his mouth showed a gloomy radiance. "Yi Chun, we finally meet. You are younger than I thought." Yichen Mao's son is cold. Lightway, let them go, this matter. I can let bygones be bygones. The man in the picture seemed to hear something funny and laughed. Are you commanding me? When did you Chinese become so strong? Yichen still repeated, let them go. His voice became colder and colder. Somehow, the window was covered with frost. The man did not pay attention to Yichen, but came to a comatose dragon soul warrior. A foot kicked on his chest. The dragon soul warrior was clear in an instant, and his mouth was spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the man in front of him, his neck became blue, and he roared. The man is still smiling. The clown mask looks a bit ferocious. Suddenly, his sword was placed on the shoulder of the dragon soul warrior, and then he looked at the camera. Next, would you like to see a wonderful performance? I always wonder what kind of team is the dragon spirit of China. With that, the warrior sword in the man's hand, the strength of which condensed, tore the clothes of the dragon soul warrior and directly fell into his shoulder. Blood oozes out. Ah! He couldn't help shouting. The strong pain almost made the dragon soul soldier almost faint, and his eyes were covered with blood. The man stopped quickly. He said to the dragon warrior, listen, as long as you are in the face of the camera and say, the Chinese are the asterisk pigs, I will consider letting go of you. Your pain will no longer exist. Maybe I will repair the wound for you. Dragon soul soldier, our son is full of blood silk. Bah! With a sound, spit out a mouthful of blood, splashed on the man's mask and clothes. China can't be humiliated. Even if you kill me, it will be the same. There is only firmness in the eyes of dragon soul soldiers. The most basic character of dragon soul warrior is absolute loyalty. After hearing this, the man's ferocious smile is expanding. His arm is slightly powerful, and the samurai sword has not entered a few points. More and more blood. You can even see bones. Are you sure you don't? I want to see what kind of endurance the dragon soul warrior has. He didn't believe these people would rather die than obey. The dragon soul soldier was blue and miserable. He was biting his teeth. Later he roared, Wu Huang society is a beast. Kill me. That's the only word. This moment, the man's face completely changed. Another kick in the belly of the dragon soul warrior. Blood gushing. But the eyes of the dragon soul warrior show incomparable firmness. This is the soul of the dragon. This is a Chinese soldier. And at the moment, the car in the heart of Yeech in burning fury. He couldn't control himself anymore and hit the car door. The door is sunken. The bulletproof glass is all broken, facing the outside, looking for death. Lei Shuwei wanted to calm down, but found it impossible. Their subordinates are so tortured. Who can bear it? His eyes were burning with anger and said to the camera, Huaxia gave you a warning last time. If you dare to hurt the dragon soul soldiers again, the consequences will not be borne by your Emperor Wu society. Chapter 241. The man laughed and came to a wounded dragon soul soldier again. This time, it's not someone else, but Qing. I want to see if all the dragon soul soldiers are so strong. Ha ha ha. The man stepped on the finger of Qing. 5 fingers linked to the heart. Powerful pain instantly letting Qing sober up. He looked at the man in front of him, wanted to resist, but found himself bound. He struggled desperately to break the shackles. His hands had been bleeding. Still did not stop. The masked man laughed and said, You are the strongest in this group of people, even though you have such a strong resistance. Now I'll give you a chance. If you just say an insult to Huaxia, I'll consider letting you go. Should hold Mao Sun a congealing, angry Skullway. Roll away. Then his body turned bound feet directly toward the man. The man sneered and waved his sword. The next second, a bloodstain appears. There's a crack in Ying's thigh. Shocking. Bang! The man did not stop to torture the intention. A heavy kick in the chest should be Qing. Is a knife down? After a few cuts, and Qing's whole body is full of wounds. The whole person is weak to the extreme. Looking at the live broadcast in the car, Yichen couldn't help it. He roared at the camera, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt the dragon soul again, I swear by Yichen that I will find you and make you worse than death. I will personally kill the Emperor Wu Society. How do you treat the dragon soul? I will give it back to Kitano. Hearing this, the masked man stopped his sword. He came to the camera with a smile on his lips. I admire your arrogance. You have no idea how terrible the Wu Huang Society is. Since you want to find me, I'm not unkind. I'll give you a chance. Suddenly, he went to Ing Ching and wiped the sword on Ing Ching's neck. A trace of blood oozes out. Then the man pressed a button. A rope on the roof suddenly shrinks and the whole person is hoisted. The key is handstand. In this way, the blood from his neck was dripping down his cheek. Tick, 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 like the steps of death. The man went back to the camera, looked at his watch, and said, Yi-chun, don't you want to find me? You might as well play a game together. The amount of blood in the body is between 3.8 and 5.6 liters. Losing 15% of his blood will make him feel uncomfortable. His pulse will accelerate, and he may feel dizzy and chilly. Losing 40% of his blood will affect his blood flowing back to his atrium. He will feel great pain and watch himself die. This kind of despair anyone will fear. Dragon Soul Warrior is no exception. I looked at the time. You still have 2 hours. If you can't find him in these 2 hours, I will throw his body into the sea and feed the shark. Time starts. Have a good time. Words fall. The screen is completely black. In the SUV, it's dead. Lei Shuwei had no idea that this group of people should be so rampant. Hit the notebook with a punch. The screen is broken and sparks are coming out. Later, Lei Shuwei took out his mobile phone and made a call. How is the analysis of the data department? Have you confirmed the location? Asshole, I'll give you 3 more fucking minutes. If you don't give me an answer in 3 minutes, all posts will be transferred. With that, Lei Shuwei takes a look at Yi-chun. He even finds Yi-chun close his eyes. An invisible sense of killing is condensed. He even felt that he saw a set of blood dragon virtual shadow in Yi-chun's whole body, which was frightening. He rubbed his eyes, but found that the blood dragon shadow disappeared. At this time, Yi-chun opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Red as blood, cold to the bone, cold to the depth of the soul. It's like a devil crawling out of hell. Mr. Yi, Lei Shuwei, felt that he was being watched by the god of death. This cold feeling was better than death. Yi-chun opened his mouth. You personally help me guard the villa. No one is allowed to step in. What about you, Mr. Yi? Lei Shuwei subconsciously said. Me. Yi-chun cold smile. I want to let this group of people feel the real despair. Hearing this, Lei Shuwei's face changed. Mr. Yi, but there is no result from the data department. No need for the results. Yi-chun finished and immediately got out of the car. Mr. Yi, I'll send people from Dragon Spirit to help. I don't need anyone. I'm enough on my own. At the moment, Yi-chun becomes indifferent to the extreme. Mr. Yi, what else can I do here? Yi-chun looked at a direction. The voice of bone erosion sounded. The fastest speed. Send me to the East China Sea area of China. Yes, Mr. Yi. Although Lei Shuwei is confused, he chooses to believe Yi-chun unconditionally. The East China Sea. On top of a small autonomous ship, a young man sat cross-legged with a long sword standing beside him. Youth is Yi-chun. Yi-chun painted a strange rune in front of him. There's a bullet on the rune. This is a bullet that almost penetrated into the heart of the soldier in a mission. Yi-chun has no choice now. The only way to find out the whereabouts of Ing Ching is to find out. When the Dragon Soul Data Department finds out the whereabouts, it may be late. Although this method of searching for people is extremely damaging to the body, this group of Dragon Soul soldiers is worth it. The key is his anger. It's like there's a flame blocking in my chest. It's hard. No longer hesitating, Yi-chun pinched his fingers and kept saying something in his mouth. Bring down the root of the stream and create all things. Qing is the source of turbidity, and movement is the foundation of stillness. Can break the vitality, thousands of miles to find people. With Yi-chun speaking speed getting faster and faster, the runes and bullets in front of him even float up. Next second, direct combustion. The flame is blue. It even forms a strange shape. Now! Yi-chun bites his finger and shoots out a blood essence. When the blood essence hits the flame, the fire lights up. A picture appeared in his mind. It's an island. The island is located at the edge of the East China Sea, desolate. Only a dilapidated, abandoned cruise ship. On the cruise ship, a young man in camouflage clothes turned pale and hung upside down on the suspension beam, dripping with blood. A pool of blood on the ground, but also vaguely reflected should hold that stubborn face. Yi Chen's eyes open, a torrent of evil intention to sweep in all directions. The whole ship instantly sent a trace of terror vibration. You never know what kind of existence you have offended, never know. The standing dragon sword roared and gave out a trace of killing. The light falls on the dragon's sword and reflects the light and shadow. Chapter 242. East China Sea, Unknown Island. A group of Wu Huang Club members stood on the deck of the abandoned cruise ship, looking to the end of the sea. Each man had a long, sharp knife at his waist. They pointed to the end of the sea. I thought the dragon spirit of China was so strong, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. Ha ha, Mr. Witian, it's not that the dragon soul soldiers are weak, but we are too strong. We are the effective generals of Bei, not to mention the dragon soul of China. Even if the wastes of ancient Chinese martial arts come to us, the result will still be the same. The holy light of Lord Kitano shines on us. We Wu Huang society can certainly invade all countries, dispose of these dragon warriors, and we mixed it into China and brought back the **G pig named Yi Chun. I don't know why he must see this man. Just then, a man with a clown mask came out. Seeing this man, the soldiers of Wu Huang society stopped talking. They bowed their heads and said respectfully, "Lord Zhongzun." Nakamura took off the clown mask, nodded and asked, "What are you talking about?" A strong man of Wu Huang society even said, "Lord Zhongzun, we are talking about the Chinese Yi Chun." When Nakamura heard the name, he sneered, "I just finished a video with this guy. This boy is really arrogant. He said he would find us and kill us." The people laughed at the words. "Ha ha, this pig, our information is encrypted from Country M. Even if the dragon spirit is strong, it can't find us here. Chinese people are unrealistic. How can we find people in this vast sea? We found this island by accident, unless it's a ghost." Nakamura, two wild hands behind his back, continued, "But our Wu Huang society is not without human feelings. I gave this boy 2 hours of opportunity. I will the dragon soul soldier drop a blood counter current. I want this boy to watch a companion accident. Ha ha. This feeling must be very desperate." There was another burst of laughter in the crowd. "Mr. Nakamura, I'm going to take a bottle of champagne to celebrate. I'm in a good mood to see these Chinese people eat so flat. Go ahead. Those who do not enter the carnival ahead of time. Barbecue on deck. Open champagne to celebrate." They didn't notice at all that the hand of death was slowly approaching. Once you hold your throat, it must be blood. An hour later, the strong men of Wu Huang society were drunk. Only Mr. Nakamura didn't drink. As the leader of this group, he must remain absolutely sober. This is his principle as a warrior. Holding a samurai sword in his hand, he sat cross-legged and breathed with special black air. He took a look at the time and estimated that the dragon soul soldier in it should be on the verge of despair. The sound of blood dripping is like a death song. He fell in love with this tormenting pleasure. It's like controlling everything. At this time, the whole sky is dark. There's a kind of black cloud pressure city feeling. He opened his eyes, took a look at the sky, and murmured, "The storm in the East China Sea is coming again." A strong man of Wu Huang society was dizzy. He was given too much wine. It's hard. He had to hold on to the rail of the bow and spit in the sea. Those who are still drinking and eating in the Wu Huang society laugh. "Mr. Long Island, you can't do it. You vomit so quickly. It's a disgrace to Wu Huang society." Ha ha. Everyone behind him laughed. Long Island June spit a few, raised his head, just want to scold back. He suddenly found something. He rubbed his eyes hard. The sea was surging and waves were rising one after another. The coastline connecting the sky is even more flashing thunder. It's palpitating. But he vaguely saw a dark shadow on the sea. Where the birds don't poop, How can a boat come? The point is, the shadow is too small. Small enough to be negligible. He shook his head and found that the shadow was getting closer and closer. He found out it wasn't a boat at all. It was a man. Yes, just one person. Still a man in casual clothes. The key to this man is double feet in the sea. The waves roll up as if this man is constantly pushing towards his side. Step on the sea. His eyes were completely frightened, even more pale to the extreme. Plop. He plumped down on the deck. How could it be? How could a man run on the sea? He kept saying something as if he were crazy. Those powerful members of the Wu Emperor Society took a look at the embarrassed King of Long Island and joked, "You can't do it. You can't drink so much wine. Last night, you boasted that you can fight for an hour in bed. You are so weak." Ha ha. Maybe it's just a matter of lip service when you talk about it for an hour. Listening to the ridicule in his ear, Mr. Nagasama had no desire to reply. He shook his hands, pointed to the sea, and roared, Someone is stepping on the sea." Baga. This sentence does not say good, so that the group of powerful Wu Huang society laughed more loudly. "Mr. Long Island, wake up. If you say that ships are coming, we may still believe it, but it is unrealistic for someone to step on the sea." He pointed to the sea and said, "You want to wake up? It's really human." The man shook his head and laughed. When he looked at the sea, the smile stopped suddenly. Panic, surprise, insane, all sorts of emotions twinkled in his eyes. Baga, someone is really coming. This time, all the powerful members of the Wu Huang Society reacted and stood up fiercely and looked at the sea area. Even Tei Nakamura stopped practicing and looked at the East China Sea. Hiss. When you see that picture, all the people take a breath together. I'm totally scared. Gollum. Nakamura was also swallowing. I saw a 10-meter wave rolling. The waves are getting closer, towards the shore. On the key waves, there's a cool and proud young man. The youth is dressed in black, with a long sword on his back, against a figure hanging above the waves. Straight like a god. His skin is lustrous and flowing, his hands are behind him, and his strong breath is radiant. This is Yi Chun of China. All of a sudden, someone screamed, and his voice was shaking. At the moment, Yi Chun is only 20 meters away from them. When the sea wave is about to approach the shore, step on the step, the waves roll. In two, and his body is coming fast. It's like flying. Sleeping trough. This scene, like a shell in everyone's mind. Chapter 243. Silence. There was no sound but thunder and sea breeze in the distance. Bang! With a loud noise, Yi Chun stepped on the deck and looked at the crowd with cold eyes. I said I'd find you and make your life worse than death. His whole body curls up evil spirit. The true spirit of Dantian is surging. The dragon sword behind him is also gently shaking, as if waiting for the blood to moisten. That group of Wu Huang Society strong person, this just completely reacts to come over. Afterward in the village, too wild to roar, hands on. All of them are rushing towards Yi Chun. The sword of samurai flickers a killing opportunity, which makes people feel palpable. See, as people have surrounded Yi Chun, in village too wild, open away. How did you find here? And how do you do that? He was so surprised. He finally understood why the North Wild Lord must take this Yi Chun back to Wu Huang Society. Because this person has a big secret. If they master the secret, they will become stronger. He's a little short of breath. Yi Chun looked at the time, light way. You can still live one more minute. With that, he condensed his right foot's real chi. With a fierce step, the deck under his body was directly broken, and he instantly came under the deck. At the moment of landing, he rushed to the right and hit a wall with a fist. Bang! The wall cracked. He found Ing Ching, but at the moment should hold face. Lips all pale, not a trace of blood. The bright red blood on the ground is shocking. Yi Chen's eyes are full of endless anger. A blade of wind condenses and shoots out. The shackles on the foot were cut off in an instant and should be lifted directly down. Yi Chen steps a step, quickly catching Ching, put him carefully on the ground. The remaining 9 people naturally found Yi Chun, and their faces were pleasantly surprised. They even said drill master. The word instructor contains too much meaning. They had been ready to sacrifice the country, but did not expect Yi Chun to appear. Dragon's sole chief drill master hands. That day, Yi Chun with 100 enemy pictures, still vividly visible, like the god of war. China has this god of war. What forces dare to spy on China? Yi Chun nods and shoots out a genuine chi in his hand, one of whom is completely cut off. You unlock it for others. Yes, drill master. Yi Chun takes some herbs from the Samsara cemetery to cover Ing Ching's wound, but Shahol blood lost too much. Almost half of the foot has stepped into the ghost gate. He took out a blood-gathering pill and gave it to Ing Ching. Not only that, he also condenses a true chi in Ing Ching's heart. The return of blood has produced great pressure on the heart. All the silver needles were shot out, which could be regarded as the survival of Ing Ching. At this time, several figures appeared in front of Yi Chun. It's the people of Wu Huang society. Boy, I'm dying. I'm still in the mood to save others. AGA, I will break your pig's hand today. Asterisk, asterisk. A strong man of Wu Huang society, holding a samurai sword, rushed directly over. Those dragon soul soldiers just want to make a move. They are rejected by Yi Chun. This group of people are hurt so much that they also send their hands to death. Take good care of Ing Ching and leave the rest of me. Finish saying, Yi Chun suddenly deceived the body come forward. Sung Long illusory body definitely surging, appeared in front of that powerful person of Wu Huang society in an instant. That person obviously didn't expect Yi Chun's speed to be so fast. Fierce a knife to chop. The sharp saber breath makes people feel palpitation. The sound of whistling seemed to explode in my ears. We can see how terrible this knife is. Die! Seeing that this knife is going to chop on Yi Chun's arm, Yi Chun is not only hiding. On the contrary, the 5 fingers were claws, which directly caught the samurai's sword. Obviously, the man didn't expect the Chinese boy to be so crazy. The key is that the boy caught his knife, and there was no blood on his hand. He swept all over his body and cut down with a fierce knife, just like the force of 1,000 caddies. Too weak. Yi Chun's indifferent voice rings out. The next second, click, a sound. The samurai sword is forcefully broken by Yi Chun. Strong wind rolling. See Yi Chun holding a broken knife. With the power of terror, move in the air, lock that person's neck straight into. Gee! His great artery was cut off directly, and the blood burst out. The strong man of Wu Huang society subconsciously wanted to cover the wound, which was the only way to save himself. But if not yet grasped, Yi Chun one punch hits out. His arm turned into a blood mist. I said, how do you deal with a dragon spirit? I will ask you to pay back 1,000 times. Without arms, the man fell to ground, convulsed, and died in a pool of blood. First, 9 more. Yi Chun's cold smile outline toward those who were the rest of the powerful Wu Huang society and go. The rest of the people reacted in an instant, and the long knife in their hands chopped in all directions, as if tearing the air, rubbing out bursts of Mars. These 3 knives almost blocked all the routes of Yi Chun. Extremely strong. Even so, Yi Chun still didn't make a sword. This kind of person is not worthy of defiling the dragon sword. At the moment when the 3 swords fell, Yi Chun turned sideways, and then grabbed a whip-bound islander with his right hand. Tearing his hair violently, the islander screamed. Just want to fight back. Yi Chun, with rolling air waves, holding each other's head, hit the ground of this layer. Bang! The plank of this layer breaks. The other party's head is penetrated, and 8! After killing this man, Yi Chun shakes his body and comes to a strong man of Wu Huang society. The speed is too fast to be distinguished by naked eyes. Yi Chun turns his fist into claw, and there is a red entwining between his 5 fingers. It's directly on one's neck. No mercy. Click. A crack in the neck. Extremely ferocious. The blood accumulates to move, so the rest of the people are flustered. 7 more. Yi Chun, like a killing machine, rushes into the powerful of Wu Huang society, bloodthirsty on his face. Some people have to kill, but they don't like it. He doesn't care what rules there are in this world, As long as he doesn't accept Yi Chun, he will surely make this bullshit rule scattered. This is Yi Chen's way. In order to get into the way, 5 more. For more. Yi Chen's voice is constantly ringing in the giant ship, like Death Soul Song. Everywhere you go, it's full of blood. Some powerful members of the Wu Huang Society did not even have a complete body. What a madman. Silence. Dead silence. Those dragon soul soldiers' brains are blank. They know that the drill master is very strong and can defeat 100 with 1. I have also seen Yi Chen's fighting level, so terrible. But when they see Yi Chen's means of killing people, they all take a breath. Fortunately, instructors are their own people. If they were born in other countries and become their enemies, they are definitely the demons of China. Chapter 244. There are 3 left. Yi Chen stood in a pool of blood, cold smile. That smile ferocious, bloodthirsty. The blood on the ground is like a river, reflecting the figure of Yi Chun. Tei Nakamura and the remaining 2 powerful members of the Wu Emperor Society. The eyes are full of panic and even shrink to the extreme. What the hell is this? They had a lot of contact with Chinese warriors or troops, but they had never seen such bloodthirsty demons. Mr. Nakamura, what to do? The 2 felt their legs trembling, and their souls were afraid. Nakamura, too wild to suppress the shock of the heart, in the hands of the knife flashing a trace of aura, roared, "Let's start! Kill him!" Yes. 2 people stepped forward and back. Just as a straight line, Yi Chen's arm a shock, a cold through. A dart engraved with blood plumb tears the air, with a strong and sharp spirit. Through 2 people's eyebrows one after another. Bang! Bang! 2 people fall one after another. Now only left in the village 2 wild staring at Yi Chun. He really can't believe that the boy in front of him solved the subordinates so easily. What kind of existence does this have to be? There's the last one left. The guy in the mask should be you. Yi Chen Dao. His indifferent eyes fell directly on the body of Nakamura, too wild. Nothing but death. Nakamura, too wild, looked at the bodies of the 2 people on the ground, and the blood in his eyebrows was constantly overflowing. He found that he had underestimated Yi Chen's strength. In this way, the boy can enter the top 100 of the Chinese master's list. Wu Huangsha's information on Yi Chen's investigation is wrong. Totally wrong. Kneel down. All of a sudden, Yi Chen roared. The sound penetrated the whole space. Show no doubt. Kneel? Nakamura's eyes flashed a trace of ferocity. How can he kneel down in front of the Chinese people as the Dharma protector of Bay adults? He is a great warrior, protected by the emperor. Kneeling is shame. Baga, what kind of thing are you? Tei Nakamura directly rushed up. The ground is a row of deep footprints. The sword in the hand dances, drives the air to send out the dull sound whine, pulls out a row of sword shadow to rush toward Yi Chun. Looking at the shadow of Zhou Tian Dao, Yi Chen outlines an arc at the corner of his mouth. It's interesting to know how to do it. The language falls. Yi Chen rushes into the knife's shadow. At the same time, the palm condenses a powerful air wave, pats out. This palm is like a wave coming, shaking the air and leaving with a momentum of overwhelming. Bang! The moment the shadow of the sword and the shadow of the palm touch, it disappears in an instant. It's like offsetting. Baga, let's have a sword. When Nakamura saw that Yi Chun had no intention to move his sword, he felt insulted. Even if you kill Yi Chun, you won't win. Yi Chen shakes his head. The humble blood of your island country does not deserve to die my sword gradually. Not worthy. Village is too wild and angry. You are a pig. You are destined to pay for asterisk, 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 asterisk. I saw Nakamura too wild dance in the hands of the long knife. Instant cold knife chi toward the surrounding spread and go. There was even a trace of blackness in his hands. Black gas and Dao Chi collide to form a black curtain. Cold light all over the corner, as if the skies snow. Chill slowly. The shadow of the sword around him seems to be an essence and rushes towards Yi Chun. Yi Chen looks at the knife's shadow, shoulders shaking. In situ into a shadow, rushed out. This momentum is like a tiger down the mountain, with the roar of dragons. All of a sudden, he stretched out 2 fingers. The genuine chi between them seemed to condense into a virtual sword, broken, along with his big drink. The knife shadow was mercilessly torn by 2 fingers. 2 fingers seemed to penetrate everything, directly poking the shoulder of Nakamura, too wild. Puff. Break the body. Blood burst. Nakamura, too wild crazy, called out. He subconsciously wants to gather strength and drag the samurai sword towards Yi-chun, only to find that his hand seems to be imprisoned, unable to move. When he looked down, he noticed that a hand was firmly clasped on his wrist like a pair of pliers. His pupils dilated, and he saw a cold face along his arm. Have you ever experienced despair? Yi-chun returned the original words to him. The next second, 5 fingers as it burst out 10,000 gene force. Click! His wrist is straight 360 degrees twisted. Samurai's sword is even more backhanded on his own arm. On Nakamura, too wild, fierce roar. Voice is shaking in fear. What is it called? The pain is just beginning. Yi-chun's voice seems to come from above 9 days. His right hand out, like steel like 5 fingers, directly through the village too wild shoulder, and then a fierce pressure. The power of 10,000 caddies can be borne by ordinary people. Click, click, click. A row of bones in his right body are broken. Big mouth spit blood. Bang! Yi-chun directly smashed Yongsu too wild on the ground. At the same time, a step on the right foot, but also a row of bone fracture. Don't you love tormenting people? I'll let you enjoy the torture today. Bang! Yi-chun's right foot momentum fiercely kicks out. In village too wild body delimits the ground to hit directly on one wall. The pain is unbearable. Face is in the friction of the ground and the flesh and blood. Nakamura, too wild, stretched out his hand. Hoarse voice sounded, "Kill me! Please give me a happy, please." Yi-chun's eyes are cold and heartless. He will not pity anyone. If he comes a few minutes later, Huaxia will sacrifice several soldiers. Even Ingqing will have an accident. The consequences are unimaginable. Then, there were several silver needles in his hand. His fingers moved and shot out one by one. In Nakamura, too wild body constantly shaking. What are you going to do? Nakamura has a bad feeling. Yi-chun said with a smile, "There's a Chinese herbal medicine called Duan Hunko. I heard that with acupuncture, it can make people's spirit and soul withdraw a little bit, and the pain is extreme. I have never tried it. I would like to ask you to verify it for me. It is also a contribution to the research of Chinese medicine." Nakamura Ono Mao-sun suddenly contract. Just want to talk. Yi-chun hand has appeared at herbal medicine. Is not hesitant to block the way in the village too wild mouth. Nakamura had not felt anything, but when the herbal medicine touched the blood in his mouth, his pupils became lax. The last second, he was cold. After a second, such as falling magma, his body twitched and foamed. The pain was to the extreme. "Let me die." It was a word that he had only the will to say. But Yi-chun has turned to the dragon spirit warrior. In the eyes of Nakamura, too wild, that cold and proud back gradually blurred. Only pain. Chapter 245. Yi-chun came to Ingqing's face. He was still in a coma. One side of the dragon soul soldier said, "Drill master, can a captain have an accident?" Yi-chun shakes his head. "Without my permission, Yama also don't want to take away Ingqing's life." With that, he ran a trace of genuine qi in his hand, which condensed into a qi needle and inserted directly into an acupoint that should be lifted. Then Yi-chun pressed his 2 fingers on the eyebrows of Ingqing, and the genuine qi poured into his body. It is more like a warm current penetrating the body of Ingqing. Ingqing's face finally has a trace of blood. Although Juxuden can help Ingqing to gather blood, he has lost too much blood and still needs to go to the hospital for blood transfusion. Blood can be generated out of thin air, which can be achieved by pills. After a while, Ingqing opened his eyes. When he saw Yi-chun, his eyes shrank. Then he was ready to stand up and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, don't move. You're still weak." Yi-chun ordered, "Yes, Mr. Yi." Ingqing's eyes are only grateful. He knows that the Dragon Soul Commando team has been ambushed and the whole army has been destroyed. At present, everyone has been rescued. The only explanation is that this powerful and incomparable youth, Mr. Yi, Thank you for helping me. Hesitated for a long time, should still say the sentence. Yi Chen stood up and laughed. My friends are not many. You are one. If you die, I will not like it. A simple sentence. Let it hold the body as young. A feeling of moving comes. For today's all, he does not regret. He vowed that from now on, he would try his best to protect Yi Chen and the people around him. It's almost time. Contact the dragon spirit and let them pick up people. You still need blood transfusion. Should hold a nod to a dragon soul soldier round. Contact the dragon soul. Let the nearby ships to our side. Soon, the dragon spirit sent a ship to pick up the man. It was the Chinese Navy who received the notice. Just as the party was about to leave the abandoned ship, a cell phone rang. Yi Chen steps to stop. Eyes fell on the village 2 wild body. The voices from his body. At the moment, Nakamura's eyes turned white and almost died in pain. Yi Chen took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. He found it was a strange number. How did he press the key to answer? Some poor Chinese. Yi Chen faintly can guess that the other side should be the one behind the Wu Huang Society. There was a chill in the corner of his mouth, and he said, Kitano. The man on the other end of the phone was stunned at the sound, and then became cold. Who are you? Nakamura is too wild. Who am I? Yi Chen cold me. I am ready to kill you. Yi Chen. The other end of the phone hesitated. As soon as I hung up, Yi Chen gave the mobile phone to the dragon soul. He should be able to analyze some useful things. Ingqing was helped up by the dragon soul, but all of them found that Yi Chen had no intention of getting on the boat. Mr. Yi, are you not going back to China with us? A weak voice should be heard. Yi Chen shakes his head and says, You go back first. I still have something to deal with. The Wu Huang Society is a threat. He didn't intend to investigate last time. This time, the other party directly threatened himself with 10 lives of dragon spirits. What if next time? He didn't want to take the threat to China. It's not too far from the island where Wu Huangshi is located. Since it's here, let's erase it together. In case of a long night's dream, Ingqing guessed something and said, Mr. Yi, the Wu Huang Society is not as simple as you think. If you go alone, you may be in danger. The strength of Kitano of the Wu Huang Society is very strong. The dragon soul's evaluation of him is extremely dangerous. Please think about it again. Yi Chen ignored Ingqing. Ingqing was a little anxious. He thought of something and said, Mr. Yi, tomorrow is the day you and Fong Zhongxin have agreed on. Do you want to go to Wu Huang's club without waiting for Wu Daotai's business to be finished? Yi Chen thought of Wu Daotai's agreement, but he still refused Ingqing and went to the other side. Ingqing looks at Yi Chen's far way back and falls into meditation. Although Yi Chen is very strong, it is really dangerous for a person to face a top power in a foreign country. He also knows Yi Chen's character. Once this guy decides something, it is estimated that none of the 9 bulls will come back. At present, we can only contact the chief executive. After all, Huaxia still hides some strength there. Let's sail back to Jiangnan province. At the junction of the Taiping Sea and the East China Sea, an island country, an ancient building of Yasukuni. This is almost the most sacred place in the island. At the beginning of each year, countless islanders kneel down outside the emperor's palace to seek the protection of Emperor Wu. Island generals, officials, and even prime ministers are no exception. The power of countless beliefs was born here. At the moment, in the emperor's palace, a man is pacing back and forth. It's Kitano. Since that phone call, he always has an ominous premonition. I don't know why. This feeling is more and more intense. There must be something wrong with that group of guys. The original seamless plan has gone wrong. Damn it. What did he think of? He took out a few things from a cupboard. He wanted to make a divination for himself, but he found that the thing was broken as soon as he took it out. The disaster of fragmentation. Life and death cannot be avoided. How is that possible? Is this a level I am destined to be unable to escape? His face is a little pale. To his state, more and more believe in such things. The key point is that he tried countless times without any mistakes. Is it that the top leaders of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau are fighting against themselves this time? They signed treaties and did not interfere with each other. Do these people want to destroy them? This is what he fears most. If the top 10 masters of China exist, unite to deal with him, he will not have the power of World War I. He forced himself to calm down and sit cross-legged, the black air surging on his body, which made people feel palpable. He can only enter the state of cultivation. At least let his state reach the peak. Only in this way can we have the strength of the First World War. At night, Yi Chun, with his hand behind him, walks toward the hall of Emperor Yasukuni. The fierce momentum of the body spread out. He prepared for the best and for the worst. All of a sudden, a full-bodied girl fell to Yi Chun, and Yi Chun dodged directly. The girl covered her chest and murmured, as if she were not happy. She just wanted to stretch out her hand and pull Yi Chun's hand. Yi Chun's cold words rang through the sky. "Go away, or die." The girl's body was stunned. She took a stiff look at several burly men in the alley. In an instant, several burly men stopped in front of Yi Chun. The murder was revealed. Chapter 246. Obviously, this is a typical porcelain touch. Yi Chun has seen it several times in the news. Generally, these men are local gangs. A few of the men who have just stepped on their hands to make a bright sword. The powerful airwaves roll away. The next second, those bodies directly hit the wall, blood DC. I don't know life and death. The island girl was also confused. Yi Chun didn't pay attention to these people. Just ants. He stepped into the hall of Emperor Jingwa in the night. At the moment, there are only a few powerful guards outside the hall of Emperor Yasukuni, because no one dares to start at the base of Wu Huang society. Those strong men obviously also found Yi Chun. Just wanted to ask. Yi Chun raised his hand, like lightning, fast as wind. 5 fingers clasped each other's neck. Click. One sound, direct fracture. The other 2 powerful members of the Emperor Wu society changed their faces and pulled out their swords, but the sword had not yet come out of their scabbards. 2 extremely terrible blades of wind shot out. Poof! In a flash, the sound is like that firecrackers, rippling in the air. The 2 men's chests seemed to burst apart. In a pool of blood, Yi Chun looks at the gate in front of him, sneers and raises his feet. The powerful momentum runs and blows out directly. The gate is broken into countless sawdust. This is a big noise. Almost instantaneously, the lights of Yasukuni Emperor's hall flickered. Countless strong people poured in. Baga. Although I don't know Yi Chun's identity, it is the enemy who dares to kill people in the hall of Emperor Yasukuni. Countless powerful chi and sword spirit are sweeping in. Like a big net, it can block out the sun. Yi Chun's hand suddenly appeared the sword of Cutting Dragon. The dragon sword is full of blood evil spirits, as if preparing for a war. The one who comes forward, die. The cold words resound through the room, making people feel palpable. The temperature of the whole room suddenly drops, and the cold and murderous air diffuses and spreads around. He wanted to give the group a chance. But this group of people did not cherish it all, only killing. Cut the dragon sword and cast it again. I don't know how strong you are. Show it to me today. When the words fall, Yi Chun's true chi condenses, and the sword's essence of 5 or 6 yangs is pulled out in an instant, and the sword spirit is rampant. At this moment, Yi Chun is domineering. At this moment, Yi Chun is unstoppable. That terrible sword split the air so that the whole hall space is concussion. The sword roars and the airwaves roll. Puff, 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 puff. More than a dozen powerful members of the Wu Emperor Society could not resist the sword spirit of Cutting the Dragon sword. The sword chi overflows everywhere. Everywhere it passes, there's a mess and blood. It's terrible. Yi Chun took a look at the dragon sword in his hand, as if to an old friend, and said, "Your killing spirit is just what I want. From today on, I want you and me to go down into the history of martial arts and Taoism." Yi Chun holds the sword of Cutting Dragon and goes to the inside. This time, no one dares to step forward. Kill more than 10 people with one sword. How can we fight? It's a crushing situation. All of a sudden, several strong men with terrible breath rushed out and roared. "There's something wrong with the sword in this son's hand. Let's go up and take the sword." The next second, a series of killing opportunities surging. Very fast. Like thunder. Like lightning. Yi Chen shook his head and murmured, "No one can take away my sword. Anyone. His eyes are red with blood, and his sword is cold as bloodthirsty." At this moment, the music of death has begun to be composed. The passionate music of death is singing here. Yi Chen Songlong's phantom body is determined to swim, leaving a trail of shadows in the crowd. Innumerable power all blasted in the shadow above. Then, the next second, the dragon's sword appears. The light of the sword flickered. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it was also a trail of blood. 5 minutes later, on the main hall, there were corpses and a river of blood. At the same time, deep in the hall of Emperor Yasukuni, a wounded strong man of Wu Huang society directly broke through the door. "Kitano, Master, something's wrong." Kitano suddenly opened his eyes. He is very clear, should come or come. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and a simple sword hanging on the wall fell directly into his hand. How many strong Chinese are there? 20 or 50? If there are 50 top strong men in China, he may not even have the right to resist. As for the 20, he should have the strength to fight. The strong man of Wu Huang society swallowed his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Master, none of them." Well, Kitano felt something was wrong. "Is there 100 people?" The man shook his head. "Master, there's only one person, a young man and a sword. We have almost killed 100 members of the Wu Emperor Society." "What?" Kitano Wu exclaimed, eyes are full of panic. "A man stepping on the hall of Emperor Yasukuni and killed 100 people. Hiss!" He took a breath. No longer hesitant, the foot of the ghost stepped surging directly toward the outside. He was just about to go out when the door broke open. Yi Chen's figure appears directly in the sight. Kitano, who was young, naturally recognized Yi Chen. "Master, it's him. He killed almost all the people outside by himself. You must make decisions for us." The wounded king of Wu society said. Takeshi Kitano glanced around and found no one else. He took a long breath. Although the sun is very strong, but one he can still deal with. "Boy, why do you want to destroy Wu Huang society?" Yi Chen holds a sword of chopping dragon in his hand, covering the whole room like a layer of frost. "I said to Shadow that day, if your people dare to step into China again, I will kill one. I didn't expect that you had to push your luck and move the Chinese people. It's an unforgivable crime. Besides, I don't like threats. I just like to kill them." Kitano was stunned. He didn't expect that the boy was so arrogant. The ancient sword in his hand came out of the sheath. "Jump up, Baga. If you have killed so many soldiers of Wu Huang society, you will stay here for me." The substantial sword light is like a comet across the sky. The dazzling light shines in every inch of space, and the incomparable air is surging violently and invincible. In a flash, he came to Yi Chen's face. As soon as this sword comes out, Yi Chen's eyes appear a trace of accident. Kitano's strength is so strong, only breath at least far beyond their own. Yi Chen no longer hesitates. The true chi condenses, and the sword of cutting dragon goes directly to the light. Boom! Who can fight for supremacy? After the clear clash, there were dull explosions and penetrating sounds. A strong wave of air directly turned over. Pedaling, pedaling, pedaling. Yi Chen stepped back 6 steps, and his blood was surging up. But Kitano actually did not retreat 1 step. Extremely strong. At this moment, Yi Chen has some surprise in his heart, because Kitano is not only far beyond his own several small realms, he is ahead of himself by a whole big realm. Separation and reunion. This is the first clutch strong man he met after he left Kunlun Su. Chapter 247. Yi Chen finally understood why Wu Huang society could not stand here. Although this is a small place, Kitano must have certain strength to become the belief of so many local people. He underestimated the details of the Wu Huang society. Lai Hijing is far more than the so-called top powerful people he met in Jiangnan province. If according to his estimation of the Chinese master's list, Kitano is very likely to be in the top 30. I want to challenge the strongest person in the island. In the distance, Kitano saw that Yi-Chun was repulsed, and his mouth was wearing a forced smile. Yi-Chun, I have to say, you are very strong. In your age group, you are a genius. Unfortunately, you have offended me, Kitano. I began to practice Chinese martial arts when I was 3 years old. Although I am not a Chinese, I know everything about China. If this is the existence of the top 10 masters of China, I may be afraid of it, but you? Oh, you don't deserve it. Kitano's body instantly rushed out. The ancient sword in his hand flickered with a trace of airflow. Under the sword's meaning, the air waves roll. The sword's shadow spreads all over the sky, and the momentum is like a rainbow. This sword represents the dignity of Wu Huang society, represents the momentum of his Kitano on the top, and Yi-Chun in his eyes is a mole ant doomed to crush. Yi-Chun mouths on a congealing twinkle madness. Knee bend, burst. In the middle of the sky, the true chi was all blasted on the dragon's sword. Ding! The sound of gold and iron sounds. Click! Kitano's ancient sword is broken directly. At the same time, the powerful air wave directly overturned Yi-Chun and even hit the wall. Kitano Wu looked at the broken sword in his hand and looked at the chopping dragon sword in Yi-Chun's hand. His eyes were blazing. This sword is a high-level spirit. Boy, you don't deserve it. The next second, Kitano rushed out, 5 fingers into the eagle claw potential. Ferocious out, the precision frightening. Go straight to the dragon sword. Hundreds of lives for a high-level spirit sword, very cost-effective. Haha, because the lives of these men are not worth the sword. Seeing that Kitano's eagle claws are about to fall, Yi-Chun's eyes are suffused with a trace of cold, and a black light flashed through the palm of his hand. Black light across the sky. Only death. Too fast. Go to Kitano and you don't have a chance to react. Puff. Darts directly through the palm of Kitano. Blood like a fountain. Even a part of the hand bone is broken. Takeshi Kitano looked at the blood in his hand. Angry, ferocious face to the extreme. Hit Yi-Chun with a fist. Baga, die to me. Yi-Chun has no chance to dodge. He can only concentrate all his strength on the right fist. Hard on your head. Shurasha fist. Yi-Chun angrily drinks a. The whole person momentum instantly soars. A burst of dust flies under the foot. More than twice as fast. Just like a sword. It's just like a sword. If he wants to be strong, he has to fight the stronger. As a strong man in clutch environment, he will be injured, but as long as he survives, he will be stronger. Nirvana reborn. Bang! The 2 fists intersected, making a low voice like thunder. Yi-Chun mouth overflowed blood, body back. Of course, Yi-Chun laughed. Crazy face. This blow seems to have broken through some of his understanding of the boxing evil sect. Come again. Yi-Chun rushed up again. He didn't give Kitano any chance to breathe. He threw himself in front of him, and the second punch was already blasted out. When the fists touch again, Yi-Chun is still pushed back. But the more so, the more powerful Yi-Chun is. Kitano Wu's face was wrong. He did not have the calm color of the past, and his eyes widened. Is this guy crazy? Neuropathy? Suddenly, he thought of something. This kid is actually using his own breakthrough. At this time, I still want to break through. Get down on your knees. Takeshi Kitano roared. The attack of boxing brings endless opportunities to kill. The fist almost embodies the powerful power of Kitano. The top 20 masters of China are not sure to be able to carry it. Yi-Chun instantly felt a strong pressure from the cross. Like a storm, an extreme breath of death enveloped in it. The gap between them is too big. If he goes on like this, he will die. He can clearly feel that the tombstone in the Samsara cemetery is shining. Use or not. Boom. The huge crash sound comes. Yi-Chun's body draws a parabola to fly to the outside. At the same time, Kitano grabbed a broken sword on the ground and stabbed at Yi-Chun's chest. I have practiced for 60 years. The First Islander, Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, and even the top of the capital city to give face. Were you fighting with me? Remember, reincarnation in the next life. Do not provoke me, Kitano, you humble little ant. The broken sword is about to fall. Yi-Chun has no choice, and his mouth shows a faint smile. Chun Ching-san, come out and see me. Kitano Wu heard Yi-chin say such a sentence inexplicably, slightly frowned, but also did not think much, speed up, seeing that the sharp broken sword is about to pierce Yi-chen's chest. Who dares to hurt him? A startling roar suddenly rang through the hall. The huge sound directly shakes the whole villa. The ground is like a spider's web. All the bricks and tiles on the top of the hall are overturned, broken. This roar reverberates around. The momentum is like a rainbow, dominates the world. Kitano furiously spit out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked by the sound wave. Not only that, a flame broke through the sky, as if it had become a sharp arrow, and directly hit the bright broken sword. Click! Broken sword turns into powder directly. At the same time, the strong burning feeling makes Kitano's 5 fingers disappear directly. Takeshi Kitano's body inexplicably bumps to fly out, hit the ground. He's scared. He trembled. He is afraid. The strong come out, and it's the best. He was staring at the 5 fingers that had disappeared and held his breath. The air is filled with a suffocating breath of repression, as if a pair of hands held Kitano's throat. Kitano is flustered. Who is going to save this boy? All of a sudden, his eyes shrink, because he found a figure that seemed to be wrapped in flame is rapidly coming, where the dust is rolling and the flame is full. People can't see clearly, leaving only a long string of fire shadow. Until the figure stood beside Yi-chun, everything was clear. It's an old man with terrible breath. The old man just glanced at Kitano lightly, and the latter felt that he had fallen into the abyss, eyes like a knife, into the essence. Kitano's body seems to be bound by an invisible force, as long as one of his eyes will turn to ashes. You, who the hell are you? With both hands behind him, the old man glanced at the audience coldly and said, I, Chun Ching-song, who burned all things with one hand. The tone is unquestionable, full of strong killing. It's like thunder in everyone's ears. Chapter 248. Chun Ching-song? Who is Chun Ching-song? Kitano is confused. He is familiar with the existence of the top 100 masters in China. From the strength of the old, we can know that it must be the top of the list of Chinese masters. But he has never heard of Chun Ching-song. More importantly, is there such a terrible existence in China? A word will fly their own shock. A look is enough to kill themselves. It's impossible to practice to the highest level. At this moment, Takeshi Kitano panicked. It's a fear of death. It's also a fear of the unknown. Chun Ching-song, ignored Kitano. In his eyes, all living beings are ants. Except for one. That's the young people who are hurt at the moment. He looked at Yi-chun with his eyes. With a wave of his arm, a genuine chi rushed into Yi-chen's body. Yi-chen only feels wrapped by a warm light. At the same time, a warm current flowed through his injured part, and his injury was reduced by more than half. Get up! Chun Ching-song 5 fingers move. Yi-chen under the body, as if there is a stream of air, forcefully put him up. Thank you, master. Chun Ching-song nodded. You, as the reincarnation tomb owner, should help you. At present, what should be done with the ants? Chun Ching-song's eyes shot at Kitano. Kitano felt surrounded by a group of flames, uncomfortable to the extreme. He no longer hesitates. Plop. I knelt down. Please spare my life. Please forgive me. He is afraid of death and everything when he practices to this point. The key is that in the face of this kind of top power, he even has no right to fight back. What else can I do but beg for mercy? At present can only beg Yi-chun. Hope the other side can give him a way to live. Whatever self-esteem, what arrogance, mother, get out of here. If they can survive, they will not have a chance to deal with this boy in the future. Chun Ching-song stretched out his hand and burst out a flame. The flame is bright and palpitating. The flame even turned into a sword. Seeing this, Kitano became more and more scared. The old man is not the true chi, but the flame. It can also become a sword of its own. Sleeping trough. It's hard to be an immortal. At the moment, Yi-chin fell into meditation. Kill Kitano Wu. Can only vent the intention of killing the heart. But leave Kitano, that is equal to own a strong clutch. If this person is placed in China, He must be one of the top 30 masters in China. At present. The biggest problem is that the other side's realm is too high, and the control of blood essence can't work at all. As if aware of Yi Chen's hesitation, Kitano Wuyin said, "Sir, there is one more thing you don't know. I'm actually from China. My father is from China, and my mother is from the island. I have Chinese blood in my body. Please spare me a dog's life. I will serve you." Chen Qingsong looked at Yi Chen and seemed to notice the hesitation in Yi Chen's heart, and then said, "Has this son killed the closest relative around you?" Yi Chen shook his head. Chen Qingsong also said, "If not, this person can be used. His realm is far superior to that of you. It's more advantageous for you to stay than to kill him." Hearing what Chen Qingsong said, Kitano repeatedly nodded and even said to Yi Chen, "My lord, I will do whatever you want to do, even if you want to deal with the leaders of the island country. I am willing to do it." Yi Chen is his only chance to survive. Chen Qingsong continued to say to Kitano, "People's heart is the most unbelievable. Are you willing to donate your life essence?" Kitano was stunned and pale. Once he contributed his life essence, he was completely controlled. It's impossible to turn the tables again in the future. But right now, he has no choice at all. No longer think more. Kitano Takeshi slapped on his chest, instantly shot out a drop of black blood essence. The black blood essence is suspended, sending out the strong breath. Chen Qingsong nodded and looked at Yi Chen. Because of the gap in cultivation, you can't break into the essence blood control him, but you control this person's life essence, and the effect is the same. Now I will introduce a Dharma resolution into your knowledge sea. You have a good understanding. The next second, Chen Qingsong points at Yi Chen's eyebrows, and Yi Chen controls the essence and blood of his life. Yi Chen suddenly, the finger quickly pinched, a rune directly hit on the black blood essence. When the seal disappears, Yi Chen feels that he has more consciousness. He squeezed that consciousness. Instantly, Kitano spit out a mouthful of blood. "Be merciful, my lord." Kitano Wu looked at Yi Chen's eyes, and eyes were startled. Yi Chen nods and releases the blood essence again. Kitano Wu then sighed. "Thank you for not killing me. I will be your servant in the future." At this time, Chen Qingsong looked at the North Wild Wu, ordered, "There's no secret room here. I need to talk to this boy about something." "My lord, yes." Kitano Wu quickly got up, his bow belt 2 people toward a wall. At the end of the wall, he came to a ceramic antique. With a slight turn, the wall suddenly opened and a secret room came into view. "Gentlemen, this is the place where I practice and treasure. It's inside." Words are not finished. Chen Qingsong and Yi Chen then walked in. Then Chen Qingsong waved his hand and the gate closed. Everything returned to silence. The expression of Kitano, who was locked outside, was very strange. The gate was controlled by the Technique Organization and had a strong prohibition. But in front of the old man, how could it look like a decoration? He didn't think much about it. He went a hall outside. The siren had already sounded. Some things naturally need him to deal with. Under the night, the cool wind is blowing, and the hall is filled with a strong smell of blood. On the ground lay a dense body, broken limbs everywhere. Blood dyed the land red, and even gathered into a small stream, slowly flowing, gloomy and terrifying. The air was heavy, as if it had solidified, and it was breathless. The eyes of Kitano Military Field shrunk inside. At the beginning, I should listen to the warning he gave me. Now, not only has the Emperor's society been destroyed, but also he has lost his freedom. That guy can destroy everything in his mind. Kitano heaved a long sigh, only to blame his eyes for not knowing Mount Tai. At the same time, in the Chamber of Secrets, Chen Qingsong, hands negative behind him, interesting looking at Yi Chen, said, "Your strength is too low, even lower than I imagined. I know that Chen Qingqing despises himself. Master, what is your cultivation? Shake your head for me." Chapter 249. At present, the most important thing for you is to enhance your strength. Only when you reach a certain strength can you get to know the secret behind the reincarnation cemetery. The secret behind the samsara cemetery? Yi Chen frowned. I always want to know why you are so powerful. Why are you trapped in it? Chun Ching Song was stunned, staring at something as if in meditation. It's not worth thinking about thousands of years. And your level, if you want to touch that layer, is far from enough. Yi Chun, when your strength reaches that point, naturally there will be a reincarnation graveyard strong person to tell you, at present, I am not qualified, say. Remember, the samsara cemetery must not be known by outsiders, nor can it be taken away by outsiders. Once it is found that someone knows the secret, he must not hesitate to kill him. Those people don't even have a chance to be slaves. Chun Ching Song's words are extremely serious, even cold. At the moment, Yi Chen's expression is extremely dignified. He can feel the black stone in his pocket clinging to himself. At present, no one knows the secret. Even son Yi and Xiaoru Oshua don't know. But it seems that the Dragon Master who started to fight Ye's family in Yunhu Mountain Villa was just for this stone. Fortunately, knowing the stone does not mean knowing the reincarnation cemetery. After all, the stone has been with him for so many years, and only recently has the reincarnation cemetery been opened. Neither of his parents knew what it meant, let alone outsiders. Anyway, once I get the news of the Dragon Lord in Beijing, I will not hesitate to kill him. Yi Chen decided his mind. Although Chun Zongchen had a lot of time left, he didn't have a right to say anything for me. It's a pity that my disciples fell down in succession in the war, and countless sects disappeared in the world, and the fire sect no longer exists. I have been quiet in my life, but I don't want to fail in the end. This is the sorrow of our generation. After that, Chun Ching Song's eyes coagulated and looked at Yi Chen very seriously and said, Yi Chen, I'd like to ask you, would you like to be my only disciple of Chun Ching Song and accept my inheritance of Supreme Road? Your accomplishments are rubbish. Your talent is mediocre, and even your blood is nothing in my eyes. All of these can be compared with being tiny as dust. Hearing this, Yi Chen was a little upset. When he was in Kunlun, the old man clearly said that he had a good talent. How could he be so miserable in Chun Ching Song's eyes? That's the key word. However, on second thought, Chun Ching Song is a great power in ancient times, and his vision is naturally high. Don't mention himself. It is estimated that Kunlun Su's peerless strong men are rubbish in his eyes, which makes him feel better. Chun Ching Song's words obviously have not finished. His step, the whole body, powerful momentum spread out. Although you have many defects, you are mortal ants, but you control the reincarnation graveyard, standing behind hundreds of ancient strongmen. You are doomed to crush all living beings in this life. Even the way of heaven is helpless to you. If you become a Buddha, there are no demons in the world. If you become a devil, what are you doing? The samsara cemetery is born for you, and you also exist in the samsara cemetery. Can you admit that I am Chun Ching Song as your second master? Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and nodded. Yes. Good. Chun Ching Song's face showed a trace of joy. Hearty laughter rang out. He pinched his fingers, and a strong momentum gathered on one finger. Then a point in Yi Chen's eyebrow heart. In a flash, the whole room fell into darkness. Darkness, a piece of stars. The light of countless stars poured into Yi Chen's elixir field. A powerful force is pouring in. My inheritance can only grasp part of your cultivation at present. With the improvement of your cultivation, this part of inheritance will gradually open up. When it's all opened, I hope you're qualified to touch the things behind the samsara cemetery. Chun Ching Song is gradually weak. My eyes are red. Countless complex emotions pour in, as if the past is unbearable and hard to look back on. Yi Chen opened his eyes and naturally noticed the complexity of Chun Ching Song's eyes. He did not know why. He felt a trace of inexplicable pain in his heart. Reincarnation cemetery, of course, is against the weather. But why do you see every teacher in a twinkling of an eye? Is this the pain of samsara? Seeing that Chun Ching Song's figure is about to disappear, a voice of vicissitudes comes. The distant Buddha comes from 9 days, desolate as from the flood. Yi Chen, remember? You are my Chun Ching Song's turning man. You are the only hope of our 100 people. The next second, Chun Ching Song's figure disappears completely. In the Samsara cemetery, another tombstone is completely broken. But the third tombstone has been in silence for a long time, without a trace of waves. Yichen stands up, and the last sentence lingers in his mind for a long time. Turn over the person? The only hope of 100 people? Is it because he is the hope of these people? Are you kidding? No matter Luo Yuntian or Qin Qingsong, they're almost standing at the top of the world. How can he become the hope of this group of people? Yichen doesn't think much about it anymore. So he sits down cross-legged, and he has the meaning of breakthrough again. There was even a crackling sound coming from his body. He could clearly feel that every muscle in his body was shaking. Countless auras around him poured into his body, such as a big wave surging, a strong breath, like breaking through all the shackles. Today, I want to break through not only the fourth layer of aerodynamic environment, but also the fifth layer, broken, a long cry, shaking 9 days. The strong air waves are rolling in the house. The innumerable aura in the reincarnation graveyard envelopes Yichen. The next morning, Yichen opened his eyes and slowly vomited out his turbid qi. His body glowed with a trace of luster. After one night's practice, he even broke through the fifth level of aerodynamic environment. And it's the fifth peak, without any pills. This speed is almost against the weather. At the same time, he also found a secret. Almost every time he saw the great power of the reincarnation cemetery, his cultivation would break through several layers. However, he paid attention to the third tombstone, and there was no movement or even light at present. Qin Qingsong's strength is obviously stronger than Luo Yuntian, regardless of the war skills and experience of his mind or the technique. How terrible is the third tombstone? However, a large part of Qin Qingsong's memory to himself is in a vague state. Obviously, his cultivation is not enough to touch. Even if you touch it, you will eat back at yourself. Chapter 250. Yichen changed a suit of clothes, looked at the time. Suddenly the expression changed. Today is the day to make an appointment with Fang Zhongxin. There's no time. Yichen quickly opens the door of the Chamber of Secrets and finds that Kitano is standing outside the door waiting carefully. Your Honor, are you out of customs? Kitano's voice is full of awe. His remaining light even aimed inside, and no one was found. The elder is no longer here. There is only one exit from the chamber. Can it disappear? Is that man really a fairy who can fly away from the earth? At the thought of this, Kitano Wu's heart set off a storm, looking at Yichen's eyes more afraid. Yichen didn't want to talk nonsense. He said directly, arrange a plane for me. I want to go to Jiangnan province in China right away. Come with me, too. Also, from now on, you're no longer called Kitano Wu. I don't like these 3 words. I'll give you a new name, Luo-cha. Luo-cha. Kitano Wu frowned slightly. Although he didn't know why Yichen wanted to give him the name, he was a servant, so he had no choice. Luo-cha understands. I'll arrange the plane right away. With his power in the island country, let alone arrange a plane, even if it is to arrange for the head to see Yichen, the head must come, just because he is the belief of countless people on this island. Jiangnan Wudao Gymnasium. There's the only Wudao in Jiangnan province. Its scale is much larger than that of Jiangqing. The key lies in its closed nature. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter. In the gymnasium, a huge stone platform stands in the center. The stone platform is engraved with ancient runes, representing the history of Chinese martial arts. On the stone platform, Fang Zhongxin exudes a strong breath, as if proud of heaven and earth. However, there are not many people under the Wudao stage. Most of them are from the Wudao Bureau of China. On the other hand, only Lei Shuwei, Ing Qing, and some Dragon Soul soldiers are on the side of Yichen. Poor little. Huaxia Wudao Bureau also has the right to close the whole gymnasium. Even some top families in Jiangnan province cannot enter it. This is their authority as a martial arts bureau. Fang wanted to open the stadium completely, so that the top players in Jiangnan province could also see his prestige. However, the leaders of Huaxia Wudao Bureau did not agree at all, and even some of them were afraid of Yichen. Although Fang Zhongxin is very strong, Yichen is full of too many variables. If Fang Zhongxin fails, they can't afford to lose face. Closure can minimize the loss. At the moment, Fang Zhongxin looks at the time and is impatient. He looked at Lei Shuwei with scornful eyes. Lei Shuwei, I'm afraid Yichen doesn't have the courage to come. The time has to be cut off. If he doesn't show up again, what does it mean? You should be very clear about it. Lei Shuwei's face changed, and he said, Yi Chun, as the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Spirit, is doing his duty outside. It's normal that there's a delay in time. Fang Zhongxin laughed. I really don't understand why your dragon soul has to protect this boy like this. It's just a waste. Is it worth it? I dare not come out, but you said it was a task. Your dragon spirit means are more and more disgusting. Lei Shuwei was silent. He can only look at Ing Qing and ask, Mr. Yi saved you yesterday. Did you say we will come back? Ing Qing's face was pale because of some weakness. He explained, Mr. Yi didn't say that there won't be an accident in the Wu Huang Society, will it? We know his strength, and the probability of an accident is very small. Today, a message came from the Special Commissioner on the island side that the Military Imperial Society will be closed indefinitely, and Kitano may even shut down directly. This matter is too strange, but at this time point, the key to Mr. Ye's phone also can't get through. Lei Shuwei was filled with anxiety. If Mr. Yi fails to arrive on time, Huaxia Wudao Bureau has the right to take compulsory measures against Tianjin Group and Yichun, and even issue a global wanted order. At that time, the consequences will be troublesome. Mr. Yi, this is a place to die. Fang Zhongxin on the stage looked at the time. His smile became colder and colder. He said, Yichun was so arrogant that day, but he didn't expect to be a shrinking-headed turtle who didn't dare to see people. The key is that the turtle is the chief instructor of your dragon spirit. I'm really laughing at you. After so many years, the dragon soul is so rubbish? What can this kind of rubbish teach? Should you reflect on Lei Shuwei? Fang Zhongxin's words are hard to hear. Angry, the soldiers are pressing their fists on the top of their heads. Although their strength is not low, they are eager to rush up. The dragon soul cannot be humiliated. The dragon soul chief instructor cannot be humiliated. Lei Shuwei suppresses anger and said to humanitarianism behind him, All people stay where they are. No one is allowed to act rashly without my command. After commanding the dragon soul disciple, Lei Shuwei continued to say, Fang Zhongxin, you insult my dragon soul. Okay, but you insult Mr. Yi too much. Just yesterday, Yichen saved 10 dying dragon soul soldiers, killed countless powerful enemies with the power of one person. If there is no Yichun or 1 minute later, you will surely die. The dragon soul owes Yichen a great favor. He certainly does not allow Fang Zhongxin to insult Yichun. Mr. Yi? Fang Zhongxin laughs incomparably loud. This rubbish unexpectedly is you respectfully called sir? He doesn't even have the courage to stand up. Even his wild talk makes you dragon spirits carry the pot. We look down on this kind of rubbish who only plays tricks on his mouth. Fang Zhongxin looked at the time and continued. There are 30 seconds left. If Mr. Yi doesn't appear in your mouth, I will go to the capital and use the strongest martial arts order to kill him. His nationality will be blocked. He will never enter China. His friends will be imprisoned. His parents' tombstones will be destroyed. That's the price of arrogance. At the moment, Fang Zhongxin's momentum is overwhelming, just like invincible. The faces of Lei Shuwei and Ing Qing under the stage changed greatly. Mr. Yi, is something really wrong? This order of martial arts has to erase all traces of Yi Chan in China. It's disrespectful to destroy the tombstones of his parents in Jiangqing City. At the moment, Wu Daotai is dead and silent, like a mass grave in the middle of the night. Only Fang's unbridled smile remained, as if it was a foregone conclusion. Fang Zhongxin took a look at the time. There were 5 seconds left. Just wanted to speak. Bang! A big bang. The gate of the stadium was blown open. 2 figures appeared at the gate of the gymnasium, one after the other. The leader is a cold and proud youth. The youth's hands are behind him. The ethereal breath is breathtaking. He looked directly at Fang Zhongxin on the Wudao stage and said in a loud voice, Do you want to die so much? I will help you.